John Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There cannot be a person in Northern Ireland who has not either been along the A75 or the A77 or had something delivered to them that's been driven through the ferry port at Cairnryan. But we in Dumfries and Galloway and across Scotland know that these are the highways from hell. This morning, even as we speak, the A75 is closed by another overturned lorry. We are crying out for improvements. Can I count on the support of the might of the Northern Ireland office to get the Department of Transport here to engage and the Scottish Government as well?
Well, I echo the point that the honourable gentleman has made, having driven along the road myself. It says here very helpfully average speeds on the A75 and A77 are lower than several other Scottish trunk roads. Well, you can say that again. The Secretary of State for Scotland has written, I think, to the honourable member, offered a meeting to discuss this issue, and we all want to see the road improved.
Speaker, to the A75 and the A77, add the A9, the link from the Highlands to Scotland. 25 years we've been waiting for it to be dualled. The SNP has failed to do that. They can't make the ferries work. They can't make the road work. Can the Minister push the Scottish Government into action?
Well, I have many and varied responsibilities, Mr Speaker. I wasn't aware that the A9 was one of them, but I hope that the Scottish Government will have heard the very strong plea that my honourable friend has just made.
John Morris.
Question number 2, Mr Speaker.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I will answer questions 2, 7 and 10 together. The Government's new strategic partnership with the EU will deliver a broad range of economic benefits for Northern Ireland. In particular, an agreement on agri-food and plants will further smooth trade flows across the Irish Sea, protect the UK's internal market, reduce costs for businesses and improve consumer choice in Northern Ireland.
Joe Morris.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'm pleased that the new agreement secured with our largest trading partner, the European Union, will make it easier for food and drink to be imported and exported. Can the Secretary of State assure me and my constituents that all future conversations with trading partners will continue to prioritise high welfare standards and food standards on both sides of the Irish Sea?
I can happily give my honourable friend that assurance, and he will have noticed in another context the trade agreement reached with the United States of America. We said that we would uphold our food standards in that agreement, and that's exactly what we've done.
Julia Butley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Which of the SPS and agri-food requirements does the Secretary of State expect to be removed on goods moving from Great Britain to Northern Ireland as a result of this SPS agreement with the EU?
Well, once we have negotiated the legal text and put our rule book in line with current European arrangements, there will be no need for SPS paperwork, no mandatory identity checks or physical checks on goods moving, no need for Northern Ireland plant health labels, an end to the ban on chilled frozen meats moving, an end to the ban on movements of products of animal origin that have been imported to GB and then moved to NI, and no onward paperwork or checks on agri-foods moved for onward processing. That is why the SPS agreement in outline has been so widely welcomed in Northern Ireland.
Becky Gittins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm pleased to say that the proposed SPS agreement has been welcomed by the Welsh farming community, including those in my constituency of Clwyd East. This is alongside the Ulster Farmers Union, the Federation of Small Businesses, the CBI, the Horticultural Trades Association, supermarkets including Asda, M&S and Iceland and many others. Does the Minister agree with me and with them that an SPS agreement would bring huge benefits for Wales, for Northern Ireland and the rest of the UK?
Well, it certainly would, and it's a rare agreement that invites so much praise, certainly right across the range of opinion in Northern Ireland, and I think we all want to see it progress as quickly as possible. So we've got to turn it into a legal text, sort out our own legal rule book, and then the benefits will flow for businesses right across the United Kingdom.
Colin Lockhart.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Secretary of State, the Windsor framework is causing untold damage to businesses in Northern Ireland. It cost one of my local businesses £86 to bring a box of simple ties from GB to Northern Ireland because of parcels border, and farm machinery is now subject to EU import procedures, with some having been turned back from the ports to Scotland in recent days. The latest FSB report confirming small businesses are being hardest hit with red tape, cost and uncertainty. Will the Secretary of State accept that the reset is not helping the here and now, and will he commit to meeting these industries and helping sort practical solutions?
Well, I would say to the honourable member on the agricultural machinery point that she's raised, if the machinery is coming into Northern Ireland and staying in Northern Ireland, it can be brought in, obviously subject to cleaning, with a plant health label that is relatively straightforward. It's only if it might be moving into the it's only if it might be moving into Ireland that it would need to go through the red lane. I would just make this general point. In 2023, Northern Ireland purchases of goods from the rest of the United Kingdom rose by 16.2%, and Northern Ireland is the fastest growing region in the UK.
Robin Swan.
Mr. Speaker, in regards to the agricultural machinery, I'm sure the Secretary of State is aware of a Northern Ireland farmer who took agricultural machinery from Northern Ireland to participate in a Scottish agricultural show, bringing it back to Northern Ireland. It was rejected in Northern Ireland and sent back to Scotland because there may have been soil on the underside of a piece of agricultural equipment. Does the Secretary of State really think that makes common sense?
Well, it is the requirement of the Windsor framework which the last government negotiated to address the basic problem, which is you have two different systems and an open border. And everybody knows that if it's agricultural machinery, it needs to be properly cleaned. If that is the case and the appropriate label, which is straightforward, is applied, there's nothing to stop the machinery moving back to Northern Ireland.
Jim Allister.
If the reset deal is supposed to make an end to the SPS checks, when will the customs posts, which are there for the purpose of carrying out those checks, be demolished? Instead, of course, the Secretary of State willingly presides over the ever-tightening EU noose on our economy, with agricultural machinery, the latest that has to kowtow to EU diktats. Meanwhile, trade diversion is rampant and the Secretary of State looks the other way. When will the Secretary of State stop acting as the Secretary of State for the EU and start acting as the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland?
Well, I don't accept, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman's characterisation, because at some point he has got to acknowledge that following our departure from the European Union, and this was the issue that the previous government had to address, United Kingdom one set of rules, EU with another set of rules, open border. How are you going to deal with that? And I'm afraid mutual enforcement, the only idea I've ever heard him put forward, is not a practical proposition. So he needs to take some responsibility for the consequence of his own arguments.
Claire Hanna.
The EU-UK deal was very warmly and broadly welcomed across Northern Ireland to begin to unpick and undo some of the damage and the friction created by Brexit that was championed by some of those on the opposite benches. An FSB report out this week, though, that did highlight continuing problems for particularly small businesses. Can the Secretary of State reassure businesses that there will be co-design and full consultation as the text and the outworkings of this very positive deal are brought through?
Well, we will, of course, continue to consult as widely as possible in taking forward the agreement that has been reached in outline with the European Union. There is help available for small businesses. It is important that it is as effective and easy to understand for those that are seeking to trade, and I will, of course, look carefully at the report the FSB has produced.
Alex Easton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Secretary of State, regarding the EU trade agreement, what barriers are you aware of that currently hinder free and unfettered trade from Northern Ireland within the UK, and what is the timescale for their removal?
Well, goods flow freely from Northern Ireland to the rest of the United Kingdom, and one of the great advantages of the trade agreements that have been negotiated with India, with the United States of America and with the European Union is, in the case of India, a significant reduction of tariffs on whisky, which will benefit whisky producers in Northern Ireland, be able to sell lamb into India, and the deal with the United States of America will allow Northern Ireland farmers to sell their beef.
Mike Wood. Minister Gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Contrary to what the Secretary of State has just told the House, 2 weeks ago, the Federation of Small Businesses in Northern Ireland published a report suggesting that a third of small businesses who move goods between Great Britain and Northern Ireland have ceased supplying customers or partners either in Great Britain or in Northern Ireland. Now, under the Northern Ireland Protocol, if the UK experiences diversion of trade, we are entitled to take unilateral action to safeguard our internal market. So will the Secretary of State tell the House, does he think that a third of small businesses ceasing trade in this way amounts to a diversion of trade? And if not, perhaps he could tell us what would.
So
the honourable gentleman, there are other small businesses that are able to trade. Perfect. Well, no, the point that he needs to recognise is if some small businesses manage to move their goods from GB to Northern Ireland, then others can do so. Now, in the end, it is an individual business decision for a business where it chooses to sell its goods. It is the Windsor framework that applies now, not the Northern Ireland Protocol, and the Windsor framework represented, as he will, I think, accept, a very significant improvement on what was there before.
Al Pinkerton, Liberal Democrats Post.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Confederation of Small Businesses has indeed warned that SMEs in Northern Ireland continue to face disruption under the Windsor framework. But more importantly, and sadly, that the government has failed to effectively communicate the supposed benefits of dual market access so far. So if dual market access is indeed a competitive advantage, as so many people across this House think it can be and should be, can the Secretary of State specifically identify what concrete benefits it's providing to Northern Ireland businesses right now? And how does he respond to the growing criticism from firms across the UK who are burdened with red tape and the fog of uncertainty?
Well, I was very interested by that observation in the FSB report because, as the House will testify, I spend a lot of my time extolling the virtues of the dual market access that Northern Ireland has got as a result of the Windsor framework. And I meet companies as I travel around Northern Ireland who tell me about the benefits that they are feeling of it. I think all of us have a responsibility to extol the virtues of dual market access because, in my experience, if businesses can see an opportunity that allows them to sell more products, they will seize it with both hands.
Yeah.
Question number 3, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I'll answer questions 3, 5 and 12 together. I take every opportunity to promote investment into Northern Ireland and our tech companies in particular. I recently spoke at the Big Data Conference in New York and at London Tech Week to highlight our cutting-edge companies in Northern Ireland. And I held a roundtable with tech business leaders and visited Cagosian in Belfast just last week to talk about the industrial strategy and ways that we can boost investment and growth.
Steve Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. I wonder if the Minister might outline the many good reasons for technology companies to invest in Northern Ireland and what she's done to promote that great opportunity.
Minister.
I welcome the opportunity to promote Northern Ireland's tech companies here in the Chamber today. More than 1,500 international companies have set up operations in Northern Ireland. They tell me it's the government support, the strong working between the government and the executive, it's dual market access, it's the unique concentration of tech companies and the academic support from Ulster and Queen's universities. But above all, it's the people. Northern Ireland has a workforce with industry-ready skills and innovation in their DNA.
Emily Darlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister agree with me the strength of the Northern Ireland tech sector means it can play a huge part in becoming an AI superpower as supported by this government? However, as we just heard in the Northern Ireland Select Committee chaired by the honourable member from the Gower, there is a huge link between online safety and the rates of domestic abuse that we are seeing in Northern Ireland. Can she comment on how we can absolutely support and develop the sector while keeping women and girls safe?
Minister.
We know that violence against women and girls is an epidemic, and online safety is an important part of that. Coupled with Northern Ireland being an AI superpower, as she rightly says, there are opportunities here for AI companies, and I've met many of them, to work on the tech which can ensure that perpetrators are caught, justice is done, and that we make sure that online safety as well is taken extremely seriously. And the industrial strategy, the work that it will do to promote AI work with the new AI growth zones, for example, can ensure that we lock that in.
Neil Coyle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tech businesses are huge in my central London constituency, and I recognise that for the UK to do well, we need London to continue thriving, and for Northern Ireland and the rest of the country to succeed too. So can the Minister assure me that the full benefits of the new industrial strategy will support companies in Northern Ireland, and that this government is generating business opportunities for every corner of the United Kingdom?
The industrial strategy is good news for Northern Ireland. It's a bold, long-term plan to give businesses and investors the certainty they need to thrive. The 8 sectors of the strategy map well with Northern Ireland's world-class strengths, including advanced manufacturing, cyber, defence, creative industries, life sciences and financial services. For each of these, there's increased UK-wide funding opportunities, and in Northern Ireland there are specific funds on cyber security, advanced manufacturing and £30 million, and that all-important R&D investment for innovation.
For responses so far. Northern Ireland is indeed open for business, and I am delighted at the companies that are expressing investment in my hometown. Would you agree with me, No, that the Dublin to Belfast economic corridor that takes in my constituency of Lagan Valley is going to play a key part in this, and that is a huge opportunity for investment?
Belfast is already at the heart of the UK's industrial strategy on cyber and tech, and that is leading in the world as well. The government has a bold vision to be, by 2035, one of the top 3 places in the world to invest, create and scale up a tech business. And Belfast and the Growth and City deals, which is at the heart of that, is very much an important part of that. So I've met businesses across Belfast and Northern Ireland that are leading on this, and it's very exciting to see.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister accept, though, that poor road access from the north of the United Kingdom is one impediment to investment in Northern Ireland, and therefore that is another reason why we should see the A75 upgraded?
Minister.
The Secretary of State has already answered the question on the roads, and it's important that we look at all of the parts of infrastructure which are holding Northern Ireland back in any way and address those.
Gregory Campbell.
Tech businesses in Northern Ireland could take advantage of a Heathrow logistics hub. Would the Minister agree with me that Ballykelly in my constituency has a large available land base, a seaport close by, an airport next door to it, and a railway line that runs through it? Yeah. Does she think that's an excellent location for such a hub and tech business?
The member is an excellent representative for his constituency, and the opportunities that are there, and I'm sure that his plea and his bid has been heard here today.
Tony Antoniazzi, Chair of the Select Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Chair of the Select Committee and also as Chair of the Group for All-Party Parliamentary Group for ITV, last night we hosted an event in Parliament where we had ITV and UTV here. What conversations is she having with public sector broadcasters like ITV about future investment in Northern Ireland?
Minister.
The role of so many different types of business, including public sector, broadcasters, but also tech companies, fintech, cyber security and other advanced manufacturing such as Casement, which I met last week, are all part of the ecosystem in Northern Ireland, which is so strong. And I think that it's the fact that broadcasters can talk to advanced manufacturers, can talk to others, that makes Northern Ireland such a fantastic place to invest in, and I'm glad that that's being highlighted here in the House of Commons today.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Britain leads the world in the gene editing of crops. This technology enables our farmers to produce disease and drought-resistant crops, reduce costs and increase food production. Now, the UK-EU trade agreement means Britain has to follow EU rules on sanitary and phytosanitary laws. So will the Minister give the House an assurance that the agreement will not slow that technology in Britain?
Minister.
That's why the Secretary of State has been extolling and making clear how important the SPS agreement is. We are not taking our foot off the pedal in any way towards that. It's not only agri-science but also life sciences that are really leading the way for Northern Ireland, for the UK and across the world today, and we want to make sure we continue to support them every way that we can.
Go along. Question 4, Mr. Speaker.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 4, 8 and 14 together. I meet regularly with the Finance Minister to discuss funding. The Government will provide Northern Ireland with a record settlement of £19.3 billion per year on average, the largest in the history of devolution, and the Executive will also continue to receive over 24% more per person in line with their independently assessed level of need.
Windsor Singh Josan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Secretary of State agree that record funding for Northern Ireland through the spending review reflects this government's broader commitment to fairer funding across the UK, including in areas like Cornwall, where rurality, seasonal pressures, historic underfunding are finally being recognised, and that many in Cornwall would welcome the opportunity to further shape our own future through a level of devolution closer to that enjoyed in Northern Ireland?
Seriously.
Well, the spending review settlement does indeed reflect the government's commitment to provide resources right across the United Kingdom, and the money being made available for Northern Ireland means, what, a year ago people were saying there was going to be a financial, a fiscal cliff edge. No one is saying that now.
Windsor Singh Josan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That is very bad taste. There is no need to run through. Please, Windsor Singh Josan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Local growth funding has provided vital investment for many communities across Northern Ireland in recent years. Can the Secretary of State confirm that the new local growth fund will give sectors across Northern Ireland the longer-awaited security they need?
Minister, well, my honourable friend will have noticed the funding made available for local growth. And of course, as part of the spending review, discussions on the fiscal framework will be taken forward by my right honourable friend, the Chief Secretary of the Treasury and the Department of Finance, to talk about things like the Holton Review and capital borrowing by the Northern Ireland Housing Executive.
Garcia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Whether it's Stoke-on-Trent in the West Midlands or the proud communities in Northern Ireland, the spending review anticipates helping those with good jobs and industrial improvements. So can the Secretary of State set out how the spending review will help improve the industrial base in Northern Ireland?
Well, the spending review gives the Northern Ireland Executive more funds to disperse as it sees fit. It comes alongside the publication of the industrial strategy, the funds which the government is making available, and the £30 million that will come to Northern Ireland through UKRI. So there's funding available, and there's great wealth, talent and potential in Northern Ireland to make the best use of it.
Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What assessment has the Minister made on the impacts of Barnett funding on health in Northern Ireland, given that the health's financial bid falls below requested and required levels each year? Very important we have the funding for health. Can the Secretary of State outline what that will be? Thank you.
Well, the government makes available funding through the block grant to the Northern Ireland Executive. As the honourable gentleman will know, it is for the Northern Ireland Executive to decide how it distributes the money between all of the needs in Northern Ireland, including health, where of course there are significant pressures. But the Public Services Transformation funding that the last government made available is now beginning to be used to reform some of the way in which the health service works.
Shadow Secretary of State Alex Burkhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The spending review settlement for the Northern Ireland office explicitly covers the Finucane inquiry. But so far, the government has refused to say how much money has been set aside for that inquiry. So will the Secretary of State please tell the House how much does the government expect the inquiry to cost?
Secretary of State.
The Finucane inquiry is beginning its work now. It will publish, as is normal, statements of the expenditure that is gauged in. It depends how long the inquiry lasts and how much evidence is taken, but the honourable gentleman can rest assured that he will receive an answer in due course as that process unfolds.
Alex Burkhardt.
The government has just had a spending review. It must know how much it intends to spend. There will be a line in the Treasury account set aside for the Finucane inquiry. I don't understand why the Secretary of State finds it so hard to tell the House how much we expect to spend. Similarly, the government must know how much compensation it expects to pay Gerry Adams following its inexplicable decision to drop the appeal that we lodged in its case. We have repeatedly pressed the government to legislate to prevent that compensation from being paid, and the government has dragged its heels. This morning, Policy Exchange has published an excellent new report legislating about Gerry Adams in Kaltona, which sets out a clear legal solution. The government has nowhere further to hide. Will the government finally do the right thing?
Well, I would say to the honourable gentleman he needs to keep up, because I answered a parliamentary question yesterday in which I made it clear that we will deal with this issue, which arises because of the application of the Kaltona principle in the Supreme Court judgment of 2020, which the last government couldn't sort out in 2.5 years. We will deal with it in our forthcoming legislation, and I will keep the House updated.
In Robinson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I commend the Secretary of State for at least that he has answered a question yesterday, and he is very clearly, despite on a day whenever the Labour government were prepared to take money out of the pockets of the most vulnerable, they at least had the courage to stand forward and say Gerry Adams would get none. So thank you to the Secretary of State for that. Can I also advise the Secretary of State not to ignore the warnings of the Federation of Small Business, who were explicit in their report that the Windsor framework is fracturing the United Kingdom's internal market. That is a cause for concern. But when talking of the spending review, he was asked 2 weeks ago whether the financial transactions capital being made available to Casement Park was additional or not. He knows the Blue Book has a flat line for the next 5 years, so what was it?
Well, the answer to the right honourable gentleman is that it is additional.
Gavin Robinson.
He knows the Blue Book has a flat line for the next 5 years, but talking of economic growth, he also knows there's a commitment for an enhanced investment zone in Northern Ireland. When does he believe that the businesses of Northern Ireland will benefit from that?
Well, I would say to the right honourable gentleman, if he just bears with us, then I hope we can see progress on that in the not too distant future.
That completes Northern Ireland questions. Before we come to Prime Minister's questions, can I welcome to the gallery His Excellency Ahmad Safadi, Speaker of the House of Representatives of Jordan, and his delegation. We now come to Prime Minister's questions. Paul Ward.
Question number one, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Saturday.
OK, there seems to be a bit of a challenge on who can cheer the most. I've never known one Prime Minister get as much cheering. Come on, Prime Minister.
I think they were cheering more, Mr. Speaker. Quite right, too. This Saturday marks the 77th birthday of our National Health Service. And I want to begin by thanking our dedicated NHS staff for their service. And in that 77th year, I'm proud that this Labour government has delivered 4 million extra appointments, 1,700 more GPs, and the lowest waiting list for 2 years. Mr. Speaker, the Labour Party is proud to have been the party that created the NHS, and tomorrow we're announcing our 10-year health plan to build an NHS fit for the future, so that in many years and decades to come, we can still proudly celebrate the anniversary of the NHS. Mr. Speaker, may I also wish England and Wales the best of luck in the Women's Euros. And, of course, congratulate England's under-21s on retaining the Euros. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When this Labour government extended free school meals to 500,000 more children last month, Laura, a working mum in Rochdale, told me it would save her £500 a year. She said, "I'm over the moon, only Labour would have done this."
Prime Minister agree with me that people voted Labour a year ago not just for change but for hope, and that cutting child poverty is the moral mission of this government to help every child in this country?
Mr. Speaker, I'm really proud that we extended free school meals for another 500,000 children, including Laura's. And it's people like Laura that we have in our mind's eye and giving children the best start in life. And I think the Child Poverty Task Force visited Rochdale recently and will continue to back parents like Laura. But, Mr. Speaker, we've already started not just free school meals being rolled out, free breakfast clubs, extending childcare. That's real change under this Labour government.
Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Badenoch.
Mr. Speaker, can I first of all take this opportunity to congratulate the member for Rochdale for being the toady of the week, helping the Prime Minister. We all know it's
There's a lot of people wanting to catch my eye today. There is some free hits on this side. I won't waste your opportunity.
It's been a difficult week for the Prime Minister. So let's start with something simple. Can the Prime Minister tell the House how much his welfare bill is going to save?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me start by saying free school matters on this side of the House. Mr. Speaker, in relation to welfare, what we delivered last night was a bill which ends mandatory reassessment of those with severe disabilities. That is the right thing to do. It rebalances universal credit. That is long overdue, and it sets out a pathway to reform of PIP. Mr. Speaker, it's consistent with the principles I set out throughout. If you can work, you should work. If you need help into work, the state should provide the help. The system that they broke doesn't do so. And if you can't work...
I think there's one or two I can spot immediately. Usual voices, same names, please. It's too early to leave the chamber. Prime Minister.
And, Mr. Speaker, if you can't work, you must be supported and protected. The reformed welfare system that we're putting in place will be better for individuals, better for the taxpayer and better for the economy.
Kemi Badenoch.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think the Prime Minister actually watched what happened in the House yesterday. His bill was completely gutted. A U-turn in the middle of the debate, removing Clause 5. Where on earth was he? The reason why he can't answer the question is because he knows it doesn't save any money. It's going to cost millions. This is the first Prime Minister in history to propose a bill to save money who ended up with a bill which costs money. So if the bill doesn't cut welfare spending, can the Prime Minister tell the House how many people it will get into work?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad she asked that because it gives me the opportunity to say we've already started changing the job centres and investing in support back into work. The Trailblazer scheme, which is doing exactly what she asked me, which is getting people back into work. The bill last night will help people back into work, and of course the Timms review is ongoing. But I tell you what won't help people back into work, won't help control the costs, and that is voting to keep the broken system. And that is what they did last night. Everybody in this House accepts that the current system is broken. It invites the question, who broke it? They broke it. And last night, they voted for the status quo. The broken system is their policy. That won't help individuals, taxpayer, and it certainly won't help the economy.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell him what we did on welfare. Yes, they cannot. Why are they laughing? They don't know. My party delivered the biggest reform of welfare in government. We got record numbers of people into work, including millions of disabled people, and we cut the deficit every year until COVID. The fact is, we're not scared of doing difficult things on this side of the House. We got people back into work. What he forgets is that since the election, since he became Prime Minister, an additional 1,000 people a day are signing on to incapacity benefits. That is 50% more than under us. 50% more than under us. And, Mr. Speaker, Astonishingly, because of the mess they made yesterday, because there are no more savings, sickness benefits alone are set to rise to £100 billion on his watch. He cannot reduce that now. He cannot reduce that now.
Order. Mr McKee, I think we've had a run-in before. I certainly don't want any more. Seriously. You're obviously not getting your timing right because I can hear your voice every time.
I'll start again, Mr. Speaker. Sickness benefits, louder for those at the back, sickness benefits are set to rise to £100 billion because of their mess. They cannot now reduce it. They can't reduce it because after last night's humiliating U-turn, we know he cannot control his MPs. They're cheering now, but you signed the amendment. You signed the amendment. Over 100 people signed that reasoned amendment until the bill was completely gutted. He said that he would take the difficult decisions, but isn't the reality that he is too weak to get anything done?
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell them what they did to the welfare system. They broke it. And it's the same as the NHS. What did they do? They broke it. Same as the economy. What did they do? They broke it. They broke everything that they touched. And now she describes the broken system that we are trying to fix. What did she do? She voted against fixing the system that they broke. And I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, and spell that out, they voted last night for the system that is keeping 1 million young people not learning or earning. That is a disgrace of their system. They voted for a system where we have 3 million people out of work on ill health, and they voted for that system. We're fixing it. We're clearing up the mess that they left, just like we're clearing up the NHS and the economy.
He's got some brass neck. Has he read the papers this morning? Has he read the papers this morning? That bill will achieve nothing. It is a pointless waste of time and is absolute proof that he doesn't have a plan. Let me tell the House what's going to happen. In November, the Chancellor is going to put up our taxes to pay for his incompetence. We on this side of the House know that you can't tax your way to growth. But people out there are frightened. People out there... Yes. These are the same people who cheered when they talked about the NI rise and the jobs tax. Why are they complaining now? People out there are frightened. Can he, Mr. Speaker, can he reassure them by ruling out tax rises in the autumn budget?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, she knows that no Prime Minister or Chancellor ever stands at the dispatch box and writes budgets in the future. That isn't what they did, it isn't what we did, and she knows it. But she talks about growth. For 14 years, we had stagnation, and that is what caused the problems. And I'm really pleased, Mr. Speaker, to show the progress that we're making. I can update the House. Last week, Amazon put in £40 billion of investment into this country, one of the biggest investments of its time. That brought the inward investment to £120 billion in the first year of this Labour government. Mr. Speaker, I can also tell the House that business confidence is the highest for 9 years. That's longer than the whole time that the leading opposition's been in Parliament. And the figures this week demonstrated and showed we had the fastest growth in the G7 in the first quarter of this year. What a difference to the mess they left. That's the difference a Labour government made.
Mr. Speaker, he talks about jobs. Unemployment has risen every month since Labour took office. Has he spoken to Nissan, by the way, and looked at what's happening there? This man has forgotten that his welfare bill was there to plug a black hole created by the Chancellor. Instead, they're creating new ones. They're creating new ones. She looks... Mr. Speaker, she's pointing at me. She looks absolutely miserable. Labour MPs, yeah, she looks absolutely miserable. Labour MPs, they can point as much as they like. The fact is, Labour MPs are going on the record saying that the Chancellor is toast, and the reality is that she is a human shield for his incompetence. In January, he said that she would be in post till the next election. Will she really?
Prime Minister. Well, she certainly won't. Mr. Speaker, I have to say I'm always cheered up when she asks me questions or responds to a statement, because she always makes a complete mess of it and shows just how unserious and irrelevant they are. But she talks about the black hole. They left a £22 billion black hole in our economy, and we're clearing it up. And I'm really proud, Mr. Speaker, that in the first year of a Labour government we got free school meals, breakfast clubs, childcare. got £15 billion invested in transport in the North and the Midlands. We're cutting regulation, planning and infrastructure is pounding forward, building 1.5 million homes, the biggest investment in social and affordable housing, and of course, Mr. Speaker, the 3 trade deals. Remember the ones that they couldn't get, including the US trade deal. On Monday, those tariffs came down. That secured the jobs at JLR. That's who we care about on this side of the House.
How awful for the Chancellor that he couldn't confirm that she would stay in place. Yeah. He talks about this year in office. This week marks the first anniversary of Labour coming into office. And let's have it. Yes. The whips can't get them in the lobbies, but they can get them to chair at the right time. Yeah. The fact is, his own MPs are saying this government is, and I quote, incoherent and shambolic. That's Liverpool Wavertree that said that. I could go on and on. But the fact is, it's been mistake after mistake after mistake. There is no plan to get people into work. There is no plan to cut the welfare budget. There is no strategy. There is just a series of humiliating U-turns like winter fuel, like grooming gangs. Mr. Speaker, what's really shocking is that every other party in this House voted for even more welfare spending yesterday. Yes, those MPs behind him and the Lib Dems and Reform. The Conservative Party believes that this country needs to live within its means. We know what we believe, Mr. Speaker, but this is a Prime Minister who has U-turned on everything he's done in office, including his own speeches, because he doesn't know what he believes. With left-wing Labour MPs now running the government, isn't it working people who will now pay the price?
Mr. Speaker, this is why she always cheers me up. She talks about living within their means, having left a £22 billion black hole. Mr. Speaker, she talks about the first year. I'm really proud of our first year in government. We promised, Mr. Speaker, 2 million extra NHS appointments. We've delivered 4 million. A promise made and a promise delivered. We promised the biggest upgrade to workers' rights in a generation within the first 100 days. Promise made, promise delivered. We promised free breakfast clubs. That's a promise made and a promise delivered. Banning bonuses for water bosses who pollute our rivers. That's the mess they left. A promise made and a promise delivered. Creating GB Energy. A promise made and a promise delivered. The largest increase in defence spending since the last Labour government. A promise made and a promise delivered. And putting more money in the pockets of working people, particularly the 3 million who are the lowest paid through the national minimum wage. A promise made and a promise delivered. We're only getting started, and the Chancellor has led on all these issues, and we're grateful to her for it.
Natasha Iron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, unlike the members opposite, this government has not dragged its feet in banning zombie knives, ninja-style swords, and its effort to tackle knife crime. And in Croydon, where youth violence has cast a devastating shadow across our communities, our local police is running a surrender scheme this month to get these dangerous weapons off our streets. So will the Prime Minister join me in commending the tireless work of Croydon's police officers? And will he outline what his government is doing to ensure the Met Police has the resources it needs both to protect neighbourhood policing and to face the unique challenges that they face?
Prime Minister. Well, she's right to raise the importance of banning these despicable weapons, and I know how much she cares about this issue. The ban on zombie knives and machetes came into effect last year, and the ban on ninja swords will come into effect this August. The Crime and Policing Bill will increase penalties for illegal sales and give the police new powers to seize knives. Mr. Speaker, I have to say this. What did the party opposite do when we put that bill before the House to take these measures? They voted against it. And knife crime went up, soared on their watch, and they've clearly learned absolutely nothing.
Sir Ed David, Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the government was asking this House to vote for a law that would mean someone with a condition like Parkinson's or multiple sclerosis would qualify for a personal independence payment today, but someone diagnosed with the same condition, with the very same symptoms, in a few months' time would not. We all know that the cost of welfare needs to come down, but that was not a fair way to do it. Until he lost control yesterday, the Prime Minister was arguing for that approach. Has he changed his mind on this or not?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Stephen Timms review will take place. It's a very important review to look into this issue. But what we did do last night was end mandatory reassessments for those with severe disabilities. I thought that he and his party cared about things like that. It's the right thing to do, and they voted, Mr. Speaker, against it. We rebalanced universal credit, long overdue. I think he believes that. But what did he do last night? He voted against it. We set out a pathway to reform PIP, something he argues for every week. And what did he do when he had the chance? He voted against it.
Sir Ed Davey.
Mr. Speaker, the House and his backbenchers will note that he didn't answer my question. Moreover, if he looked at our proposals for welfare reform, for cutting down the bill, he wouldn't be in the mess that he's in. But moving on, Mr. Speaker, from Hillsborough to Grenfell, Primados to Horizon, the contaminated blood scandal to nuclear test veterans, the bereaved and survivors of some of our country's most appalling scandals have come together to call for a legal duty of candour and the secondary duty needed to make it practical and effective for investigations and inquiries. Now they're frightened that the government is watering down these proposals to such an extent that they would be toothless. So after months of delay, can the Prime Minister reassure campaigners that his Hillsborough law will include a real legal duty of candour as he promised?
Prime Minister.
Yes, it will. And as he may know, I've known some of the families from Hillsborough for many years now. I met them over a decade ago and know exactly what they have been through, and the various other groups that have suffered similar injustices with similar follow-up, which is an additional injustice on top of the original injustice. And that's why we will bring forward a Hillsborough law. It's a commitment I've made. I have been talking to the families in recent weeks personally myself to make sure that we get this right, and it is important that we get it right, but it will have a legal duty of candour.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Follow-on question. The Prime Minister visited my constituency in 2022 and told families, and I quote, "One of my first acts will be to put the Hillsborough law on the statute book." Repeated the same promise at conference last year that the bill would be published at the anniversary in April. That didn't happen. However, the government are now planning to table a watered-down version that doesn't deserve to be named Hillsborough law. After PMQs, my honourable friend, the member for Liverpool West Derby, will introduce the real Hillsborough law. So can the Prime Minister finally honour his promise and back the law in full? If not, why not?
Prime Minister.
I'm grateful to her for raising this and remember well the visit that we had. This is a really serious issue, Mr. Speaker. It is important that we get it right. I am fully committed to introducing a Hillsborough law, including a legal duty of candour for public servants and criminal sanctions for those that refuse to comply. It is important we get it right. I have been personally engaging with some of the families on this because, as I say, I've been involved and seen firsthand what they've been through for over 10 years. I first met them when I was Director of Public Prosecutions and there was a consideration of what order certain things would happen. That was about a different issue, actually. It was about an issue of great concern to them. But she's right to raise this. We will bring this forward. I just want to take the time to get it right and then put it before the House.
Stephen Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his victory speech last year, the Prime Minister promised to end the chaos. Does he think that the public still believe him?
Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, we've delivered more in the first year of a Labour government than they've delivered in 20 years. Let me give him one example. We had waiting lists. We said we'd do 2 million extra appointments. We've done 4 million for the NHS in England. What a contrast, Mr. Speaker, where they've been in charge for that 20 years. Scotland's doctors now saying, in the past week, I think, and this is their quote, that the Scottish NHS is, their quote, dying before our very eyes. They should be ashamed. their own Public Health Minister as admitting that the SNP failure is costing lives. Scotland need new direction so it can bring waiting lists down in Scotland, just like we've done in England.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hemel Hempstead is a new town that was built by a Labour government after the Second World War and provided decent housing to families like mine. Yet, 80 years on, the #1 issue in my casework is a shortage of housing. I therefore welcome this government's commitment to build thousands of new homes. In my constituency, we're looking at a Hemel Gardens community scheme that could provide 11,000 of them. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that this development needs to be a mix of genuinely affordable houses to buy, council houses to rent, and be accompanied by the right health, education and road infrastructure?
Minister.
Well, I totally agree with him, and it's projects like this that are essential to building the 1.5 million homes that we need, whilst at the same time creating vibrant and strong communities. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with the Attlee legacy, we're supporting 47 locally led garden communities to deliver tens of thousands more homes, and of course delivering the biggest boost to social and affordable houses in a generation.
Mr. McCleary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday afternoon this week, a 4-year-old girl was seriously injured after being hit by a car on Lewis Road, just off the A259 in Newhaven, in my constituency. I can report to the House that she's recovering well in hospital. Residents in Newhaven, Seaford and nearby Sussex coastal towns have been warning about how unsafe these roads are. Indeed, the County Council submitted a fully costed plan for safety improvements on the A259 to government, but funding remains blocked. So I'm asking, or appealing to the Prime Minister directly, will he personally intervene to unblock the funding needed to make the A259 and surrounding roads safer, to ensure there is never a repeat of an incident like this?
Prime Minister.
Well, I'm very sorry to hear of the incident that he quotes, and my sympathies with the family, and I think I would send the best wishes of the whole House to the family and to the little girl. He speaks about this A259. I do hear a lot about this road because it runs through the constituency of my honourable friend for Brighton, Kemp Down and Peacehaven. And I know it needs addressing, and I know how strongly they've both been raising this and campaigning on it. A decision is going to be set out shortly. I think he has met the Roads Minister, but I'll make sure that he's kept fully updated of developments.
Olivia Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud to represent thousands of people working in the defence sector. Ordinary people doing extraordinary jobs to keep our country safe. And I was delighted that the Defence Secretary recently joined me in my constituency to mark this government's £15 billion investment in the atomic weapons establishment. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that our commitment to defence sector investment is vital not just for our national security, but for jobs, opportunity and growth in constituencies like Reading West and Mid-Berkshire?
Prime Minister.
Well, I pay tribute to her, and she's a fantastic advocate for her constituents. She's right to highlight the important work by the defence sector in her constituency and, of course, right across the United Kingdom. We are investing £15 billion in our sovereign nuclear warhead programme. That will support, Mr. Speaker, nearly 10,000 jobs, including many in her constituency. And that's the defence dividend in action, a historic boost to defence spending, represented and reflected in good, well-paid jobs across the United Kingdom.
Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the government appears to be in listening mode, will the Prime Minister agree to scrap other measures that are pushing more people into poverty, such as the cruel two-child benefit cap and the harsh and totally unacceptable cuts to universal credit for ill and disabled people, which remain in yesterday's dog's breakfast of a bill?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to be ungenerous, but I don't think I'm going to be listening to him or his party. They were the ones that put an £80 billion unfunded tax commitment before the electorate of the last election. And they're the ones that talk about change and clean power, but every single time there's an infrastructure project or there's any change that's needed, they block it, including in their own constituencies.
Joe White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst we all revere the football stars of the past, many are struggling with welfare issues, including organised financial fraud and head injuries linked to the onset of dementia. May I give the Prime Minister this letter on player welfare from 303 former players? Local champions like John Stiles and international superstars including Kevin Keegan and Graham Souness have signed it. Would he agree to request to meet a group of ex-players as cited in the recent letter to the Prime Minister from one of his heroes, Michael Thomas, who of course shone when he played for Arsenal and Liverpool?
Prime Minister.
Can I just start by congratulating Dawn Assel on her recent and richly deserved MBE for her work on behalf of former players. I do remember Michael Thomas very well putting that goal in injury time, Mr. Speaker, in 1989 to take the lead. It was a fantastic victory. I have had the pleasure of meeting him and actually discussing with him the very campaign that she raises. I'll certainly meet him again because athletes have brought us so much joy. We should have proper support from their sporting bodies on health and welfare, and we will ensure that they do.
Steph Aquarell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I refer members to my role as a serving county councillor. Mr. Speaker, July is Good Care Month, and Jane Austen told us the best place for convalescence by the sea is Cromer in my constituency. However, thanks to Norfolk's Conservative County Council, Cromer risks losing its convalescence facility forever. Reablement centres like Benjamin Court are exactly what the NHS needs, and yet the Tories are shutting it down. Will the Prime Minister ensure that the relevant Health Minister meets with me and concerned local campaigners to discuss what could be done to save Benjamin Court?
Prime Minister.
Well, I thank him for raising this important issue, and decisions around services are matters for the Integrated Care Board, and that means they're taken locally, obviously. But I'm glad that he's raised this because we agree that the sector does need reform, and unlike the party opposite, we're investing in the sector £4 billion of additional funding alongside an independent commission into adult social care to improve the quality of care across the United Kingdom, including for his constituents.
Martin Rhodes.
Mr. Speaker, figures from the British Transport Police show a staggering 47% rise in violence and serious public order offences against rail staff between 2021 and 2024. This epidemic of violence was allowed to escalate under the previous Conservative government, which failed to act while frontline workers were increasingly put at risk. Does the Prime Minister agree that our transport workers deserve to do their jobs without fear, and will he reaffirm this Labour government's commitment to ensuring that train operating companies are held fully accountable for protecting those who keep our railways safe and moving?
Prime Minister.
There are shocking statistics, and rail staff work incredibly hard to keep our country running and keep people safe, and the abuse and assault on staff is utterly unacceptable. And we're taking measures to make sure they are safer. We want to encourage, Mr. Speaker, the use of body-worn cameras, which have been proven to reduce violence against staff by up to 47%. And may I take this opportunity to thank our outstanding British Transport Police for everything that they do to support staff and passengers.
Harriet Ross.
This time a year ago, farmers and many others across the country were about to go to the polls, perhaps about to vote Labour for the first time, because they took at the Prime Minister's own word that he and his party would never leave farmers in the background again. Within weeks, however, that trust had been completely shattered by the family farm tax. Farmers know how devastating that tax will be. The industry know how devastating it will be. We on these benches know how devastating it will be, and more of his own backbenchers do too. So following the U-turn on the winter fuel payments, and following the U-turn on grooming gangs, and following the many U-turns on welfare payments yesterday, will the Prime Minister now tell farmers up and down the country when it will be their turn for a U-turn and that he will scrap the family farm tax?
This time a year ago, the country was lining up to boot them out of office. And long may they remain there. Mr. Speaker, we put in place the most significant funding for farmers in the budget. We've got a roadmap for work for farmers that we're working on. And of course, where they fail to actually spend the money, we're spending it with farmers.
Charlotte Littles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The nuclear industry provides over 29,000 jobs across the North West, including thousands in Birchwood Park in my constituency, which is a globally leading centre of nuclear innovation. I welcome the government's new modern industrial strategy, which will give businesses the confidence to invest after years of economic chaos under the last government. Can the PM outline how the industrial strategy will support the growth of the nuclear sector, which is vital for our energy security and creating thousands more high-paid, high-skilled and unionised jobs?
Prime Minister.
She's a champion of nuclear, and I know how important it is to thousands of her constituents. Mr. Speaker, we are securing homegrown energy and driving bills down by unleashing a golden age of nuclear. And that includes Sizewell C, which we announced just 2 or 3 weeks ago, small modular reactors, and that means jobs, investment and opportunities across the country, including in her constituency.
Julia Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The rushed changes to the welfare bill not only left Parliament with whiplash, but more importantly, have left many vulnerable people living in limbo, like Chris or Emma in my constituency, who were set to lose PIP that they rely on for work. And Chris has already lost a vital carer through all of this uncertainty. It is not right that in a society, vulnerable people have to be worried about what the government will do next. Does the Prime Minister understand that this has eroded trust at a time when we need it most?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think what would be better for building trust is an accurate description of what we're doing. The Stephen Timms inquiry review is really important to look at this really important issue, but we have to get on and reform. We have a broken system that is not working for those that are using the system. It's not working for the taxpayer. It's not working for the economy. We have to get on and reform it, and we'll do it in the way we set out yesterday.
Peter Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I pay tribute to veterans of the Royal Naval Association Crosby branch who are in the gallery today. Mr. Speaker, Gabe Santa, a 15-year-old, fell to his death from a multi-storey car park in Liverpool in 2020. He is one of the many dying in such tragic circumstances, including in my constituency. My multi-storey car park safety bill seeks to prevent such deaths. Will the government look carefully at its contents as part of a national suicide prevention strategy?
Minister.
The answer is yes, we will look at the content of it, and I'm grateful to him for raising it. I think across the House we've all got tragic experience of suicide, and our thoughts are with Gabe's family and with his friends. We will conduct a call for evidence on Part K of the building regulations about minimum guarding heights, so that necessary protections are in place to prevent future tragedies. We will also look at the contents of the bill.
Dame Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much. Prime Minister, people across the Staffordshire Moorlands are extremely concerned by the number of solar farms and battery storage facilities that are having applications granted. Can you please, Prime Minister, give them some reassurance that you will change the law and that we will see good agricultural land saved producing food as it rightly should be?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's right that we do both and do support agriculture, but she says people across the country are concerned about solar. They are also concerned about their bills coming down. They went up under the last government. The only way to get them down is on renewables, and that's what we're doing.
Final question, Jessica Warden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This morning in Westminster Hall, Centenary Action presented sashes handmade by a team of wonderful women working out of Newport's remake to every one of our 264 women MPs to mark today's 97th anniversary of the Equal Franchise Act. Will the Prime Minister join me in welcoming this initiative, which celebrates the contribution women make in public life? And although we now have a record number of women MPs, does he agree we must ensure we continue to break down barriers for women on our way to achieving the mission of a gender-equal Parliament?
Can I, through her, thank the women in her constituency for their hard work on this initiative, and having 264 women MPs is a really significant progress in this House. I'm incredibly proud that at the last election we saw 100 new female Labour MPs elected, meaning the number of female MPs in the Labour Party is now at a record high. And on the 97th anniversary of the Equal Franchise Act, it should be a source of great pride to the House that we have a record number of female members.
That completes Prime Minister's questions. Let the front bench change over. We now come to the urgent question. Dame Priti Patel.
Mr. Speaker, to ask the Secretary of State, to ask the Minister, I should say, for the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs, if he'll make a statement on the ratification of the UK-Mauritius Treaty on the future sovereignty of the British Indian Ocean Territory.
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Right Honourable Lady for her question. On the 22nd of May, the Diego Garcia Treaty was signed and laid before this House. And as the Defence Secretary told this House on the day of signature, the treaty secures the strategically important UK-US military base on the island of Diego Garcia. The Diego Garcia military base is essential to the security of the UK and our key allies, including the United States, and is essential to keeping the British people safe. It is also one of our most significant contributions to the transatlantic defence and security partnership. The base, Mr. Speaker, enables rapid deployment of operations and forces across the Middle East, East Africa and South Asia, helping combat some of the most challenging threats, including from terrorism and hostile states, and it has a unique strategic location. The treaty ensures, Mr. Speaker, that the UK remains complete operational control of Diego Garcia well into the next century. It has robust security measures that prevent threats from the outer islands of the archipelago, and these include a 24 nautical mile buffer zone where nothing can be built or placed without UK consent, a rigorous process to prevent activities on the wider islands, a strict ban on foreign security forces on the outer islands, whether civilian or military, and a binding obligation, Mr. Speaker, to ensure the base is never undermined. These robust provisions provide the UK with an effective veto over any activity that presents a clear and direct threat to the base on Diego Garcia, and they will categorically prevent our adversaries from compromising the base. Mr. Speaker, the treaty then sets out that it can be ratified once both parties have completed their relevant domestic processes, and for the UK, this of course includes scrutiny of the treaty by Parliament and making the necessary changes to domestic law. The treaty was laid before the House on the day of signature for scrutiny under the usual process set out in the Constitutional Reform and Governance Act, and we welcome the report into the treaty by the International Agreements Committee in the other place, which recognised the importance of ratifying the treaty to secure the base, and the debate on Monday in the other place, in which peers rejected a cynical Conservative motion to block ratification. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, before the treaty is ratified, the Government will also bring forward, as I've said on many occasions, primary legislation which will be scrutinised and debated in the usual way, and secondary legislation as necessary. And ahead of ratification, Mr. Speaker, the Government will also make a ministerial statement in both houses, providing a factual update on Chagosian eligibility for resettlement and on the modalities of the Chagosian Trust Fund, and that will also enable further discussion in a proper matter. And the treaty will then enter into force on the first day of the month, following the date on which both parties have exchanged letters confirming these processes are complete. Mr. Speaker, this landmark agreement secures the future of our strategically critical UK-US military base on Diego Garcia, as I said, a crucial contribution to the defence and security partnerships that we hold. And as the Defence Secretary told this House, there was no alternative but to act, and in so doing we have protected Britons at home and overseas. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, if the opposition do not recognise that fact, why did they start negotiating in the first place?
Shadow Forest Secretary Dame Priti Patel.
Answering this urgent question, with the 21-day CRAG process about to conclude, it is a disgrace that Labour have breached the parliamentary conventions and denied this House a meaningful debate and vote on ratification. The Minister says that we'll get a vote on the bill, but having a vote on the bill is not the same as voting on a treaty under CRAG. Earlier this week, the House of Lords, the other place, had a debate and vote where the Lib Dems sided with Labour in backing this £30 billion surrender treaty, which is subsidising, Mr. Speaker, tax cuts in Mauritius. So why can't we have a debate and a vote in this House? What are ministers afraid of? Are they afraid that their backbenchers, now worried about benefit cuts and the impact of unpopular tax rises, will question why so much money is being handed over for a territory that we own and force them into another embarrassing U-turn? Are they afraid that MPs across the House will do the maths even and see that the actual money going to Mauritius will be at least £30 billion and not the £3.4 billion accountancy valuation claim that ministers talk about? Are they afraid that Labour's barefaced hypocrisy and appalling treatment of the Chagosian community will be exposed? The minister once said the people of Chagos must be at the heart of the decisions about their future, but this surrender treaty betrays them. He has betrayed them, leaving any decisions on resettlement and support through the trust fund in the hands of Mauritius. With a legal case ongoing, will the Minister extend the CRAG process until all legal challenges have concluded? Will the Minister finally admit that Labour made October's bad deal even weaker by giving up the unilateral right to extend the lease on the base and ditching the clause authorising the UK to exercise sovereign rights? Is the Prime Minister, as the Prime Minister of Mauritius has said, they're so willing to finally admit this? And can he confirm that there are no guarantees that the current levels of marine protections will continue? There is too much ambiguity around this, and we've not had the clarity. No guarantees on security, on the safeguarding, unanswered questions about notification requirements around the base, no guarantees that Mauritius won't pursue further lawfare to stop operations at the base if they think it'll convene international law, including trying to block nuclear weapons with the Pendelana Treaty, and that applying now to the Chagos Islands. He should scrap this treaty, Mr. Speaker, or at least have the courage to bring it here for a proper debate, full scrutiny, and finally, Mr. Speaker, a vote in this House.
Mr. Speaker, I do genuinely have to say, and I say this to somebody who has respect for and likes, indeed, the Honourable Lady, that I am disappointed by the tone of these remarks, and I don't know who writes this stuff, but it's I don't know whether it's just performative politics or rhetoric, I don't know what, but I should point out, Mr. Speaker, that I have received and answered over 100 written parliamentary questions from the Right Honourable Lady. I've answered over 250 questions on this deal and the process in total. We've had no less than 6 urgent questions in this House. We've had 2 statements from the Government by the Foreign Secretary and the Defence Secretary. I personally, Mr. Speaker, briefed the Right Honourable Lady and answered many of her questions in my office just a couple of weeks ago in good faith and in detail. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, I was subjected, Mr. Speaker, quite rightly to robust scrutiny, not only from the Foreign Affairs Committee of this House, Mr. Speaker, but also for the International Relations and Defence Committee in the other House, and indeed the International Arrangements Committee, in great detail on these issues. Now, I don't know, Mr. Speaker, whether the Right Honourable Lady and her team are simply not reading the transcripts, whether they're not reading the answers to the questions, but I have repeatedly answered. She might not like the answers, Mr. Speaker, but I've answered these questions. I have set out the position on costs, I've set out the position on the security arrangements, I've set out the positions on the vetoes that we have, Mr. Speaker. And the fact is, Mr. Speaker, that this deal secures this base, it secures our national security and that of our allies. It is absolutely right that it has had the proper scrutiny. And, Mr. Speaker, there will be a vote, because there will be a vote on the legislation which we will be putting before the House in due course.
Phil Brickle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a recent visit with the Foreign Affairs Committee to Washington, I was struck by the support expressed by the US government for the deal to secure the long-term future of the military base on Diego Garcia. Alongside the US, our Five Eyes allies support the deal, NATO supports the deal, India supports the deal. So does the Minister agree with me that the benches opposite would do well to listen to our closest neighbours and allies instead of trying to play party politics with our national security?
Minister. Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. National security is the top priority of this government, and working with our crucial allies, including the United States, is key to that. He is absolutely right to point out the support which was gained through a full, detailed interagency process in the United States for this deal, and at the highest levels of the administration, the support from our Five Eyes partners, the support from India. Because the fact is, Mr. Speaker, that this deal secures the base, it secures our capabilities, and it would have not been signed off if it didn't do that.
Callum Miller, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The shambolic process of securing this deal has left many questions for the House. But the glaring omission at the heart of that negotiation has been the failure by successive governments to properly consult the Chagosian people. For much of their history, Chagosians have been denied consultation on who governs them and their right to self-determination. And we Liberal Democrats now fear that in handing over the sovereignty of the islands to Mauritius, without properly reflecting the interests of Chagosians, the government is only reinforcing that legacy. The Right Honourable Member for Wytham criticises the actions of Liberal Democrat peers in the other place. Yet it was only the Liberal Democrats who championed those rights of the Chagosian people and secured a commitment from the government to make statements to both houses on their approach before ratification.
At least say it like you mean it.
In light of these shortcomings, it is wrong that the government has not brought forward the treaty to this House for scrutiny. Will the Minister reverse that decision today and give parliamentarians the opportunity to assess and vote on the final deal?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I genuinely do want to actually thank the honourable gentleman for the generally constructive way in which he and his colleagues have approached this process, and he's absolutely right to speak about the Chagosians. And indeed, as I pointed out on many times, Mr. Speaker, the Chagosians' interest in this matter has been at the heart of our discussions. We have the trust fund, we have the agreement to start visits again, and of course, Mauritius will be able to restart a programme of resettlement. He knows, he's heard the remarks made by my honourable friends in the other place on this in response to the questions that his honourable colleagues raised. We've been very clear about what we will do in that regard, and I hold to that here today as well, Mr. Speaker. I do have to challenge, though, the suggestion this treaty has not received scrutiny. It's receiving scrutiny right now. It's been receiving scrutiny in the Foreign Affairs Committee. It's received scrutiny in the other place, and it's received scrutiny through parliamentary questions. So it is receiving scrutiny, and absolutely right that it does.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Setting out the scrutiny is received in various places around the House.
I was really taken by the number of questions he mentioned he'd received from the Right Honourable Lady on this subject. Can you tell me how many questions he's received on other matters of global importance?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's an important question that he does ask. I mean, just since the treaty was laid, I've had 50 written questions from the Right Honourable Lady. Just in comparison, on Gibraltar, I've had 4. On Ukraine, I've had 2. On Poland, I've had 1. It is absolutely right, Mr. Speaker, that it's received scrutiny.
Come on. It looks like, I'm not being funny, it's amazing the Minister had those figures to hand, isn't it? Come on, James Cleverly. Sir James.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman, the honourable gentleman, who I have a huge amount of respect for, keeps saying the government had no choice but to do this deal. I do not believe that to be true. My successor, the Lord Cameron, did not believe that to be true, which is why neither I nor he signed off an agreement. So, in detail, please will he explain to the House why he believed that he had no choice, including what body, at what time, with what jurisdiction?
Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, I will refer him to the detailed evidence I gave in the House of Lords on this matter the other day, including the legal circumstances. He knows the risks to the operations of the base in the medium and short term, and he recognises the risk of a binding legal judgment, which we believe to be inevitable. And his government knew that, and that's why they started the process. And he may not have been able to conclude the deal, I accept that, Mr. Speaker, but they went through 11 rounds of negotiations because they recognised the importance of doing this deal to secure the facility, because it is so crucial to our national security. We put our national security first, we put securing this base first, and that has met with the approval of the United States and our other Five Eyes allies.
Dr. Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to admit I'm rather confused, because I'm sure the opposition spokesperson was in the cabinet when the decision was made to start these negotiations. I'm sure that is the case. But onto my question, I do think too often we focus on the military aspects of this deal. But can the Minister confirm that this deal will end the dangerous, irregular migration route into the UK?
Minister.
Well, he's absolutely right, and actually we already took action early in this government, even before the conclusion of this deal, to ensure that that route was closed down by the memorandum of understanding we agreed with St Helena, which again I thank St Helena for, and which again, Mr. Speaker, I rightly was subjected to scrutiny in this House on. So he is absolutely right on that point, and that's why we've done this deal.
Sir Bernard.
Mr. Speaker, could the Minister tell the House why does he think China supports this deal?
Mr. Speaker, I've been very, very clear. The United States supports this deal. Our Five Eyes partners support the deal. India supports this deal. Mauritius was one of the few countries not to join the Belt and Road Initiative. It is very clear this is in the interests of our security and that of our allies. Otherwise, the United States would not have agreed to it in the first place.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, language like surrender is inflammatory and inappropriate. But, Mr. Speaker, Conservative members of this House wax lyrical and make a song and dance about national security. I wonder if my honourable friend the Minister could remind them that on their watch our armed forces were hollowed out with the army reaching its lowest size since the Napoleonic Wars, and spending never once reached 2.5% on their watch. Isn't it true that the Labour Party and the Labour government are the party of strong defence and strong national security.
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, he is absolutely right, and whether it's the ambitious agenda for national security and defence set out in the Strategic Defence Review, whether it's the unity and leadership that we showed at the NATO summit just last week, or whether it's securing our crucial national security bases, including Diego Garcia, this government is leading from the front when it comes to national security, and quite frankly, the brass neck of the other side, after hollowing out our armed forces, leaving this deal undone, and so many other matters, I simply don't understand it, Mr. Speaker.
Andrew George.
Speaker, I simply ask the Minister the same question I asked him when he first came to the House on this issue, and that is in relation to the cost consequences of this deal. He knows that the lion's share of interest is in relation to the military base in Diego Garcia. So my question is, what contribution is the United States making to the very significant costs of compensating the Mauritians?
Mr. Speaker, the United States make significant contributions to the operations from Diego Garcia, which are crucial. They are of quantums much greater than the cost that we will pay in relation to this base under this deal. They benefit to the United Kingdom, the United States and our allies is, Mr. Speaker, priceless. And this government will not scrimp on our national security.
Mr. Swallow.
Mr. Speaker, the cost of this deal is equivalent to 0.25% of our defence budget, and that's against a government who has increased defence spending, the highest sustained increase to defence spending since the Cold War. So when the Minister speaks to our international friends and allies, what is their message about the work that we are doing to restore confidence in national security and our reputation on the global stage? And what message should the opposition take from those conversations?
Minister.
Well, I repeatedly hear a strong vote of confidence in our investment in national security and defence from whether it's our European partners or whether it's from the United States. And when you look at our leadership at the NATO summit and indeed in our ongoing support for Ukraine, which of course we agree on across this House, but he asks about the value and the costs, and I've set out the costs on a number of occasions, Mr. Speaker. But as he says, it's just a fraction of 1% of our annual defence budget. It would pay to run the NHS for just 5 hours. And, Mr. Speaker, it compares favourably to other allies. For example, France pays approximately 85 million euros a year for their base in Djibouti. Diego Garcia is 15 times larger and the capabilities priceless.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister quite rightly says that the base on Diego Garcia is vital for national security, which we all agree. The key issue then is, what is the notification that has to be given to the Mauritius government of the base being used for operational purposes?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend, the Minister of the Armed Forces, replied to multiple questions on this topic, as have I, and indeed I answered these questions in the due scrutiny that I received the other day. We do not have to provide notification in advance. The treaty refers to expeditiously informing after. That's in absolutely normal course of business. I am absolutely clear, Mr. Speaker, that the operations, the operational autonomy of this base are secure under this deal.
Samuel Wilson.
Speaker, it's amazing that we give up an important security base without being necessary to have to do so. We pay billions to a government which will allow them to have tax cuts while we impose tax burdens on our own country, and that the Minister stands here today from the dispatch box and says that he doesn't have time to explain why it was necessary to do so. Surely the way to ensure that we have proper scrutiny of this is to have a proper debate, or is he afraid that his own backbenchers, once they hear the real story, will find it as difficult to walk through the lobbies for it as he did for the benefits bill yesterday?
Minister. Well, I have respect for the honourable gentleman, but I totally reject his assertion. There is full support for this deal, and indeed full support for it from our allies in the United States and the Five Eyes partners. And on the point about alleged tax cuts, at no point in his budget speech did did Prime Minister Rangulam say that he was planning to fund income tax reform with the money from this deal. That was very, very clear. And indeed, the rationale for this deal, which I've explained multiple times in this House, Mr. Speaker, is because our national security was at risk and the operations of that base could not function as they did. That's why the opposition started the negotiations. It's why we concluded them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After yesterday's complete chaos, my constituents are bracing themselves for big tax increases in the autumn. How does he think they feel when they see the Mauritian government crowing about virtually abolishing income tax in Mauritius thanks to the largesse he's about to pour on them?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I am genuinely surprised by the comments from the honourable gentleman, who, as a former Defence Minister and indeed his own service, he will know the importance of this base, he will know the importance of securing it, and he will know the risks to our operations that were inherent under the previous government. And that is why his previous government started this process. It's why we've concluded it. And it's also why, Mr. Speaker, that in relation to the costs, our costs for this deal are broadly comparable to, for example, what France pays the base in Djibouti. But this is 15 times larger and has immeasurably more capability, as he well knows.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in his response, he quoted the answer from the Defence Secretary to my question, saying he had no choice. But the reason for doing this is because you're worried that you might be taken to court. So therefore you do have a choice. And this is what my constituents and this side are so upset about. The government could have a fight in the court. The government could then appeal that decision in the court. Yet it's chosen not to. And it won't explain why. That's why this side of the House is so upset. So could he set out what was the immediacy and why he and his government won't go to that court, the tribunal that he's so worried about, to have that fight? Because if it gets shut down, we on this side understand that. If we have a legal responsibility to pay it, we will do. But we don't, and we haven't had our day in court as a country, and that is the travesty of this deal.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have to correct him, because we have had days in court on this issue, and that is one of the reasons that the non-binding judgment in the International Court of Justice. But he also forgets to mention, Mr. Speaker, the Tribunal of the Law of the Sea. He forgets to mention the votes in the United Nations. He forgets to mention all of the other legal processes. And the fact is that it is our view, and indeed was the view of the previous government, that an inevitably legally binding judgment would follow. It is not responsible, Mr. Speaker, with such a key national security asset to leave it in this way. No, Mr. Speaker, the responsible thing to do is to secure the base with our allies, and that is exactly what we have done.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst China might support this terrible deal, let me tell the Minister that the British people do not support this appalling deal, giving away our strategic security asset, paying tens of billions of our taxpayers' money in the process, and suffering tax rises in order to pay for it, in order that the Mauritians get tax cuts. Since the government's in the mood of U-turns, why don't they take the hint and U-turn on this terrible Chagos deal?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to take any lessons from a party that fawns over Vladimir Putin.
And a message.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his statement on the 22nd of May, the Defence Secretary stated, with regards to potential legal rulings against us, that the most proximate and the most potentially serious is the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea. The US, who operate the base, aren't even signatories to UNCLOS. How would ITLOS have ruled a binding legal judgment that we would have recognised? Because it's notable that ITLOS has not been mentioned since that statement.
Minister.
I am confused. I have mentioned ITLOS on a number of occasions, including just a moment ago. But the long-standing view, Mr. Speaker, of the United Kingdom is the UK would not have a realistic prospect of successfully defending its legal position on sovereignty in such litigation. And even if we chose to ignore binding judgments made against us, which we won't do, their legal effect on third countries and international organisations would give rise to real impacts to the operation of the base and the delivery of its national security functions. International organisations have already adopted decisions based on Mauritian sovereignty, and others would follow suit following such litigation, and that could affect the electromagnetic spectrum, access to the base by air and by sea, the ability to patrol the maritime area around the base and to support the base's critical national security functions. And further, Mr. Speaker, the UK would likely face a provisional measures order within a matter of weeks. The position is very clear. We have explained this his previous government knew exactly the same. And however much he shouts and however much he doesn't like the arguments, Mr. Speaker, they are the facts.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Minister confirm that 40 years ago the most disgusting, cynical injustice was done against the Chagos Islanders? And it was their resolute campaigning over decades, often alone, with very little friendship or support, that eventually brought the whole case to international law and an opinion from the International Court of Justice, which has brought about the situation we're now in. So instead of opposition parties over here obsessing themselves with the twilight of empire, shouldn't they be thinking about the injustice done to the Chagos Islanders? And would he confirm that in the arrangements now being made, the Chagos Islanders, wherever they are resident, whatever their opinions are, do have a right of return? And will he give us some idea of what the attitude will be about the right of visit, the right of residence and the right of return to Diego Garcia itself, where the majority of the Chagos Islanders have come from? Because they are a people that have been badly treated by history and are being now used as pawns by people who are more interested in defending some strange notion of the twilight of empire rather than the justice for those people.
Minister. Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the primary purpose of this deal was, of course, to secure the base on Diego Garcia and the national security of the UK and our allies. But he is right to point out the situation regarding the Chagosians historically, and we have expressed deep regret for the way that they were removed from the islands in the 1960s and 70s. Indeed, that's on the face of the treaty. We recognise the importance of the islands to the Chagosians, as well as the different views within the community that he's well acquainted with. We will be restarting those visits, including to Diego Garcia. The programme of resettlement to islands outside Diego Garcia will be for Mauritius to determine, but we've committed to the members on the Liberal Democrat benches in the other place that we'll be providing further statements on that in due course and how that will work. We've also got the trust fund, we've also got the support we provide here in the UK. So we are listening to the different Chagosian groups and we're trying to make sure that their interests are at the heart of this as we move forward.
Jimmy Gallagher. The Minister will be aware of a pending judicial review challenge focused on the lack of consultation with the Chagosians. Why was there not full and adequate consultation with the Chagosian people?
Minister. Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to comment, obviously, on ongoing judicial matters, but as I've set out a number of times, the negotiations were necessarily between the UK and Mauritius. However, we recognise the importance of the islands to Chagosians, and that's why the measures that we've set out, I set out to the Right Honourable Gentleman a moment ago, have been put in place.
Order. Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In answer to the Honourable Gentleman for St Ives, the Minister seemed to imply, to our ears anyway, that the United States would be paying, and I think he said, a larger quantum of the funding for this deal. Now, I think he was referring to the operational cost of the base, but therefore, can I ask for confirmation that the United States is not contributing at all to the £30 billion lease under this settlement?
Order. That's not a point of order for the Chair, as the Honourable Gentleman appreciates. But if the Minister wishes to respond, I'll allow him to do so.
Further to that point of order, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and perhaps it was the noise, perhaps it was the shouting, I was very clear the United States contributes to the operations on Diego Garcia, and rightly so, and there's establishment of that in relation to the exchange of notes between the UK and the United States. They're not contributing towards the costs of the treaty deal.
Order. That concludes the discussion on the urgent question. Can the front benches now change as swiftly as possible, please? Thank you. We now come to a statement from the Minister of State for Energy, Michael Shanks. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. With permission, I'd like to make a statement on the publication of the report from the National Energy System Operator, or NESO, following their review into the fire at the North Hyde substation on the 20th of March. NESO's review was commissioned jointly by the Energy Secretary and Ofgem in the immediate aftermath of the fire, which disrupted power supply to over 70,000 customers, including, of course, Heathrow Airport, which closed operations on the 21st of March this year. While power from the grid was restored quickly to customers, there was significant secondary impacts to the aviation sector due to the associated closure of Heathrow Airport. My right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Transport, made a statement to the House at the time where she committed that the Government would update the House as soon as the relevant investigations had concluded. And that's why I'm making this statement before the House today, on the day that NISO's report was published. Before I update the House on the key findings of the review, I'd like to reassure members that the Government is taking action in response to the report. We will urgently consider the findings of the review and have committed to publish a Government response which will set out a plan on how these issues identified will be addressed in order to improve our energy resilience. Having reviewed the report, as I'm sure members will agree, I'm deeply concerned that known risks were not addressed by National Grid Electricity Transmission, a key operator of our electricity system. NGET's own guidance is clear. Based on the elevated moisture samples NGET themselves took in 2018, the asset should have remained out of service until mitigating actions were put in place, or the asset should have been carefully monitored until it could be replaced. NGET failed to take action appropriate to the severity of this risk at North Hyde. This was most likely the cause of the catastrophic fire on the 20th of March 2025. I spoke to NGET this morning and made clear that these findings are unacceptable and that action must be taken to ensure that maintenance work on critical assets is prioritised appropriately. Fire suppression systems must not be left inoperable. I'm pleased to see that the regulator is taking swift action in response to these findings, announcing today that they are opening an official enforcement investigation into NGET. Ofgem will consider any possible licence condition breaches relating to the development and maintenance of National Grid Electricity Transmission's electricity system at North Hyde. I spoke with Ofgem yesterday to express my support for that investigation and the planned audit of National Grid's critical substation assets. This will be essential to understanding any other potential risks on the network and ensuring that they are mitigating these appropriately. Mr Deputy Speaker, the report also highlights that North Hyde substation, which was built in 1968, is subject to different design standards than newer sites that were built during the 1990s. There was not sufficient distance or a physical barrier between two transformers at North Hyde, which allowed the fire to spread. It's essential that we consider the potential risk created by differing design and standards across the electricity network, particularly as we move towards Clean Power 2030. This will be a key focus of the Government's response. My department and Ofgem will hold NGET to account for their role in this incident at North Hyde. However, the extent of the impact of the incident on Heathrow operations must come into focus. Heathrow Airport Limited commissioned their own independent review, the Kelly Review, which was published on the 28th of May, and investigated the circumstances which led to the airport ceasing operations for most of the 21st of March. The review highlighted several recommendations to further improve the resilience of the airport's internal electricity network. These align with NISO's findings that there are options to improve Heathrow's own power resilience, which is the responsibility of Heathrow and not National Grid, and reduce the risk of further disruption at this scale. Heathrow benefits from 3 separate supply points to the electricity network. It's rare for any site to have such a resilient connection to the network. As no energy system can ever be free from disruption, this is an opportunity for Heathrow to consider investing in their internal electrical distribution network to take advantage of these multiple supply points. I welcome the continued effective collaboration between Heathrow and energy operators as part of this review. My department and the Department for Transport will work to ensure that this collaboration continues across these critical sectors. Now, whilst these incidents are rare and the UK has a robust and resilient system, there are, of course, always wider lessons to be learned. The majority of recommendations made by NISO in their report suggest potential improvements that could be considered by operators across the energy sector. And in collaboration with NISO, Ofgem and other industry partners, my department will ensure the delivery and implementation of these energy recommendations. However, the report findings are also applicable to wider government policy on resilience, both in the energy sector and across other critical national infrastructure sectors. Ensuring the protection and resilience of critical national infrastructure continues to be a key priority for government, with action already being taken. The government's recently published 10-year infrastructure strategy committed to strengthening resilience standards across critical national infrastructure, and the Cabinet Office will imminently publish the UK Government Resilience Action Plan, which will articulate government's new strategic approach to resilience and is the outcome of the resilience review announced by the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster in this place last year. My department is already taking steps to enhance our current approach to the designation of critical national infrastructure in the energy sector. We've recently introduced specific licence conditions which give NESO responsibility for data gathering and technical analysis to independently inform the government's decisions on the designation of CNI, ensuring our most critical infrastructure in the energy sector is always as resilient as possible. We will work with the Cabinet Office and wider government to develop a full response to this North Hyde report and set out how we will tackle some of the cross-sector resilience challenges highlighted, particularly given the importance of the energy sector for the continued operation of so much of our critical national infrastructure. In closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to restate that Great Britain continues to have a resilient energy network, and while incidents like this are rare, it is essential that we learn the lessons to maintain and, where possible, improve our resilience. The government response will set out our plans for how we will continue to do so. And finally, I'd like to thank NESO for carrying out such a comprehensive review over the past 3 months. The report shows the value of learning from past emergencies such as this. NESO's newly established functions in energy resilience will enable government, the energy industry and the regulator to truly understand whole energy system risks and mitigations, proactively ensuring that Great Britain continues to have a reliable energy supply which is critical to the whole of society. And I commend this statement to the House.
May I take this opportunity to welcome the Right Honourable Lady back to her place in the House and call the Shadow Secretary of State, Claire Coutinho.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I feel older, wiser and significantly more sleep deprived. But I thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement, and I'd also like to thank the NESO for their rapid work. The report is clear that there have been serious failings by the National Grid to fix an issue that they knew about for 7 years. The Minister is right, that is unacceptable. But what is most important is what happens now. So can I first ask the Minister, who at National Grid made the decision to defer critical maintenance of the transformer in 2022? He said that he would hold them accountable. Can I ask him how? He spoke about breaching licence conditions. What are the penalties for doing that? And what are the accountability mechanisms that he will use? Second, the report says that the North Hyde site did not meet modern standards on physical barriers between transformers. Can the Minister confirm he has asked National Grid to review substations with transformers built before the current standards were put in place? And third, what steps will he take to look at the resilience of our energy system, particularly in light of the heightened geopolitical risk that we all face? Mr Deputy Speaker, the key message we should take from the report on the Heathrow blackout is the importance of critical national infrastructure to our energy security and to our national security. And in that regard, it is his Secretary of State who is playing with fire. A week after the blackout hit Heathrow, Spain and Portugal gave us a stark warning of what happens when countries fail to protect their energy security. Public transport down, payment systems down, millions of people unable to cook, travel or contact their families. Tragically, people lost their lives. In the case of North Hyde, the blackout affected schools, the London Underground, Hillingdon Hospital, and 70,000 customers, some of whom had to move out of their homes. That's the price you pay when you don't take energy security seriously. It's not a nice to have. Energy is a basic need. And yet, Mr. Speaker, this government is putting our energy at risk. The National Security Strategy they published just last week had 12 mentions of climate, but not a single mention of the risk that China poses to our energy system. Last year, our intelligence services warned that Chinese state-sponsored hackers were working to disrupt and destroy critical infrastructure in the event of conflict. And yet, Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State is rushing to make Britain dependent on Chinese solar panels, on Chinese rare earths, and Chinese batteries in just 5 years' time. We've just seen China limit the export of critical minerals in their trade war with the US. We've seen kill switches found in Chinese inverters. The US intelligence services have warned us about the risk of surveillance devices in Chinese wind turbines. I first wrote to the Secretary of State 8 months ago, asking him to publish an assessment of what his targets mean for our reliance on Chinese imports. He hasn't even bothered to reply. If the Secretary of State wants to hand over the keys of our energy supply to the Chinese Communist Party, he should come to this House and explain why. Mr. Speaker, we're also lucky enough in this country to be surrounded by our own gas fields, but the Secretary of State doesn't care. This is a man who would rather import gas from Norway, from the very same fields in the North Sea that he's banning Britain from using. Yeah. This is a man who's pouring concrete down our gas wells, and this is a man who is blocking off any contingency plan that Britain might need in a crisis. I don't say this lightly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but this is a man who's putting our national security at risk. Today we are talking about the first transformer fire in a decade in this country, and he didn't even bother to turn up. And that's the problem. The Secretary of State might prefer to be in Brazil or Baku or Beijing or wherever he is today, but he should be here to explain himself, because as the former head of MI6 said, he's pursuing an energy policy that is completely crazy when it comes to national security. I want clean energy from nuclear, from SMRs, from the next generation of British innovation. But first and foremost, I want energy that keeps the lights on and keeps bills down. This government is going to leave us completely reliant on foreign imports, from China, from Norway, from Qatar, from anywhere, as long as it's not Britain. So the NISO and Ofgem will do their work, but he must do his work too. So alongside the work of the North Hyde report, can he confirm he will come back to the House and update the House on his plans to protect the energy resilience of this country?
Well, I was going to start, and I will, regardless of the rest of that speech, by warmly welcoming her back to her place as the Shadow Secretary of State. I will miss sparring with my Scottish colleague, although I'm sure we will still have opportunities to do so. And the Right Honourable Lady might come to miss the lack of sleep at home rather than the noise in this place. But anyway, she's very welcome back. She has obviously taken the last few months to write a wrap-up speech on a whole range of different issues, and I'm glad to give her the opportunity here to pontificate on many of those things. But let me stick to the questions related to the statement that I've delivered to the House today. Firstly, she asks about the role that National Grid has played in this. Ofgem's opened an enforcement investigation into this incident to get to the bottom of exactly what National Grid has done or not, and whether there are possible breaches of licence. That investigation should now take its course. There are clearly very serious questions to answer, and that's exactly the point that I put to National Grid today. I've asked for an immediate response and what the action are that they're taking, and some assurances that there isn't further maintenance backlogs that they haven't acted on, and I expect that by the end of this week. They have also Ofgem have also instructed a wider audit of maintenance work across the energy system, which will identify if there are any similar issues to this. On the point of being held accountable, clearly I'm going to wait for the outcome of Ofgem's investigation, and it is the responsibility of Ofgem as the regulator to determine if they are in breach of any of their licence conditions, what the appropriate action should be on that. But I'll obviously wait for those findings to come through. In terms of the physical barriers, she raises an important point, and clearly there is a difference between when some of our infrastructure was built and different standards that were in place at different times. I think there is a wider review that we need to make to see what is actually possible with some of this infrastructure. It won't always be possible to build them to the standards we now expect, but everything that is being built now is being built to the higher standards. But I want the same assurances that she's called for, that anything that was built previous to those is safe, clearly. On the wider resilience questions, look, I think I'm not going to get into a back and forward on, frankly, some quite ludicrous claims that I think the Right Honourable Lady made, and I hope this isn't an indication of the tone we can expect in the years ahead, because there are some difficult decisions for us all to wrestle with. There's a really important question about delivering our energy security, as she says, in an increasingly uncertain world. That's why we're sprinting towards clean power, to remove the volatility of fossil fuels from our system. She opposes all of that investment. There's also, of course, a really critical role to play in upgrading the network infrastructure across the country, which her party also opposes. And so there are some really searching questions, I think, for the Conservative Party, who, of course, were in charge of this infrastructure for 14 years, about what their role is, but also about what part they want to play. It's easy to shout from the sidelines with accusations. It's far more useful and I think important for a party that was in government for 14 years and is now the official opposition to come with some credible questions about how we deliver the energy system of the future. We're going to get on with delivering it.
The Energy Select Committee, Bill Eston.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It beggars belief that no action was taken after the risks were identified in 2018 at Hyde substation. The NESO report highlights a lack of information sharing internally at National Grid and externally between organisations. It draws attention to energy companies not knowing Heathrow had a 10 to 12 hour arrangement for switching supply, and that National Grid didn't appear to know Heathrow was a customer of Hyde Substation. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is a matter of immense luck that the explosion and fire took place at 11 o'clock at night, so there was no one present, because otherwise this would have been a very, very different discussion with people having died. So the Minister highlighted the unacceptable lack of action by National Grid. Will he ensure proper oversight and information sharing internally at National Grid, externally between organisations, so that we have the safety and resilience in our national energy system where it applies to critical national infrastructure and beyond?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his questions. Just firstly, on the point of joining up, I think he's absolutely right, and the response I've seen from National Grid identifies that as one of the points that they will take away around how they join up the information sharing, the data that's in various systems, and how we make sure this is followed through. There is also learning, it is important to say, not just for National Grid, but across the energy system, looking at what other transmission owners do, but also what government does around sharing information where we can. And so there's a lot of learning and a lot of recommendations that we'll take forward. On the question of Heathrow, much of this was identified in the Kelly review, which looked specifically at the operations. And the question of whether there was a sort of single point of failure at Heathrow. Heathrow, of course, is one of the biggest consumers of electricity in the country. It's also one of our most important pieces of critical national infrastructure. I think it is important that they reflect on this report today as well and take some lessons from it. It has shown, and this is a lesson I think for everyone, the importance of investing in electricity resilience, preparing for the worst, even if we think it has a low chance of actually happening. And his final point, I would completely agree with, that it is in all of our interest to spend time, effort and investment in making sure that our energy system continues to be as resilient as it possibly can be.
Liberal Democrat frontbench spokesman Luke Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This report is an utterly damning assessment of our national resilience. This time through decay, but also a lack of readiness as the climate crisis changes the dynamics. Old equipment operating at higher temperatures, just as the loads for climate control and air conditioning are at its peak. The British people will be rightly alarmed that the problem which caused this substation failure was known as long ago as 2018. But there's a much wider point here, Mr Deputy Speaker, beyond just the technicalities of this failure. The resilience of critical national infrastructure has been neglected for far too long. I came to this place as an engineer for precisely this sort of reason. We're too short-termist and too narrow in our vision. We can't possibly expect to remain a world leader in infrastructure if we cannot future-proof and seriously invest in the resilience of our assets. It might not get pulses racing to build and maintain infrastructure. There is no ribbon to cut when something just continues to operate efficiently. But the long-termism associated with it as an ideology we should all get behind if we're serious about Britain's future. The report outlines that there were so many missed opportunities to fix the issues at this substation. And we will all have to look seriously into Ofgem's consequential investigation into the National Grid once it is published. But it's not just about grid resilience. This time it was a fire caused by fault, but next time it might be a deliberate cyber attack or an act of terrorism, which could have a more disastrous impact. We must look beyond the short term with a strategic and long-term plan to join up national infrastructure and make it safe and reliable for all. The government must bring about a strategy and act quickly to review the resilience of all similar assets, including every UK airport, which are all so critical to our national economy and our society. So with that in mind, I'd ask the Minister to confirm whether or not an assessment has been made of the likelihood of a repeat of this incident, both at Heathrow and at all other pieces of critical national infrastructure, and whether or not the government is taking this opportunity to finally pick up the National Infrastructure Commission reports from 2020 and 2023, which was ignored by the previous government, and 2024, which were not implemented quickly enough, to implement standards and frameworks for resilience for key sectors, such as aviation, telecoms, water and energy, which will future-proof our ageing infrastructure to make it reliable and safe?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his questions, and I think he's absolutely right to broaden this not just to the electricity system and not just to North Hyde, but wider questions around critical national infrastructure. I think he's absolutely right on that point. I would also just say he's right around investing in the future. I mean, I always think grid and networks set the heart racing a little faster, but that's just me. It is important, yes. And I think investing in it is what this government's doing, and just this week Ofgem announced record investment in that, and I hope all sides of the House, given the importance of this statement, will recognise the importance of that investment. Just on some of the points around wider resilience, I think the work that the Cabinet Office is doing leading on this is trying to bring together what I think it's fair to say has been too much of a fragmented landscape in resilience across government. It's right that lead government departments, my department is responsible for a number of key risks in the National Risk Register. Lead departments have expertise in certain areas, but if that information isn't shared coherently across government, we do increase the chance of not getting the answers right. So there's a lot of work being done on that. We're also looking at how we share data across all sectors of critical national infrastructure within government. We'll say more about that in the Resilience Action Plan, which the Cabinet Office is working on at the moment. And of course, the 10-year infrastructure strategy is also about how we will invest for the long term in the infrastructure that keeps our country running.
Chair of the Science Select Committee, Chiamura.
Mr Deputy Speaker. And speaking as a chartered electrical engineer and as the chair of the Science, Innovation and Technology Select Committee, I am just absolutely amazed that such a critical and actually quite a large part of our critical national infrastructure in the national grid was not properly maintained for 7 years, and that Heathrow, the busiest airport in the world, had a single point of failure. So could the Minister say to me, he's outlined some of the processes and the procedures which will follow, but could he say to me how he intends to improve the standards of engineering, maintenance, culture and excellence in our critical national infrastructure, which have clearly been allowed to fall significantly under successive Conservative governments?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for the questions. Just firstly on the question of Heathrow, it is important to say that Heathrow had multiple routes into its electricity network, 3 in fact, which is unique. And I think this report and the processes that were identified in the Kelly review will give Heathrow Airport Limited, I think, pause for thought on what they need to do around how their network is configured and how they can adapt to situations like this. Now, of course, this is an incredibly rare circumstance, but the whole point of resilience and of planning for these moments is you plan for the thing that you think is extremely unlikely to happen but will have significant impact if it does happen, and Heathrow closing is clearly one of exactly that categories. On the second point around standards and systems, I think she's right to highlight this point. I want to be careful at this point not to prejudge the review that Ofgem's announced, because there is something I think to be said for standards have changed over time. Maintenance backlogs obviously have to then be met. And if the issue is that the maintenance hasn't been carried out that should have been carried out, that's clearly an issue we'll take forward. But if it's actually just that pieces of infrastructure were subject to standards that have changed over time, we've got a wider question around how we can adapt some of that infrastructure for future standards. So we will look at all of these points. But the resilience, I just repeat this point to the House, the resilience of our electricity system is incredibly robust. We need to do everything we possibly can to make it even more robust, and particularly for incidents like this to not have quite such a significant impact as they did on the 20th of March.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I follow up on that and ask the Minister if he will undertake to have a full and frank and open discussion with the relevant directorates within his own department about what his department has learned from this exercise, from this disaster, and in particular what exercises must be undertaken, tabletop or virtual, to practice resilience in the event of future such failures, because I think my right honourable friend is right to warn about the increasing fragility of energy security in this country, and there's plenty of informed opinion that supports that view.
Minister of State.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for the point. I have spoken to colleagues across the department on these questions who are constantly looking at how we review our processes, which is right. Also, I think really importantly, working outside of government and trying to break down some of the silos that have been there before so that we are coordinating with different parts of government that have different responsibilities. But he's right, we will constantly push to do more of that. The question of exercises, I think, is really important. We had a really significant exercise under the previous government which looked at the government's response to a significant power outage. We're putting in place many of the recommendations from that, which is really important to take forward, but more exercises is useful. I would slightly separate here the response to the infrastructure itself failing, which is what we need to now investigate quickly. But the Kelly review did set out that Heathrow's response to the incident itself was in line with their response plan, and although clearly the outcome was not what any of us would have wanted, it goes to a wider question about the infrastructure at Heathrow, not so much the actual plan that was put in place when the incident did occur. So they're two slightly different things, but both extremely important.
Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd also like to thank the Minister for bringing this statement today, and also I'd like to thank NESO for this damning report. Heathrow Airport Limited's power setup internally virtually guarantees hours of disruption in a scenario like this. And on the 21st of March, that meant over 250,000 passengers were affected. Airlines lost significant revenue for which they will not get compensated, and countless time-critical freight loads were also affected. Yet in Spain and Portugal, airports didn't close when those countries had full power outages. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, by any definition, Heathrow Airport surely counts as critical national infrastructure, as it undeniably requires operational continuity. I note the Minister confirmed the airport's responsibility for its own power resilience. So does the government itself have a role in ensuring that end-to-end power supply to critical national infrastructure and that is robust, and that risks like power outages like these are actually managed adequately? Thank you.
I thank my honourable friend for the question, and for her thanks to NISO, who I think have done a really comprehensive job on this report in a fairly short space of time. On the question of Heathrow, look, I think there are lessons to be learned for Heathrow, and they will be learning those lessons. And I'm in communication with the Transport Secretary, who of course has immediate responsibility for Heathrow as a piece of critical national transport infrastructure. The one thing that is worth saying, I think, is that its backup generators did operate in the way that they were supposed to, but Heathrow is a huge piece of infrastructure, and it's not intended that those backup processes would continue to run normal operations in a huge airport beyond just the immediate being able to land planes safely and other critical things that go, critical systems within the airport. The question I think Heathrow does have to answer is that they have 3 points of electricity generation coming into the power station, coming into the airport. The way that that network is configured is clearly a question for them to look at, and the wider question of their resilience and their ability to adapt to situations like this is something that they'll take forward. The government has an incredibly important role, as she rightly says, and we will do all we can to make sure that National Grid is doing their bit, that the distribution operator is doing what they need to do, and that Heathrow Airport Limited is also meeting the expectations that we would expect from our most important piece of transport infrastructure.
SNP spokesperson Graham Ledbetter.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The report by NISO has clearly uncovered serious structural failings at National Grid, but let's not forget the government's response to the outage was severely wanting as well. On the Monday following the outage, the Secretary of State for Transport confirmed that she was relying on the contents of a 3-day-old conversation with Heathrow, with no assessment from government and no conversations with the National Grid. Can the Secretary of State assure the House that sufficient lessons are learned in government to ensure that where the power supply to critical national infrastructure is affected in future, the government is not left without answers again? And additionally, members will understand the phrase quis custodia ipsus custodes, or who guards the guards. Why did it take such a serious outage for the National Grid to be audited like this? Surely better oversight may have identified this shockingly poor risk management.
Minister.
Well, since I didn't realise in my statement earlier in this week that the Honourable Gentleman was now the SNP's energy spokesperson. Can I welcome him to his place? I hope he'll bring the same customary sunshine his predecessor in the role did to our deliberations in this place. Can I firstly just say that, look, the incident itself, clearly there are lessons to be learned from the way the energy infrastructure worked on the 20th and 21st of March and Heathrow and the configuration of their internal network and how that worked. I think the incident itself is clearly one we want to avoid by all costs, but actually the process was carried out safely. Passengers were informed. The disruption was kept to an absolute minimum, but if we close if an airport such as Heathrow closes, there will be disruption. So I'm not sure I take the criticism of the handling of it from the Honourable Gentleman. He's right on the broader point around how we make sure that we are regularly auditing the processes of maintenance works that's taken forward. The 3 transmission owners in the UK have a responsibility for doing that, and that is regulated by Ofgem, and Ofgem regularly checks on this. And the second part of their review that they've announced today is to specifically look at whether those maintenance backlogs and any other long-standing issues have been resolved, and lessons we can learn around how we make sure those processes actually happen, and that we don't just have things sitting on a list but not actually delivered.
John McDonnell.
This is located in my constituency. I was there on the day. This was a huge fire. It was a massive fire. 200 of my constituents were evacuated from their homes during the night with smoke flowing down the street. This could have been so much more a bigger disaster if it hadn't been for the firefighters who courageously again went on site, the help they get from the council, but also the backup services in the NHS. So I want to place on record, I hope the House's congratulations to them and admiration for what they did. But my constituents want to be reassured, and this report demonstrates the, I think, catalogue of failure, of the identification of a problem in 2018. This is 7 years on. I welcome the Honourable Lady back, and I just say that sleep deprivation can affect the memory as well. It was her party in government for most of this period. I'm worried now that, again, sites like this could be very easily targeted by terrorist activity. So we need a process of reassurance, and the recommendations set out in terms of what we do from here to ensure the resilience is there, I think has to take into account that the government has a role now in driving through this programme and recognising that we can't rely upon some of these other agencies without a real government thrust of leadership, but also securing accountability, because I do not want other areas to experience what we did that night.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for the question and the way that he's put it. And can I also say, and I'm sorry that I didn't at the start of my statement, he's absolutely right to recognise the heroic role that our emergency services did on the night, and I'll put that on record, but also the engineers who worked in incredibly difficult circumstances in the hours that followed the fire to try and get things reconnected as quickly as possible. He's right to say that. I think there are very, very serious questions to answer here, and I hope that came through in my statement, and it certainly came through in the conversation that I had with National Grid earlier. We are clearly seeking urgent assurances that the work that should have been done is being done, but also that there's no other situations similar to this. Ofgem's taking forward this in, I think, a really serious way as well, with 2 reviews, one into National Grid itself, but the other into the wider energy system to see if there are any further lessons to learn. But he is right, and I want to just say I completely agree with the point that government does need to be front-footed on this and take a real leadership role in driving us forward. We can't leave it to individual companies to mark their own homework. We are doing that, and a part of that work is bringing together a resilience work across government, but I'll also soon be chairing a new group that brings together everyone who has responsibility for critical national infrastructure in our energy system to make sure that the energy security, cyber security and other threats to our infrastructure are taken seriously, but that actions are taken forward at the highest level of government to make sure we don't have a repeat of this incident in the future.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This substation by Heathrow is probably one of the most important in the country, and yet this damning report uses the word a catastrophic failure of maintenance. And therefore, surely we must ask the question, actually, given that National Grid also failed earlier this year to recognise how close we came to a national blackout, we have to ask the question, are they grossly negligent? And actually, does the Minister still have full confidence in the management of National Grid?
Minister.
Well, I think the Honourable Gentleman might be slightly confusing two things. The National Energy System Operator is not now part of National Grid. It was made into a publicly owned company by the previous government and introduced by us when we came into government. So they are responsible for managing the energy system. They're different from National Grid, which is a private company that operates the electricity network in England. And so I think these two things are slightly different. I would first of all just say that he's right to highlight the scale of this failure. Of course he is, and that's the point of me giving a statement today, and it's why there's a serious number of actions being taken and will be followed up on in a serious way. We did not come close to a blackout, and I think it is important to just repeat that there is a lot of misinformation about a particular set of statistics that I think were misunderstood by people. We did not. We've never come close to that, and in our history we've never had a national power outage. But the aim, of course, of all of the work that we do is to build for as safe and resilient an electricity system as we can, and so that when circumstances like this do happen, because fires do happen and we need to account for the fact that accidents happen, we have done everything we can to have mitigations in place, but to make sure where that is down to a fault of a failure of maintenance or anything else, we make sure that that is taken account of and never happens again.
Tom Collins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As with any serious incident, this had multiple causes that were both operational and in design. I urge the Minister to ensure that those lessons learned are applied not only to electricity transmission and distribution sites, but also energy storage sites where we have an absence of standards moving forward. He rightly mentioned the need for redundancy and flexibility in our electricity systems and avoiding single points of failure. That applies well to large pieces of central infrastructure, but is harder with our distributed critical infrastructure, for example, around telecommunications. So we also need to adopt diversity in our total energy system. Does he agree with me that as we look forward at our energy system, we need to be making sure there is widespread availability of multiple energy vectors, seeing electricity backed up by, for example, hydrogen and ammonia?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for his point? And he always reminds me how much he knows about many of these things, and it's hugely welcome. He's right, there are wider lessons to be learned right across the system in our large critical national infrastructure, but also, as he rightly says, in a grid that has many more power stations than we've ever had in the past in various different forms. There's lessons to be learned, including in storage, which is becoming rightly increasingly important in our energy mix. On the wider point about telecoms, in the wake of the storms that we had earlier this year, we took forward a number of actions around how we can make the electricity system more resilient. One of them was the fact that our use of telecommunications equipment is changing as a country. Very few people now have access to traditional copper wire phones, and so when telecoms equipment goes down, it has an immediate and quite significant impact on people's lives. I recently met the Minister for Telecoms, I think his title is, in DCIT, to discuss exactly this issue, and we'll be working together with Ofcom and with the operators to make sure that the telecoms infrastructure is as resilient as it can be.
Thank the front benches. That concludes the discussion on the statement. Could we change over, please? Point of order, Liz Saville-Roberts.
As a Privy Councillor, the means to request and receive confidential briefings on urgent matters makes it possible to come to fully informed decisions on matters of national security. This is particularly pertinent for the motion today on the potential prescription of Palestine action. Could he advise me how I am, or could you advise me how I am to arrive at such an informed decision when my request for a Privy Council briefing on Palestine action was refused this week?
I thank the Right Honourable Lady for giving me notice of her point of order. She'll understand this isn't, in fact, a matter for the Chair, but she has put an important concern upon the record. I trust that the Treasury bench will have taken notice of that. Point of order, Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Following the point of order you've just heard, can you consult with the Speaker's office about any process that could happen between now and the start of the debate on the statutory instrument on prevention of terrorism, so that the three organisations listed can be voted on separately? Because I think that would be a proper way of members of the House expressing their views.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for his point of order. I'm afraid that his request is simply, in procedural terms, not possible. The Chair is not responsible for the selection or the grouping of motions such as this. And the motion is and will be put to the House as it is on the order paper. Any further points of order? No. We now come to the 10-minute rule bill. Ian Byrne.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to set the requirements on public institutions, public servants and officials, and on those carrying out functions on their behalf to act in the public interest and with duty and candour and frankness. To define a public law duty on them to assist courts, official inquiries and investigations, to enable victims to enforce such duties, to create offences for the breach of certain duties, to provide funding for victims and their relatives in certain proceedings before the court and official inquiries and investigations, and for connected purposes. On the 15th of April 1989, I entered Hillsborough Stadium as an innocent 16-year-old, full of hope, excitement to watch my beloved Liverpool Football Club in an FA Cup semi-final. Little did I, or anyone else there that day, know that we were walking into a national disaster that would leave 97 men, women and children dead, hundreds more injured and countless families devastated for generations. What unfolded that day was not a tragic accident. It was a disaster caused by police failures and compounded by one of the most shameful state cover-ups this country has ever seen. Like so many others, I was just a working class lad who happened to be there. And because of that, I, like so many others, was dragged into a decades-long web of establishment denial, distortion and deceit. That day shaped me, it shaped the course of my life, and it's the very reason I stand here today. We have all witnessed the bravery, determination and indeed the anguish of the Hillsborough families and survivors fighting tirelessly for truth and justice in the face of repeated state obstruction. We never sought revenge, we never asked for special treatment. We just wanted what anyone would want in our shoes, the truth about what happened to their loved ones and a fair chance at justice. Instead, we were met with walls of silence, decades of lies and a legal system stacked against us. I'm so honoured that some of those tireless campaigners, those giants of justice, are in the House today, watching as we fight once again to end the very injustices they have endured for over 3 decades. Police officers knew who was responsible. They knew where accountability lay, and yet lie after lie was told. At inquests and inquiries, in media briefings, supporters were blamed for the deaths of their fellow fans. False narratives were time and time again repeated and legitimised by those in power. And we will never ever forget nor forgive the disgraceful headline in the Sun. While the families and survivors scraped together funds for legal representation, those responsible were shielded by some of the finest legal minds in the country, paid for insultingly by the state. I remember vividly my own dad, who was seriously injured that day, fundraising in our local pub, the Brecht, near Anfield, for the Hillsborough Justice Campaign. That grassroots organisation was powered by ordinary people, not the Treasury. The contrast could not be starker. I'm very proud he's here today. Grieving families fight for justice, whilst the institutions responsible were protected at every turn by a system designed to shield itself. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this wasn't a broken system. It was a system working exactly as it was designed to. A system where the establishment protects its own, and where ordinary people, people like my dad, thousands of others, are treated as an inconvenience. That is why through our Real True Legacy project we teach school children about Hillsborough and other examples of state injustice, because this history must not be buried, it must be understood, and crucially, it must never be repeated. When I speak to students about the fight for truth, I compare it to being blindfolded, your hands tied behind your back, and having to go toe-to-toe with Tyson Fury. That's what those families have faced and still face to this day. And it isn't just Hillsborough, although the legislation bears its name. For decades, we have seen the same institutional playbook used time and time again, the cover-ups, the smears, the hostile briefings, and the dragging out of justice until people simply give up or pass away. Grenfell, Manchester Arena, the Post Office Horizon scandal, infected blood, the truth about Jane, COVID-19, nuclear test veterans, and so many, many more. Each time, the same weary expressions on the face of the devastated families. Each time, the same exhaustion of those battling a system designed to protect itself. And each time it happens, a little more faith in this country's soul is lost. Mr. Deputy Speaker, today we have the power to change that. As the parliamentary lead for the Hillsborough Now campaign, I am proud to reintroduce this legislation, the Public Authority Accountability Bill. I am proud, but also deeply, deeply disappointed, because this bill should already be in law. In 2022, Keir Starmer stood before the people of Liverpool at Labour Party conference and pledged, and I quote, "One of my first acts as Prime Minister will be to put the Hillsborough law on the statute book." He said the same again as Prime Minister in September 2024. Not a Hillsborough law, the Hillsborough law. That pledge filled our hearts with hope. It's promised an end to the culture of denial and delay and decades of deceit. And make no mistake, this today is the Hillsborough law. The one drafted by Pete Weatherby KC and Elkin Abrahamson. The one originally introduced by Andy Burnham in 2017, the one shaped by the families for the families. It includes a statutory duty of candour on public authorities, enforceable with criminal sanctions. It levels the playing field so families are no longer the underdog in the courtroom. It creates genuine accountability mechanisms so that state cover-ups are much, much harder to conceal and the truth is much, much harder to bury. This bill is for the 97, but it is also for the victims of every other state failure and for every family that might in the future face the nightmare of being left alone to fight for truth and justice. Now, despite that 2022 promise, in March this year, the government brought forward a watered-down version, a replacement bill, not the Hillsborough law the Prime Minister promised. They presented it to the very legal experts who wrote the original bill, and those experts said unequivocally that it fell far, far short because it had no legally binding duty of candour, no provision for equal legal funding during inquest inquiries, and loopholes allowing public bodies to avoid disclosure. Worse still, this draft followed a family listening day organised by that brilliant organisation Inquest, where ministers heard directly from the families of the bereaved, including Hillsborough families. Those families made their views crystal clear. Their expectations were even clearer. The resulting report wasn't ambiguous. It was entitled All or Nothing. And yet the government returned with a hollow offering that delivered nothing of what was promised. Following widespread outrage from campaigners, that draft bill was thankfully and rightfully shelved. But now, Mr Deputy Speaker, we understand a new replacement bill could be imminently introduced, still, without the key provisions of the Hillsborough law, and this time it won't be shared with the families or campaigners in advance. What does that say about the lessons learned? No. Mr Speaker, Deputy Speaker, the resistance to the Hillsborough law legislation is not rooted in legal complexity. It is rooted in self-preservation. It is being led by those with the most to lose, senior officials and institutions that fear scrutiny more than they value accountability. But let me be absolutely crystal clear. This law will not weaken public institutions, it will strengthen them. It will protect the vast majority of decent, hard-working public servants, those who, if faced with pressure to conceal the truth, will finally have law on their side. It will deliver justice more swiftly and more affordably, reducing the need for drawn-out, expensive inquiries and inquests, which currently cost the public purse hundreds of millions of pounds. Mr Speaker, this legislation is right here. It is written, it is ready, it requires no redrafting and no more stalling. What it requires is political will. Just last week, 166 MPs and Lords from across these houses signed a letter urging the Prime Minister to honour his pledge. This support spans parties, regions and generations, and that cross-party unity reflects the will of the public. They do not want another whitewash, they do not want another betrayal, they want integrity and they want action. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, let me close with this. The law cannot bring back the 97, it cannot erase the decades of pain, nor undo the trauma inflicted by callous lies and institutional neglect. But it can stop this from ever happening again. It can give truth a fighting justice, and it can restore some of the faith lost, not just in the system, but in the very idea of justice. So today, can I say loud and clear to the Prime Minister, don't let this moment slip away. Don't let your promise made in Liverpool be broken in Westminster. Let us honour the 97 and so many others, not just with remembrance, but with change. Mr Deputy Speaker, I call on the Government to back this bill, the real Hillsborough law, and I commend it to the House.
Question is that the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Liverpool West Derby, have leave to bring in his bill. Does many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Contrary, no? The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Ian Byrne, Kim Johnson, Paula Barker, Peter Dowd, Derek Twigg, Sorcha Eastwood, Sian Berry, Liz Saville-Roberts, Jeremy Corbyn, Stephen Flynn, Tom Morrison, Richard Bergen, and myself, Mr Speaker.
Here, here.
Ian Byrne.
Public Authority Accountability Bill.
Second reading what day?
July the 11th.
July the 11th. The Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Armed Forces Commissioner Bill. Consideration of Lord's amendments. Lord's message.
Now.
We will now consider the Government motion to insist on the Commons Amendment 2A and disagree with Lord's Amendment 2B and C in lieu of that amendment. Call the Minister, Luke Pollard, to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Before I start, I'd like to place on record my thanks to all those honourable and right honourable members who supported Armed Forces Day's events at the weekend, the length and breadth of our country. The Secretary of State had the privilege of attending the national event in Cleethorpes, and I spent time with our Armed Forces community on Plymouth Hoe to see the fantastic turnout of not just Armed Forces personnel, their families, veterans and the charities and organisations that support everyone who serves and has served. Meeting and hearing from service personnel and their families at this important moment of recognition of our armed forces is a great honour and provides a moment of reflection for everyone in this House on the great service that those in the military provide for the nation. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am disappointed that the Armed Forces Commissioner Bill has returned to this House. The last time we were here, a full month ago, I explained that the bill already delivers what the other House had inserted. I'm therefore disappointed that the amendment named from Baroness Goldie seeks to replace the government amendment with another, which I'm afraid is a deeply flawed amendment, and I'll explain why in my remarks here. I'd like to be absolutely clear. We are all in agreement on the intention behind the Lord's amendment. Defence personnel must feel empowered and protected to come forward with their concerns, and I absolutely agree that we need to address and eliminate toxic behaviours and cultures in our armed forces. This government is committed to doing exactly that. That is the whole reason we're shining a light on the welfare matters of our people and legislating for an independent champion in the Armed Forces Commissioner. Happy giving way.
First of all, can I commend the Minister and Government for bringing this forward, and I understand the issue, and I spoke to the Minister just beforehand. Lord's Amendment 2 defines whistleblowers and protection for family members, which is necessary. I have a complaint ready to hand to the Minister, which was facilitated by family members watching the effect on their loved one. So does the Minister not agree that it is right and proper that loved ones have a mechanism to ensure the right thing is done by those who are legitimately whistleblowing? Thank you so much.
Can I thank the honourable member for his intervention? And I do agree with him. It is precisely for that reason that the government is insisting on our amendment, not accepting the opposition amendment in the other place, because the opposition amendment does not include family members. And I agree with him that having loved ones, family members for the purpose of the wording of the bill, included within the remit of the Armed Forces Commissioner, is an important new step for providing not just the opportunity for members in uniform to raise a general service welfare matter, but also for their immediate family members as defined in the secondary legislation that will accompany it. So I thank him for that intervention. I agree that there is a lot more we can debate on these matters, and there will be an opportunity to do so during the passage of the next Armed Forces Bill. But I would say to all members, I am concerned that going round again on this matter only holds up delivery of a key element that is used to tackle the very issues this amendment is seeking to address, namely holding up the establishment of an Armed Forces Commissioner, a key manifesto commitment for defence. The longer this bill is prevented from becoming law, the greater the disservice we do to our armed forces and their families. And I sincerely hope that we can today send a united message from this House that we do not wish to delay this vital legislation any further. Happy giving way.
Thank you. I thank you for giving way. Like everyone else in this House, I'm incredibly proud of our armed forces, particularly our relationship with them in St Helens. Just yesterday, the Duke of Lancaster Regiment paraded through St Helens Town Centre after being awarded the Freedom of the Borough, and we're so incredibly proud. Would the Minister agree with me that we just need to get on with this now so we can show a united front, speak with one voice in support of our armed forces and give them the support they need?
Well, can I thank him for placing on the record the military events in his constituency in St Helens. It is so important that we recognise the local links and ties that so many of our military units have to the localities where they recruit from, where they are based and where they serve. But I do agree with his broader point that the time is right now to pass this legislation, get it into law and allow us to move to a situation where we can have an Armed Forces Commissioner able to deal with the issues raised by our people and their family members. The government has taken on board the important debates in both houses and proposed amendments 2A, which this House previously agreed to. This amendment honoured the spirit of the Noble Baroness's amendments from the other place and actually went further than her proposals, delivering concrete legal protections that were not included in the amendment that we have back before us today. We're seeking to reinsert that better amendment again. This was an amendment made early in the process and in good faith, following discussions and cooperation with the opposition in the other place. We had hoped, given the strong cross-party support for the bill and clear arguments in favour of the amendment in lieu, that this would enable us to conclude proceedings. The government amendment will establish genuine protection for people wishing to raise a concern anonymously and build trust and confidence with the armed forces and their families in a way we cannot envisage will be achieved by the proposed amendments we have before us today. Happy to.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I was very happy to serve on the Bill Committee for the Armed Forces Commissioner Bill while it was proceeding through this place, and indeed there was a large amount of consensus, as you will know, about the need for this to carry on as quickly as possible. And I recently wrote an article as well with my honourable friend, the member for Portsmouth North, about the need to give our armed forces the reassurance that this government is actually taking action to support them and their families. Does he agree with me that it really is time to absolutely get on with this? We have a consensus in this House for the Armed Forces Commissioner to begin work as quickly as possible.
Minister.
Well, can I thank him and for the work that he has been undertaking with the honourable friend for Portsmouth North. The Armed Forces Commissioner was a key manifesto promise made at the general election and made with the deliberate intent to provide an independent voice, an independent champion for those people who serve. We know that for many of our people that some of the service welfare matters are not good enough. That is childcare for many people, the poor state of military accommodation, the ability for the Commissioner to be able to raise those issues, to investigate them, to use the additional new powers not available to the Service Complaints Ombudsman currently, is a substantial step forward for our people and a key plank of renewing the contract between the nation and those who serve. And I agree with him that I would like to see this get into law. I would like to briefly now, Madam Deputy Speaker, remind the House of the protections currently afforded to the armed forces. Because one thing that I've been made aware of during this debate and discussions is that it is worth repeating some of those so there can be no doubt about them. All defence personnel are protected in relation to whistleblowing under existing defence policy, which enables individuals to raise and resolve issues in a way that is protected, secure and does not lead to wrongful disclosure of official information. Because the armed forces operate within a different legal and constitutional construct to civilians, they're not explicitly covered by the Public Interest Disclosure Act, or PIDA. However, as a matter of policy, under this government and the previous government, Defence already recognises and adheres to the criteria for protected disclosures, and it follows the prescribed procedures and protections for those making a qualifying disclosure. The Ministry of Defence will not tolerate any form of victimisation against an individual for raising a genuine concern. The government amendment is supported by further non-legislative commitments, which taken together further bolster trust and confidence in the Armed Forces Commissioner in this respect, including reviewing and updating Defence's policies and protections relating to raising a concern, which would include whistleblowing in the sense in which we are discussing it here today. Let me be clear, the government recognises the importance of due protection for whistleblowers. Indeed, just this week, the Cabinet Office is hosting a whistleblowing conference to bring together cross-government policy representatives to review the current whistleblowing framework and discuss forthcoming changes under the Employment Rights Bill, which contains a new section strengthening protections for people wishing to make a protected disclosure under PIDA, including explicitly recognising sexual harassment as grounds for a protected disclosure. The MOD's Raising a Concern policy will be reviewed and updated to reflect these changes, and we welcome the interest of members on both sides of the House in that process. Turning now to the amendments inserted in the other place. Happy to, yeah.
Very grateful, Minister. Would he say what proportion of the Commissioner's time and that of his staff, his or her staff, he envisages being devoted to individual matters of casework of the sort he's just described, and what proportion will be around thematic investigations, like, for example, the state of service housing?
It's a genuinely fair question, and the bill is drafted in such a way that there is no obligational requirement for any commissioner who's appointed to resource against a government position on that. Is for the Armed Forces Commissioner to decide the allocation of resources and energy. However, if you were to look at the German Armed Forces model, which we've taken inspiration from, they undertake 2 to 3 thematic investigations a year with dedicated teams, using the feedback that comes from both people raising a concern officially, getting in touch to raise an issue but not necessarily expecting it to be dealt with as casework in such case. Now, that's the majority of the resource due to the casework function comes from relating to correspondence, but it would be for the UK Armed Forces Commissioner to make that determination. What the bill provides for is the powers in order to do that. And if I can come on to the amendments in the other place, because the powers relating to whistleblowing is a key part of why we don't think this amendment is suitable, and I'll explain why now. I first want to address the use of the word whistleblower as being inappropriate in this context, despite the value we place on the function. Whilst more recently the term has been, use of the term has been more relaxed, and both raising a concern and whistleblowing are used interchangeably, engagement in 2019 under the previous government with the whistleblowing charity Protect suggested that the term might be putting people off coming forward, and today we are talking about law rather than the policy that it will be implemented. Although the term whistleblowing appears in a very few limited circumstances in law, there's no single agreed definition of whistleblowing in UK legislation. Simply using the term in this bill as proposed by the opposition Lords Amendments 2B and 2C would therefore have no practical legal effect and would provide no protections that do not already exist or are provided for in the government amendment in lieu. Terminology aside, I have several real concerns on the new amendment inserted in the other place. The whistleblower investigations proposed in these amendments have the same scope as the current investigations provided for by the bill, investigating general service welfare matters, but none of the associated powers of investigation. So the amendment does not allow the Commissioner to access sites to assist their investigation. The amendment does not allow the Commissioner to access information or documents to assist their investigation. The amendment does not require the Secretary of State to cooperate, assist and consider any findings or recommendations, as is currently the case with the wording. And the amendment does not require reports to go to the Secretary of State or to be laid before Parliament. The scope of the amendment, therefore, is considerably narrower. Issues raised under this section can only relate to people subject to service law. That's namely the men and women of our armed forces, and not family members, as the intervention from the member for Strangford, as I replied to in relation to his inquiry, and cannot be about terms of service. The Commissioner would need to consult from the individual before starting an investigation, constraining the Commissioner's independence and possibly leading to the junior staff facing pressure from seniors to withhold consent. And the anonymity protections would only relate to investigations under this section, which is unlikely ever to be used for the reasons I have set out. And it removes the anonymity protections the government is proposing to include. More importantly, however, the bill is intended to provide a safe route for people to come forward with their concerns and know that they will be considered by a truly independent figure. We want people to feel secure and empowered to raise those concerns, and we want the Commissioner to have the full range of powers as provided for the bill to deal with all matters that are raised with the Commissioner. The amendment as drafted would restrict the powers available to the Commissioner to deal with a complaint raised by this process, and I believe that's not actually what both sides of this House really want to see in relation to whistleblowing. Happy giving way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. The Minister will remember, I think it was last week, a Westminster Hall debate where I inaccurately and over-optimistically referred to this as the Armed Forces Commissioner Act, not realising it was still going back and forth between here and the other place, and I was corrected by the Right Honourable Shadow Defence Minister, and I assumed it was a friendly correction about my misunderstanding about process. But have I correctly actually understood that what's going on is some kind of political difference over the use of the word whistleblower that is actually leading to a badly drafted amendment being inserted into the bill, which actually weakens it and will reduce its ability to do what the main body of the bill suggests, and at the same time is delaying this where at a point at which the department is actually on the point of being able to go out to advertise and to appoint an Armed Forces Commissioner and someone actually be in that role fighting for the welfare of our armed service personnel.
Can I thank him for his intervention? I hope that this is not party political, because I think that many of the members who are raising concerns around whistleblowing in the other place are doing so because they're recognising that there are cultural issues within our armed forces that need to be addressed, and are seeking to raise the issues around whistleblowing to get clarity on what the government is seeking to do. And I hope that in the statements that my colleague Lord Coker has made to the other place, and from this dispatch box and remarks that I have made, colleagues on both sides of the House can feel reassured that we take issues of culture, harassment and abuse very seriously. We are absolutely clear there is no place for this in our armed forces. We're updating the policies and procedures in relation to whistleblowing and raising a concern from the policy we inherited from the last government to improve it, to take it further. We recognise that the Employment Rights Bill will further strengthen that. I realise the opposition does not support the Employment Rights Bill, but we do, and that would further enhance the protections for whistleblowers that we would seek to implement, and that by updating these policies and by including the cross-government learning that our colleagues in the Cabinet Office are coordinating at the moment, we'll have a stronger policy. Now, having placed those on the record here, as indeed my noble friend Lord Coker will do when this bill returns to the other place, I hope that will be enough for those members who are concerned about this to be satisfied that there is a genuine desire from the government to address these issues, and that the amendment as drafted creates a narrower scope for the Commissioner, actually prevents the Commissioner from achieving the objectives that they wish to raise due to the wording of the amendment, and therefore it would be time to let that amendment fall away, and so the bill can pass. But I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention, and believe I can assure him that he is not the only person that gets intervened on by the right honourable gentleman opposite for clarification, and we're always grateful for his knowledge when he does so. I think we have deliberately, Madam Deputy Speaker, drafted this bill to be as broad and as clear and as inclusive as possible. And through our communications campaigns and guidance that we have already announced, we will make it clear to anyone that is subject to service law that they and their families can approach the Commissioner to raise a general service welfare matter, however big or small, and whether it affects them directly or not. In that respect, it provides for the functions as laid out in the intent behind the amendment. So what I'd like to make explicitly clear is this. The powers to initiate investigations based on information provided by the Commissioner already exist in the bill. In addition, there are existing policies and procedures in place for people in defence to raise concerns that would fall outside the definition of a general service welfare matter, e.g. fraud or criminal activity, which have a recognised protections already in place. All defence civil servants are covered by the protections provided by PEDA. All military personnel are provided by those same protections through existing defence policy. Our commitment to review and update defence policy and processes in conjunction with the protections already in place for both civilians and members of our armed forces, plus the deficiencies in the amendments inserted by the other place, mean that now is the time for both houses to do the right thing and bring this bill into law at the earliest opportunity. The Defence Minister in the House of Lords, Lord Coker, and I will be writing to the opposition spokespeople in the other place, and I'm grateful for the engagement that has taken place already, both from Baroness Goldie with Lord Coker and with the Honourable Member for Epsom and Ewell, Baroness Kramer, and myself for those discussions, to address their concerns in detail and to provide written assurance about the changes that we are making that confirm what I've said at the dispatch box today, and to invite their contribution as we seek to develop and renew the Raising Our Concern policy. I therefore urge the House to support the Government's position as it stands and to make sure that we can deliver this vital manifesto commitment for our brave servicemen and women and their families as soon as possible. Thank you.
The question is that this House insists on Commons Amendment 2A and disagrees with Lord's Amendment 2B and 2C in lieu of that amendment. Shadow Minister Mark Francois.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the Shadow Armed Forces Minister, I rise to address the Lord's amendments to the Armed Forces Commissioner Bill following yet another government defeat in the other place. As I set out last month when we were previously debating this very important bill, we, as His Majesty's official opposition, are driven by a commitment to ensuring our brave servicemen and women receive the robust, transparent and fair support that they deserve. This bill, with its aim to establish an independent Armed Forces Commissioner with Ofsted-like powers to access military sites and information, holds the potential to improve the welfare and accountability framework for our armed forces. If implemented effectively, it could significantly enhance public confidence in how service personnel's concerns are addressed. I believe this vision enjoys broad support across the House. Although yet again, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have to place on record that when we are discussing important legislation that affects the welfare and well-being of armed forces personnel and their families, yet again there is no Reform Member of Parliament in the chamber of the House of Commons. You can't spend your whole life on TikTok. particularly as it's a Chinese system. As His Majesty's opposition is to ensure the bill delivers on its promises without introducing unnecessary complexity, we must scrutinise how the Commissioner's role integrates with the existing complaint system and what it... Directly to the amendments, Madam Deputy Speaker, today we focus again on the key issue of whistleblowing, which was extensively debated in the other place and now lies before the House yet again. Our amendments, championed by Baroness Goldie, sought to empower the Commissioner to investigate whistleblowing concerns related to welfare and service issues while guaranteeing anonymity for those who come forward, be they service personnel, their families or others. This is not a radical proposal, but a reasonable compromise incorporating the exact wording of the Government's Commons Amendment on anonymity in reports alongside our whistleblowing duty. The Government argues that existing mechanisms, confidential hotline investigation teams and improved complaints processes are sufficient and that our amendment does not confer additional powers. This stance, I'm afraid, is both inconsistent and unconvincing. The Minister's own dear colleague letter of May the 30th generously acknowledged that Baroness Goldie's amendment sparked an important debate, as he described them. And yet the Government resists embedding a clear statutorily protected whistleblowing function. Such a provision is essential to ensure vulnerable service personnel can raise concerns without fear of reprisal. Lord Coker, speaking for the Government in the other place on the 11th of June, claimed that the terms whistleblower and whistleblowing might deter individuals from coming forward, citing Cabinet Office guidance. This suggestion, I'm afraid, is plainly daft. If the term whistleblowing were truly a barrier, why does the National Health Service successfully operate its freedom to speak up policy, which explicitly uses the term? Why does the Children's Commissioner issue an annual whistleblowing report? These examples demonstrate the term is not a deterrent, but a recognised and effective framework for protecting those who expose wrongdoing. To argue otherwise undermines the very concept of whistleblowing regimes across multiple sectors and public services in the United Kingdom. Now, the Government further contends that whistleblowing lacks a clear legal definition. This is simply untenable. Section 340Q of the Armed Forces Act 2006 is titled Investigation of Concerns Raised by Whistleblowers. And Section 43B of the Police Reform Act 2002 provides another clear statutory precedent. These acts show that including whistleblowing in legislation adds tangible value, ensuring protections for those who raise concerns. If whistleblowing is robust enough for the Police Reform Act and for the very act that this bill amends, how can the Government then claim it lacks clarity or value in this particular instance? That is totally inconsistent. The Government's position is riddled with contradictions. At committee stage, our broader amendment to empower the Commissioner was dismissed by the Ministry of Defence as too wide-ranging. In a spirit of compromise, we narrowed it to focus on welfare and service issues. Now the Government claim the revised amendment is too narrow, lacking sufficient powers. Lord Coker argued that our amendment, if passed, would limit the Commissioner's investigations to the same scope as current powers, without enabling access to sites, information or documents, or requiring the Secretary of State to operate or report to Parliament. If the Government believes our amendment doesn't go far enough, why not support it and propose their own broader amendment to enhance the Commissioner's powers, which would almost take us back to the status quo ante? This inconsistently suggests a reluctance to engage constructively, as if arguments are being plucked out of thin air to block progress. The Lord Coker, who I dealt with when he was in this place and whom, for the avoidance of doubt, I have immense respect for, also claimed that our amendment excludes family members in terms of service issues, applying only to those subject to service law. This is incorrect. Our amendment defines a whistleblower as a person subject to service law or a relevant family member. Thus, a corporal's sister, for example, could raise a whistleblowing concern if the corporal faced abuse or bullying by another military colleague. This provision ensures family members have a voice, directly contradicting the Government's assertion to the contrary. To illustrate, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll just give one brief theoretical example. For instance, let's consider the possibility of a whistleblower being someone who served in the British Army in Northern Ireland on Operation Banner. Now, that's an extremely topical issue at present, as the Minister will be aware, given the Government's appalling remedial order to excise key parts of the Northern Ireland Legacy Act 2023. I don't know whether all Armed Forces personnel who served in Northern Ireland have privately signed the parliamentary petition entitled Protect Northern Ireland Veterans from Prosecutions. But I can say that as of today, over 164,000 people have signed it. We therefore very much look forward to a debate in Parliament on the 14th of July on exactly that matter, which I'm sure will be followed very closely by the veterans community and indeed by their families. So in summary, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not an angels on a pinhead argument. It's actually quite important. The Government's assurances about anonymity and communications campaigns to promote the Commissioner's role are welcome, but insufficient. A campaign cannot substitute for a clear statutory whistleblowing provision that service personnel can trust. And when we debated this bill earlier, the Minister, to be fair, talked about the trust issue repeatedly. The other place recognised this, delivering another cross-party defeat for the Government, with one last fortnight by amending the bill to include a robust anonymous whistleblowing route. Our amendment represents a reasonable compromise, aligning with the Government's own wording on anonymity while embedding a vital whistleblowing duty. To block it would signal that the Government is not serious about working constructively with the opposition to improve the welfare of our armed forces personnel. So I urge the Government to accept this compromise in the interests of all who serve. I'll listen closely to anything further the Minister has to say, but if the Government persists in offering assurances without statutory weight, I'll have no choice but to test the opinion of the House. Our service personnel deserve a system that hears their voices and protects their concerns. And if we carry on playing ping-pong, well, that's a sport I once was quite good at.
I call Liberal Democrat spokesperson Helen Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to welcome the amendments 2B and 2C put forward by Baroness Goldie in response to the Government's rejection of the original proposals. These amendments are not about party politics. They were tabled by a Conservative peer and supported across the Lords by Liberal Democrats and others. They represent a thoughtful, pragmatic effort to address a real and persistent problem: the need for an Armed Forces Commissioner who is not just a complaints handler, but an independent figure capable of receiving and investigating whistleblowing disclosures about systemic welfare failures confidentially and without fear of reprisal. I welcome that the Minister has engaged with Baroness Kramer and myself. However, the Government's insistence on removing these proposals and replacing them with something far more limited is deeply disappointing. Their approach diminishes the ambition of the bill and misses a critical opportunity to build genuine trust with service personnel and their families, something the Commissioner must get right from the start, or it will be near impossible to regain. Let's be honest about what's at stake. Behind the language of whistleblowing are real people, soldiers, spouses, contractors, who have seen something go seriously wrong and want to make it right, not for themselves, but for others. They aren't filing a complaint, they're raising the alarm. And yet again and again, we have seen these people let down, unheard, unsupported, or even punished for speaking out. From the appalling housing conditions endured by military families to serious allegations of abuse and misconduct, the public has grown increasingly aware that internal complaints mechanisms are not enough. That's why introducing whistleblowing matters and why these amendments are so vital. Baroness Goldie's revised amendments 2B and 2C strike a balance. They preserve the key elements of a whistleblower protection, including a statutory duty for the Commissioner to protect the anonymity of those who come forward. And they respond directly to concerns raised by government by making clear that reports must not identify whistleblowers without their consent. It brings the Armed Forces Commissioner into line with modern expectations for public service oversight. From regulators and financial services to the NHS and beyond, having a whistleblowing channel alongside a complaints function is now standard. The government argued that including the term whistleblower in legislation could somehow deter people from coming forward and reference previous analysis undertaken by the last government. I find this baffling. The term is well established in UK law, understood by the public and associated with greater protections. It is clear, accessible and trusted. Diluting or avoiding it sends precisely the wrong message. These amendments would do more than close a gap. They would send a message to our armed forces community that Parliament is listening, that we recognise their loyalty, not just in word, but in the systems we put in place to protect them. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Liberal Democrats have long called for a fair deal for service personnel and their families. We support this bill and the creation of the Armed Forces Commissioner as soon as possible. But to be effective, the role must be equipped with the right tools. It must work from day one. That means giving people a confidential route to raise serious concerns, knowing they will be treated with dignity and protected by law. I will vote against the Government's motion to remove these amendments, and I urge all members to do the same. Baroness Goldie has offered a constructive and reasonable way forward. Her compromise amendments uphold the integrity of the bill, give the Commissioner proper investigatory reach, and most importantly, give service personnel and their families a voice they can trust. Let's take this opportunity to make the bill stronger and the culture of armed forces fairer, safer and more accountable. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Leave the House. I'll just seek to wind up this debate. Can I say to the member for Epsom and Ewell, I agree we should arm the Commissioner with the right tools on day one. That is precisely why I don't want to accept an amendment that restricts those tools, that provides weaker protections for people raising whistleblowing concerns via a proposed route rather than the route that's already in the bill. This is precisely because I want this to work that I'm not accepting a weaker amendment. I always find it useful, Madam Deputy Speaker, to use the phrase flip it to see whether something would work. And I just want to try that here. So if we took the counterfactual, if the government proposed an amendment that restricted access to sites, restricted the Commissioner's access to sites in relation to a whistleblowing complaint compared to a normal complaint, or one that restricted access to information on documents assisting to their investigation for a whistleblowing complaint rather than a normal matter, and restricted the requirement of the Secretary of State to cooperate, assist or consider any findings or recommendations on a whistleblowing complaint rather than a normal complaint, I think this House would rightly reject that. That is what this amendment delivers, I'm afraid. Narrower scope, fewer powers, less ability for the Commissioner to investigate those same reasons. But it also, I hope that the House can see, from the remarks that I've made, we believe in providing a route for people to raise their concerns anonymously. We believe in the protections for it. We're updating the raising the concern policy that we inherited from the last government in order to deliver that work. And I believe that the bill should be passed and be made an act of Parliament so we can implement it as fast as we can. And it's for that reasons that I say to the honourable gentleman, right honourable gentleman opposite, who's arguing against the advice that his last government issued, which is indeed well the right of a government that was defeated, but it is contrary to the position that was previously in place up until July. I don't support a poorer amendment. I have engaged constructively and will continue to do so because I think this is right to do that. That's the spirit of this government on this legislation. That will continue to be the case. But I will say to him, when he says and accuse the government of not being serious about working for our armed forces personnel, let me be very clear. I do not accept less for our armed forces personnel. That is why I'm not accepting his amendment and the amendment for the other place, because it provides fewer protections for people on the route that he is suggesting. It provides fewer powers for the Commissioner to undertake that work. And I believe, actually, if it weren't for the necessity to play some ping-pong in this respect, he would be agreeing with me on this. Let's pass this bill. Let's put it into place. Let's give our armed forces and their families that independent champion that they so richly deserve.
Mark Francois.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I have listened very carefully to what the Armed Forces Minister has said, but I have to say I'm afraid I remain unconvinced. I think he used a phrase, flip it to see it. I could offer him another one. Jaw is better than war. So I think, if I may, Baroness Goldie has done a great job in the other place in bringing together people from across the political spectrum to concentrate on this very important matter, and I recommend that the House votes against the government today to send it back to the other place where there should be all-party negotiations, including government ministers, to see if we can find a way through. But as things sit here and now, I'm afraid we must press this into the division lobbies.
The question is that this House insists on Commons Amendment 2A and disagrees with Lord's Amendment 2B and 2C in lieu of that amendment. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Christian Wakeford, Jen Kitchen. Tellers for the noes, Harriet Cross, Rebecca Paul.
Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 321. The noes to the left, 158.
The ayes to the right were 321, the noes to the left were 158, so the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. Minister to move that a committee be appointed to draw up a reason.
I beg to move that a committee be appointed to draw up a reason to be assigned for insisting on Commons Amendment 2A and disagreeing to Lords Amendments 2B and 2C in lieu of that amendment, that Kate Dearden, Rachel Hopkins, Graham Downey, Luke Akehurst, Lizzie Colling, David Reid and Casement be members of the committee, that Kate Dearden be the chair of the committee, that 3 be the quorum of the committee, and that the committee do withdraw immediately.
The question is that a committee be appointed to draw up a reason to be assigned for insisting on Commons Amendment 2A and disagreeing with Lords Amendments 2B and 2C in lieu of that amendment. That Kate Dearden, Rachel Hopkins, Graham Downey, Luke Akehurst, Lizzie Collins, David Reid and Tessa Munt be members of the committee. That Kate Dearden be the chair of the committee. That 3 be the quorum of the committee. That the committee do withdraw immediately. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes consideration of the Lord's message relating to the Armed Forces Commissioner Bill.
Madam Deputy Speaker, on a point of order.
Point of order. Ian Duncan-Smith.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to complain really that the Digital Markets Competition and Consumer Act, which was passed in 2024, outlawed foreign government ownership of UK media organisations and set the limit of 5% on that process. The government has now moved that from 5% to considerably higher to 15%, but there has been only a marginal debate in a statutory instruments committee. My concern is, as this has only just passed through, this is a major change, and I think it would have been fair had the government set about having a proper debate on that, because it is a very significant issue for newspaper ownership here in the chamber of the House of Commons. As it is, the other place will get a much larger potential debate on this, and yet we are the elected House. So I raise to ask your advice about how we may raise this again.
I thank the Right Honourable Member for giving me prior notice of his point of order. Whilst this is not a matter for the Chair, his comments are now on the record. Motion number 3 on defence. Minister to move.
I beg to move the Armed Forces Act Continuation Order 2025, that the order that was laid before the House on the 9th of June be approved. Madam Deputy Speaker, this will address the constitutional requirement under the Bill of Rights of 1688 that a standing army, and now by extension the Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force, must receive the consent of Parliament. This draft order provides that consent by continuing into force for another year, that the Armed Forces Act 2006, the legislation which governs the armed forces, be renewed for a further year. This debate usually takes place in a delegated legislation committee before returning to the floor of the House for approval. Given the significance to the country of both the armed forces and the democratic oversight that Parliament provides, it is fitting that this debate is today being afforded time on the floor of the House. This enables all members who wish to contribute to do so, for as the Strategic Defence Review has shown, we must put our people at the heart of defence, and I know there are strong support for our people on all sides of the House. Parliament is required to renew the Armed Forces Act every 5 years through primary legislation. The next Armed Forces Bill will be required to obtain royal assent by December 2026, and in the intervening years by approving an annual order in Council, such as the one before us today. The Armed Forces Act provides nearly all the provisions for the existence of a service justice system. It provides for the service offences and for the investigation of alleged offences, the arrest, holding in custody and charging of armed forces personnel accused of committing an offence wherever in the world they are serving. And on the last point, may I draw attention to the House to the explanatory memorandum to the order, which states that it extends the United Kingdom, the Isle of Man and British overseas territories, excluding Gibraltar. There is a distinct difference between the extent of UK legislation and how the jurisdiction of service law is applied. The extent of any legislation is a statement about which separate legal jurisdictions the legislation forms part of the law. Not extending to Gibraltar simply means that the 2006 Act does not form part of Gibraltarian law. That is because Gibraltar has made an agreement with the United Kingdom that they will pass forward amendments to the Armed Forces Act in their own legislation. Conversely, service law applies to members of the armed forces wherever they are in the world. So effectively, there is an unlimited geographical jurisdiction with regards to our service personnel, and in some circumstances, civilians subject to service discipline, including those based in or serving in Gibraltar. Returning to the 2006 Act, it provides the legal basis for offices such as the Judge Advocate General and the Director of Service Prosecutions, as well as the Court Martial, the Summary Appeal Court and the Service Civilian Court. It also sets out the processes for the accused to be dealt with by their commanding officer or to be tried at Court Martial. Finally, the Act also contains provisions that cover non-service justice matters such as service complaints and the Armed Forces Covenant. As such, the next Armed Forces Bill will likely contain a mixture of both service justice measures and non-service justice measures, and I look forward to working with members across the House when it gets introduced in due course. In addition, we have committed to tackling the unacceptable behaviours that have plagued defence in the past and rooting out those toxic behaviours that we see evidence in our armed forces. There is no place for abuse in UK armed forces. Honourable members, today's debate comes against the backdrop of this government delivering for defence, for our service personnel and for veterans, by putting people at the heart of our defence plans and renewing the nation's contract with those who serve, combined with a whole-of-society approach to our national resilience. And that is why last year we delivered the biggest pay rise for our armed forces in 20 years, and we followed this up with another above-inflation rise recently. That is why we've secured a major housing deal to buy back over 36,000 military homes, improving houses for forces families and saving taxpayers billions. And we're investing £7 billion to improve military accommodation over the course of this Parliament. That is why we've set new targets to tackle the recruitment and retention crisis we inherited from the previous government, the results of which are clear already. Inflow is up 19%, outflow down 7%, and the Army is experiencing a 7-year high in application volumes. We are delivering for defence. And that is why we will be appointing an Armed Forces Commissioner to improve service life and are making it easier for veterans to access care and support through our £50 million Valour network. After all, this government recognises that the world has changed. We are in a new era of threat, which demands a new era for UK defence. The Strategic Defence Review, published last month, will make Britain safer, secure at home and strong abroad, and sets a path for the next decade and beyond to transform defence and end the hollowing out of our armed forces we've seen over the past 14 years. Decisive action has already been taken. We've stepped up and speeded up support for Ukraine, signed a landmark Trinity House agreement with Germany, started work at pace on a new defence industrial strategy, ensuring defence is an engine for growth, implemented the deepest MOD reform programme in decades, all of which has been underpinned by an increase in defence spending of nearly £5 billion this year, and a commitment to reach 2.5% in April 2027, 3% in the next Parliament and 3.5% in 2035, the largest sustained increase in defence spending since the end of the Cold War. Go on.
I'm grateful to him for giving way. One of the fundamental tenets of the SDR, as he's now broadening this out, is that we should be prepared to fight and defeat a peer enemy by 2035. So that's 10 years from now. Why, after all the hullabaloo about the much-vaunted Defence Review, has this government returned to what in the 1920s was known as the 10-year rule?
Well, let me say to the right honourable member, His government left our forces hollowed out and underfunded. He left our forces living in appalling accommodation. He left a retention and recruitment crisis that meant that for every 100 people joining our forces, 130 were leaving. He left a situation where morale was falling each and every year for the last decade in every one of our services. We are fixing that. We're getting our defence back on track, and that is why the Defence Review sets out the journey to transform our defence. That's why the Chancellor has provided additional financial resource this year. That's why the Prime Minister supported the Defence Investment Pledge at the recent NATO summit, something I hope in due course his party will bring themselves able to do so. We need to be ready to deliver for our defences. We need to be ready to stand with our allies. That is what we are doing today. We're ending the hollowing out and underfunding. And as someone I know who values defence sometimes more than his party loyalty, as I saw in the last Parliament, I hope he would welcome that. Indeed, I hope he gets an opportunity when he stands up in a moment to do so. Happy to.
Edward.
I'm not sure there's much point in us just blaming each other on this. There are historical parallels. In 1935, we were only spending 2.5% of our national wealth on defence. There was massive rearmament following that, and there was consensus on both sides of the House. And by 1945, we were spending the best part of 50% of national wealth. I think it's much better if the two parties try and work together on this and realise that we are facing an existential crisis in the world, and things are very different than they were in 2010 or 2015 or whatever, and we should work together to massively increase defence spending.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for that? I agree with what he says. It is precisely the reason when the Defence Secretary was the Shadow Defence Secretary and when I was the Shadow Minister for Armed Forces, we had a position of cross-party support on defence matters. It is really important, I think, we get back to that place, because it is for our adversaries that look at where the United Kingdom, they should see strong cross-party support, as indeed I believe they do when they see us debate Ukraine. There's a strong set of plans in our strategic defence review. There is increasing defence funding for getting to 2.5%, a figure we have not matched in the last 14 years. There is a real opportunity, I think, to send a united message from this House to our adversaries and to our people who serve. And I hope that his front bench were listening to his comments as strongly as I was in that respect. Members have the opportunity to approve this order today, knowing that the government is delivering on our pledge to rewrite... yep, please.
On a very serious note, Madam Speaker, we on this side were accused of being pro-Russian, pro-Chinese and pro-Iranian repeatedly by the Prime Minister. He defended it because we dared to oppose the Chagos deal. Yes. If he wants unity, we need to see it on both sides.
Well done. Well, I think the unity we saw in the Chagos deal is they started a deal, we finished it. They agreed that it was the right thing to start that negotiations, hold 11 rounds of it. We agreed that it was the right thing to complete that deal. We put our national security first in that respect, secured the future of the base at Diego Garcia, and won the support of our US friends, our NATO allies, our Five Eyes partner, and India locally. It is up to him which side of the debate he wishes to be on. We choose the side of our national security. Now, honourable members can approve this order today, knowing that we're delivering on the pledge to rewrite the contract between the United Kingdom and those who serve, to improve it. The Armed Forces Act, and by extension this order, underpins the very existence of His Majesty's Armed Forces. It backs those who, like my old man, as a Royal Navy submariner, stepped forward to serve, like so many across this House, stepped forward to serve our country, to protect our United Kingdom, our allies and partners in an era of global instability, to deploy globally in support of British objectives and support our national security. Madam Deputy Speaker, with the consent of the House today, Parliament will acknowledge their service, pays tribute to their service and backs their service. I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, Shadow Minister Mark Francois.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The purpose of this instrument is to provide for the continuation in force of the Armed Forces Act 2006, which would otherwise expire in mid-December 2025. In essence, the measure provides for the 2006 Act to continue in force for a further year, taking us up to a deadline of the 14th of December 2026. For those with a historical interest, which includes myself, the principle of the legislation actually dates back, as the Minister intimated, to the Bill of Rights of 1688, which, given that it followed on from the Civil War, stated the following: raising or keeping a standing army within the kingdom in time of peace, unless it be with the consent of Parliament, is against the law. This has resulted in a requirement since 1688 that all legislation on discipline in the armed forces has to be annually renewed, hence this order. Now, the Minister stated this should have support on all sides of the House, and I'm sure that it does. But yet again, when we're debating defence, when we're debating an order that is fundamental to the discipline and integrity of our armed forces, there is no Reform MP in the chamber of the House of Commons. Why? Because Reform don't do defence. And the Minister and I have seen that time and time again over the last year. So there's a point of consensus, if he wants one. However, whilst this order might appear to be merely a formality, albeit an important one, Madam Deputy Speaker, it does provide me with an opportunity this afternoon to ask my opposite number, the Armed Forces Minister, 4 important questions. But before I move on to that, can I just report to the Minister that the cadets, who are an important part of the Armed Forces family, are indeed well disciplined and in good heart. When I attended Armed Forces Day in Basildon on Saturday, I was honoured to be invited to inspect the Air Cadets on parade. When I asked one very smart cadet why he decided to join the Air Cadets, he replied, "Because my mum made me, sir." Although 3 years in, I'm very grateful that she did. So I attended Armed Forces Day in Basildon, as I have done for years, and also managed to grab a quick drink with some veterans in a local hostelry thereafter. However, mysteriously, all 4 MPs in the Basildon Borough, none of whom are Labour MPs, appear not to have been invited this year. I can only presume our invitations were somehow lost in the post. Could I just say gently to the Minister, more in sorrow than in anger really, that playing silly games like this on partisan grounds is demeaning for the Labour-led council. Armed Forces Day is too important for this sort of silly nonsense, and it just embarrasses Basildon Council in the eyes of the public and indeed its local MPs. So perhaps, in all seriousness, he could have a word with his colleagues on the council and just make sure that that unfortunate oversight doesn't happen again. One other point on that. Yes, traditionally defence is a bipartisan issue. We all believe in the defence of the realm. I've always believed that is the first duty of government. But could I say to the Minister on the floor of the House, you can't have it both ways. You can't, on the one hand, plead for unity between the government and the opposition, and then when it suits you, imply that opposition spokesmen are somehow Russian or Chinese or Iranian fellow travellers because they had the temerity not to agree with you in your bonkers Chagos deal. So my honest advice to the Minister is, make your mind up and be consistent, and then you will receive the respect that you asked for in return. Now, turning to the order directly, the Armed Forces are normally subject to the Armed Forces Acts, are normally subject to a quinquennial review. We had Armed Forces Acts in 2011, 16 and 21, and we can now expect a further Armed Forces Act before the instrument expires in December 2026. Given the vagaries of parliamentary life, Madam Deputy Speaker, few things are certain. But assuming for a moment that it will be the Armed Forces Minister and myself who take this legislation through on behalf of our respective parties, this seems a good opportunity, firstly, to ask the Minister what the latest timings are on that prospective legislation and when we can expect to see a bill. Secondly, pending that, perhaps the Minister could give the House some idea of what the key themes of that bill are likely to be and in which areas, if any, the Act is likely to differ materially from the existing Armed Forces Act 2021. In fairness, he dropped a hint a few minutes ago that there will be service justice provisions. Perhaps, if he has an opportunity, he could just expand on that slightly. And I ask the question, Madam Deputy Speaker, because there'll be large numbers of interested parties, the armed forces themselves, obviously, the armed forces families, federations, through to military charities and others, who, based on previous experience, would take a close and important interest in the bill. And therefore, to be able to give them as good a heads up as possible would clearly be desirable. So perhaps the Minister could assist the House this afternoon in that regard. As the explanatory notes that the Minister referred to point out, were this order not to be passed, then, and I quote them, the key effective expiry of the 2006 Act would be to end the provisions which are necessary to maintain the armed forces as disciplined bodies. Crucially, the 2006 Act confers powers and sets out procedures to enforce the duty of members of the armed forces to obey lawful commands. Without the 2006 Act, those powers and procedures would no longer have effect. Commanding officers and the court-martial would have no powers of punishment in respect of a failure to obey a lawful command or any other form of disciplinary or criminal misconduct. Members of the armed forces would still owe allegiance to His Majesty, but the power of enforcement would be removed. Clearly, that would be a very undesirable situation. For the avoidance of doubt, we will most certainly not be voting against this order in a few minutes' time. Nonetheless, there's an important point here about members of the armed forces being required to obey lawful commands. And this brings me on to the third question and what I wish to ask the Minister this afternoon. As recently as Defence Questions on Monday, we were debating in this chamber the fate of the 300,000 or so British Army veterans who served in Northern Ireland on Operation Banner. They were lawfully commanded to help uphold the rule of law in support of the Royal Ulster Constabulary, GC, now the PSNI, and to protect all people in Northern Ireland from whatever tradition they might come from heinous acts of terrorism, whether by bomb or by bullet. As the Minister will be well aware, the Government has tabled a so-called remedial order which would cut out elements of the 2023 Northern Ireland Legacy Act, thus potentially opening up some of those veterans to an endless cycle of investigation and reinvestigation. As currently drafted, the remedial order also makes it easier for the likes of Jerry Adams and his compadres to potentially sue the British taxpayer for hundreds of millions of pounds. Now, according to a press report in the Daily Telegraph yesterday and an associated PQ from the Northern Ireland Secretary, the Government has now decided to drop the part of the remedial order which would assist Mr Adams and his associates from suing the British taxpayer. Now, if that report is true, this is something on which these benches would warmly welcome. However, it still doesn't solve the problem of the potential persecution of our brave veterans who served in Northern Ireland, often being persecuted at the behest of Sinn Féin. So if it... Yes, I will, indeed.
Just on that point, whenever he and other members of the Conservative Shadow Defence team bring up the question of reopening this lawfare against our veterans, government ministers always say, we will be sure to give them maximum support. To me, that implies not protecting them from the lawfare, but supporting them as they go through the process. Yes. But the process is the punishment. Everybody knows that people who were involved in fatal accidents would only serve a limited prison term if, heaven forbid, convicted. But the probability is they won't be convicted, but the punishment lies in what they have to go through before they are acquitted.
My right honourable friend chaired the select committee on which I served some years ago when they produced a really very good report on this whole issue, so he is an expert on this. All I will say is that when it comes to legacy issues, Labour often provides legal support, but not necessarily always to veterans. So if the Minister wishes to maintain morale in the armed forces, both past and present, something for which this order is clearly necessary, perhaps he would take this opportunity now to clarify precisely the government's position and whether or not they still intend to table a remedial order, or whether they intend now to move straight to what the Labour manifesto describes as new legislation in the whole field of legacy matters. Which is it? Yes.
Just seek a clarification, I suppose, support from the shadow bench in regard to that. They also recognise that there may be a bit of a disconcern in the government between the Ministry of Defence front bench but also the Northern Ireland office front bench as to how this proceeds.
I certainly hope there is. I very much hope that MOD ministers in private, even if they can't say so in public, are fighting tenaciously to have this mad order scrapped and to defend the Northern Ireland veterans in a way that the Northern Ireland veterans defended all of us. The Minister understands exactly what I mean by that, and I think he and some of his ministerial colleagues may have been working on this, and if they have, then in good faith we wish them Godspeed. One more question on this and then I'll move on. If it is the government's intention to still go ahead with the remedial order, and again the House would really welcome clarity on this, despite the fact that that would have disastrous consequences for both recruitment and retention, which the Minister mentioned a few minutes ago, could the Minister confirm exactly what the government's policy is now is, and is it to go A, down the remedial order route, or B, new primary legislation, and if it's B, what are the timings for that new bill? Fourthly and finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister for the Armed Forces has signed a formal statement to the effect that, in his view, the provisions of the Armed Forces Act 2006 Continuation Order 2025 are compatible with the European Convention on Human Rights. However, there's now a question as to whether, were British troops to be deployed to Ukraine as part of some coalition of the willing, perhaps following a potential ceasefire in Ukraine, what would happen to those British troops if they were to subsequently be involved in combat with Russian forces or with Russian acolytes? What guarantee could the Ministry give that if soldiers were to fire their weapons in anger, they would not subsequently be subject to lawfare using the Human Rights Act, even decades after the event, as is now the case in Northern Ireland? This is not an idle point, Madam Deputy Speaker. I understand this whole issue of lawfare and its effect on both recruitment and retention in the British Army has been raised at the most senior levels within the Army, including in recent meetings with the Chief of the General Staff himself. So this is therefore very much a live issue which deserves to be raised in Parliament, not least on behalf of the soldiers who might have to do it for real. So given all of this, would it not be helpful, as suggested a number of times by my right honourable friend, the Shadow Defence Secretary, for the Minister to issue a formal declaration that we would derogate from the European Convention on Human Rights for any British military operations in any way related to Ukraine, such that soldiers who served in that context would be excluded from any potential lawfare prosecutions, even decades later? The Minister will know for himself this is now materially affecting morale in the armed forces, especially among the Special Forces community. And so any reassurance he can give regarding a derogation would no doubt be gratefully received. So to summarise, Madam Deputy Speaker, we obviously support this order to continue the Armed Forces Act 2006 in operation until December 2026. It will be helpful to have some idea on timings and even the content for the prospective new Armed Forces Act 2026, as it's likely to be, in order to allow interested parties to plan. Perhaps in order to maintain both morale and discipline in our armed forces, the Minister could also confirm whether or not the government would countenance derogating from the ECHR during future military operations, potentially including those in defence of Ukraine. Moreover, perhaps the Minister could update the House on where we are with regard to the government's proposed new legislation on legacy matters, the fate of the proposed remedial order under the Human Rights Act 1998, and specifically whether the government is now contemplating removing clauses from that remedial order, or abandoning the remedial order altogether, or whether they now intend to abandon the remedial order and instead rely on new primary legislation to achieve this aim. With those four questions, I conclude but for one other thing. The Father of the House gave us all very wise advice. We should increase defence spending. We can argue over how much and how quickly, but we certainly should in this increasingly dangerous world. And on these benches, we want to walk constructively with the government and the Ministry of Defence for the defence of the realm. But do unto others as you would have them do unto you.
Yeah, very good.
Order, order. I will now announce the result of today's deferred divisions. On the Draft Enterprise Act 2002, mergers involving newspaper enterprises and foreign powers regulations 2025, the ayes were 338, The noes were 79, so the ayes have it. On the draft Criminal Justice Act 2003, suitability for fixed term recall, Order 2025, the ayes were 333, the noes were 168, so the ayes have it. I now call Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement today, and I actually really appreciate him bringing this debate to the floor of the House, and I think it shows the importance and the importance its importance, but also the importance this government puts on our armed forces, and in particular our armed forces personnel. I also welcome the pay rise this government is giving our service personnel, and the commitment that he has personally made to tackle recruitment and retention issues, as well, of course, as the £5 billion increase in spending. As I was unable to make my intervention, I would say I am disappointed this has turned into a party political debate, but I assure everyone in the House that I don't intend to say any more on that matter. I know this Act reflects a I recognise that this Act reflects a constitutional requirement, but I think it also gives us an annual opportunity to say thank you to our brave servicemen and women. As I've mentioned previously in this House, I am the son, and like most people of my age, the grandson of veterans. So I also would like to recognise the sacrifice that our armed forces families also make for this country. Of course, if this Act is not renewed, commanding officers and court martials will no longer have the power to punish or discipline service people. So it is obviously really important that we pass this Act today. But we should also recognise, for the vast majority of our servicemen and women, this part of the Act is actually irrelevant. However, we must support our servicemen and women as they support us, which is why I welcome him and the veterans' work on Op Valour. As Lord Coker said in The Other Place, we inhabit a world which is more dangerous than at any time since the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991, and I think that is something that everybody in this House can reflect on. Like many members across this House, I attend the turning of the page ceremony organised by the Speaker's Office and the Office of the Master of Arms every week, when I hear the names of members of this House and children of members of this House who lost their lives in the Second World War. And I have to say, I find it incredibly moving. This morning was particularly moving when one name was read out of a son of a member of the House who passed away at the age of 8 years old. Of course, our service personnel, our country cannot work in isolation, and we know it's incredibly important to recognise the work that our armed forces do, working in collaboration with our NATO allies. But finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity, first of all, to thank all honourable gallant members of this House, and I know one is about to speak, and I'm glad he's returned to his place, for what they have done in their past careers to keep us all safe. But I would also like to pay tribute to the servicemen and women of my constituency of Harlow and the UK as a whole for their continuing service, keeping us and our families safe during these increasingly troubled times.
I now call Liberal Democrat spokesperson Helen Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today's motion may appear procedural, but it sits at the heart of how we govern our armed forces and, by extension, how we uphold parliamentary democracy and the rule of law. Under the Bill of Rights 1688, a standing army in peacetime must be consented to annually by Parliament. This annual renewal is not just constitutional housekeeping, it's a clear democratic statement that power in this country derives from Parliament and that our armed forces serve under law, not above it.
Hear, hear.
So I will of course support this continuation order. The Armed Forces Act 2006 provides the unified legal framework that enables our military to function. Without it, the service justice system would fall away, discipline could not be enforced, and commanding officers would be stripped of lawful authority. There would be no means to uphold the standards of service that we rightly expect. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, with that annual consent must come annual scrutiny. We owe it to those who serve under this Act to ensure that the political leadership they serve is worthy of their trust. The reality is that over recent years, Conservative governments have failed in their duty to our armed forces. While a brutal war raged in Europe, the previous government was cutting 10,000 troops from our army. Our armed forces are now smaller than they have been for generations at a time when global threats are escalating. Equipment programmes are routinely over budget and behind schedule. The National Audit Office has repeatedly warned about capability gaps in areas such as battlefield communications, armoured vehicles and naval readiness. And our service personnel are too often asked to do more with less, including living in unacceptable conditions with a housing system that does not meet their needs. The effectiveness of our armed forces depends not just on kit, but on people. And when those people are being let down, when we ask them to serve under a legal framework renewed by this House, we don't support them properly in practice, we are not keeping our side of the bargain. The Liberal Democrats are calling for a different path. We demand the reversal of these short-sighted troop cuts and a long-term plan to increase regular troop numbers back to over 100,000. That begins with immediate action, a new joining and re-enlistment bonus scheme to help recruit and retain at least 3,000 personnel, stabilising the force while we plan for future growth. We're also calling for cross-party talks to agree a sustainable path to meet NATO's new spending target of 5% of GDP, a goal that should be above party politics. The security of our country and our allies depends on serious, sustained commitment. And beyond strategy and numbers, we want to deliver a fair deal for those who serve. That means proper pay and decent conditions. It means high-quality housing that meets the decent home standard as a minimum. It means giving real support for transition to civilian life through access to mental health care, job opportunities and practical assistance for families who so often bear the strain behind the scenes. We press the government to deliver long overdue justice for LGBT veterans, many of whom are still awaiting compensation after years of discrimination and dismissal. That process must be fair, fast and comprehensive. We also demand full implementation of the Atherton report's recommendations to tackle the entrenched issues of harassment and misogyny faced by too many women in uniform. Service should never come with conditions of fear or inequality. And looking ahead, we understand a new Armed Forces Act is expected to be introduced in the next year. When this bill is brought forward, I will hold the government to a high standard. It must not be a copy and paste exercise. It must be an opportunity to improve the culture of our armed forces, ensuring equality, accountability and modernisation are at its heart. Madam Deputy Speaker, this continuation order maintains the legal foundation of our armed forces, but laws alone are not enough. We need leadership, we need commitment, and we need a government that does not simply consent to the military's existence once a year, but honours their service every single day with action, investment and respect. Thank you.
Yeah. I call Ben up to Deputy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Armed Forces Act 2006 Continuation Order 2025 and would like to place on record my wholehearted support for our armed forces and the role they play in providing national security and the defence of this nation, both at home and deployed on operations across the globe. And last year, as a new MP, last year's Continuation Order was the first DL that I sat on, and I was very proud to be able to sign that. As a veteran and now the MP for a constituency in Huntingdon with British, US and wider NATO forces, I know firsthand how vital political support for our military is today. Although we've moved past the period of kinetic operations that typified my generation of warfare in Iraq and Afghanistan, the world feels more dangerous today than it did at that time. The Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022 has precipitated a sea change in the nature of warfare. The manoeuvre warfare of old that we saw during the initial invasion, unchanged in a generation and familiar to those of my generation and the several before that, has been replaced by cyber, drones, grey zone, sub-threshold activity that feels like warfare that not so long ago would have been the preserve of science fiction or an episode of Black Mirror. It is this that in the thread that runs through the Strategic Defence Review, and it is this that we must ensure our armed forces are equipped to compete in across domains. I do not doubt the government's sentiment in wishing to increase defence spending to ensure we remain a credible and capable NATO ally and that we can continue to punch above our weight on the world stage. As an island nation in a notionally geographically safe part of the world, the legacy of our imperial past is one of world policing, post-colonial responsibility and expeditionary warfare. Our decentralised, persistent nuclear capability ensures we are a nation who continue to be taken seriously. But my concern is that we are in danger of being benched, as those NATO allies closer to the fray, who feel the threat from Russia on the eastern flank and the high north most keenly, will, with their vastly increased defence budgets and whole-of-society approaches to defence, make us a second-tier nation. The pledge to uplift defence spending to 5%, with the claim that we will achieve 4.1% by April 2027, is simply not credible, and this smoke and mirrors approach belies the fact that the sums do not add up. We saw only yesterday that the government's botched welfare reform has left a £4.5 billion gap in the spending plans, coupled with a further £1.25 billion from the winter fuel U-turn. Where will that money come from? Spending cuts or higher taxes are now inevitable, and growth projections look at best sluggish. Meanwhile, the government claims that it can reach 2.6% on defence plus security, but the government refuses to break down the quantum of that spending. How much of that 2.6% is actually on hard defence, and how much is on the intelligence services? By our estimates, it is somewhere in the region of 0.15%, which suggests that real defence budget as a proportion of GDP is only 2.45%. bearing in mind that a sizable proportion of that figure is solely our continuous at-sea deterrent, and the figure for our conventional forces dropped to somewhere in the region of 1.7%. A long way from the numbers the government is putting forward. The 4.1% figure the government is now puffing its chest out about is 1.5% of national security and general resilience. This contains everything from UK arts spending to rural broadband. Under the chapter on pursuing asymmetric advantage, paragraph 25 details that the RRS Sir David Attenborough plays a part regarding understanding environmental changes in the Arctic Ocean, meaning that Boaty McBoatface is included in the Prime Minister's defence spending figures. Do we honestly think Russia and China will take that seriously? The huge capability commitments we see in the SDR and in the forthcoming equipment plan far outstrip our spending power. We are quite literally writing cheques that it feels unlikely we will ever be able to cash. Not only have we pledged to create an entirely new domain in cyber, but we are about to embark on an essential modernisation process that simply does not now look funded. On top of exquisite capability like the Global Combat Air Programme, a project not due to be delivered until the back end of the next decade, but one that runs the risk of being outpaced by technological change. In 20 years' time, will a 6th generation fighter need to be crewed? It may in 2040, but GCAP's out-of-service date is likely to be beyond 2070. Do we honestly believe that crewed aircraft will be relevant by then, let alone how we will deliver the loyal wingmen in the system of systems that forms part of it? Drones are clearly the future of warfare, and whilst we continue to use Ukraine as the proving grounds for new capability against a near-peer adversary, the British Army should be on the front foot, rapidly equipping and training with drones, rather than using esports as the only drone warfare training of note. And I see the Minister there taking notes. Whilst he's writing stuff down, I would suggest that a two-stage warhead, a la Javelin, on an FPV drone is surely the next generation anti-armour capability we need, thus consigning enfilade fire from a defilade position to a thing of the past, despite my own anti-tank roots. Meanwhile, Project Greyburn means that we will replace 150,000 SA-80A3 rifles by 2030, a significant logistical commitment, and not just in terms of changing the weapon system, but there are still discussions around changing the nature of the ammunition as well, and whilst that will increase stopping power, it will remove the purpose of 5.56, which I'm sure we won't need to go into in the chamber today, but everything that goes with that in terms of rifle racks, ammunition pouches, magazines, mag chargers, the nitty-gritty of changing a weapons platform that really does take its toll on exactly how we would implement that. We also intend to replace nearly 6,000 Land Rovers by 2030, another significant logistical commitment in terms of training soldiers to drive them, putting those vehicles out, making sure that we have the logistical trail in place to be able to service those vehicles. These smaller but still resource-intensive tasks place more and more strain on our personnel. Only today, I understand the MOD police have cut 1,500 roles, with the MPGS under-resourced, unable to replace them, and the burden has fallen upon regular soldiers to augment their guarding taskings. And additional taskings like this, with weekend guards, is one of the factors that erodes goodwill and continues to contribute towards retention problems. Only a few weeks ago, I was in Poland visiting the RAF, conducting the NATO air policing role, interdicting Russian penetration along NATO's border. The personnel there were rightly extremely proud to serve, but at the same time the strain that the current operational tempo was placing upon those in specialist roles was immense, requiring them to repeatedly spend long periods away from home. Incredibly, the additional penalty that they pay is a financial one, with all but those on the highest LSA bands finding that the additional pay they receive for being separated from their families is often at best negligible, at worst a financial hit. And I mean that in terms of the second order effects, that an individual who may be being paid more to be on operations isn't physically at home to help out with the tasks at home, which means that you have to pay for a babysitter rather than having your spouse there to look after them. I mean, you have to pay for a dog walker rather than be able to leave the dog at home when the spouse will return home. Those costs add up and they simply aren't factored into those extra payments that people receive for being on tour. Meanwhile, we continue to see those who have already served their nation questioning whether they continue to enjoy the support of the nation they risk their lives to serve. The concerns around the treatment of Northern Ireland veterans have Operation Banner veterans rightly very concerned about their futures and being held accountable for actions from over 50 years ago. Without clarity that protections will be guaranteed for those who serve their country, there is potentially a huge issue that future recruitment will suffer with a loss of confidence that serving your country won't, under this government, see you treated as a criminal one day. It raises questions over my own service and that of my peers that the goalposts could one day move for us. And I know that applies to both sides of the House, and I see the Security Minister there on the front bench who served so proudly in Afghanistan as well. I do welcome the Armed Forces Act 2006 Continuation Order 2025, just as I was proud to play my small part in the history of one of our finest institutions. I recognise and acknowledge the sentiment and intent of the Defence Ministers to deliver for our service personnel, and I don't call that into question for 1 second. But I would also wish to place on record my concerns that the limitations placed upon them by Treasury accounting will mean that cross-party consensus on defence is at risk from the smoke and mirrors approach to hitting our NATO pledges. The fiscal rules and botched legislation that will reduce the Chancellor's spending power and a dangerous new world that this government must demonstrate their front-footed commitment to with tangible results, not just pledges.
Saoirse Eastwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I simply want to contribute today as the MP for Lagan Valley, which is the home of Army EHQ in Northern Ireland. I too am proud of my family members that served both in the Army, the regular Army, UDR and the RUC. However, I would like to depart from some members of the House where I would say that they were professional in everything that they did, and they would agree with me, as would many others across this House and indeed in Northern Ireland, that they didn't serve above the law, they served within the law, as any professional soldier will do. I also want to pay tribute to the Royal British Legion, Lisburn and Dromore branches, who have been incredible in supporting veterans, not just throughout Lagan Valley, but indeed across wider Northern Ireland, and making sure that they are at the fore of both civic and remembrance events, particularly Brian Sloan from Lisburn Royal British Legion. I also want to echo some of the remarks by the Shadow Front Bench in terms of the cadets, something that people really often overlook, and actually we're very blessed in Lagan Valley to have both the Sea Cadets, the RAF Cadets and the Army. And every time I look at those young people, it really does make my heart feel proud and a wee bit more confident for the future. We are in a very changed security situation, and I think everybody in this House knows that. And one of the challenges that the Minister has referenced in his opening remarks has been that of recruitment and retention. And I think we have to change sometimes the dial whenever we're discussing these things, because there should be an opportunity for our young people. I often hear young people maligned and marginalised, but actually those are the young people that are going to be our engineers of the future, our strategic ops planners of the future, and really are desperately wanting to find meaning sometimes in life and wanting to find that through service. And I think that's exactly what the cadets provide. So I just want to put on record my thanks to those who are serving, gallant members throughout the House, people who have served within Lagan Valley. I have their complete and utter back in all of this. I'm very proud of them. I'm proud of what they've done, and also lastly a word for their families too, because there's also a hidden shift that people don't often see, a hidden threat that many are still dealing with years from now, and I think it's really important that we vitally remember those people who have served. Thank you.
Are you hoping to... David Reid.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to raise an important point that has been reported in the media over the last 24 hours. And it's about the future of the Royal Marines. And as a former Royal Marine myself and the Member of Parliament that represents the Commando Training Centre in Lympstone, this is an issue I think that we need to discuss now, and I hope the Minister will be able to give some answers. So it's been reported that the Royal Marines are moving away from their conventional amphibious operations, and that large-scale beach landings and traditional force protections from sea are being replaced with small, flexible teams designed to operate alongside special forces. Let me be clear, I think adaptability is vital, and I'm sure that there's many merits in this point and this direction of travel. But it's so important that the Minister comes forward and tells the House and gives the opportunity to be able to discuss this. And I do worry that abandoning hard-won capabilities without clear and credible replacement is not adaptation, it's risk. So I'd like to put some questions to the Minister. Is the government removing the United Kingdom's amphibious warfare capability? And if so, what replaces it? What is the long-term plan to project force from sea to land, if not through the Royal Marines in their traditional role? The multi-role support ships that are meant to underpin this new commando force concept, we have no delivery dates, there's no detailed plan and no answer on whether it will be a genuine operational flexibility or a simply scaled-back presence. Will the MRSS be able to deploy full commando units at scale in high-threat environments, or is it designed purely for small team operations? And if the latter, is that now the full extent of our national amphibious ambitions? And then this goes on to the issue around special forces support. I know it's an issue that we can't really discuss in the chamber. We're the security minister who served the special force support group, so I understand that we won't be able to discuss it in great detail. But it's been reported that 40 Commando has been tasked to operate alongside the Special Boat Service in sensitive national missions, including evacuations and hostage rescue. So what does this mean for the Royal Marines' contribution to the Special Forces Support Group? Is the SFSG being restructured or reassigned? Madam Deputy Speaker, I think this goes into a deeper point, especially to our NATO allies, and if we are talking in the Strategic Defence Review about being NATO first. NATO have long counted on the UK's high-end amphibious expertise. It matters to our national resilience in a world where rapid deployment from sea is often the only option. And above all, it matters to the men and women who serve and who deserve clarity about their future roles, mission and identity. So I urge the Minister to come forward with honest, detailed answers, not slogans or spin, but clarity on capability, posture and intent. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, defence policy cannot be made in stealth.
Final contribution from Mr Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for bringing forward this order in the House today. Just a few questions to him on it in regards to contributions that have been made by other honourable members, and many have talked about the value of our cadet services in regards to the promotion of young people, the value that it gives, and also that additional skill training that is provided. It was concerning when I met some of the cadets in Northern Ireland that some of their senior officers were actually reporting that there was a fall in their core support, their core financial support, the core grant that they receive from the Ministry of Defence. And I would like clarity from the Minister under this order, if that was in fact true, that he would take the opportunity to reverse it, because it's not a large sum of money in regards to the overall spend of the Ministry of Defence, and even in regards to the projections that are being talked about today. So the cadets provide a valuable service, and I think in the recognition, so should the financial support that is given to them can also be given as well. Just in regard to that continued support, and the Minister and I have had many exchanges in this and will continue to have, and that's about the investment not just in our service personnel but also the facilities and the bases that they provide. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I refer specifically to Northern Ireland, and the Minister knows in regards to Aldergrove as to the facility that can be to all our armed forces as a strategic location in our national defence in regards to that. And I would like to hear, even if under the SDR there is a possibility of further investment there. But again, just in a final point, I would like to pay our tribute and thanks to all those current service personnel and former serving personnel. The Shadow Minister made reference to it of the debate that's coming in this place on the 14th of July, and I would encourage all members to participate in regards to that, so that our veterans can actually see the support that members of this House actually have for that. And in finishing, to be local again like other members have, could I ask the Minister to join me in congratulating the branches of Ballyclare and Randallstown Royal British Legion, who this year have celebrated their 100th anniversary in regards to service of personnel through wars from all that, and continue to serve and actually support serving personnel at this moment in time.
We now come to the front benches, and I call the Shadow Minister, Mark Francois.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think we've had a good debate, lively at times, but about an important subject. And again, for the avoidance of doubt, we will loyally support this order, which I'm sure the House will pass without the need for a division. We had some very good speeches, including from the member for Huntingdon. He recalled some of his time serving as an infantry platoon commander. I too had that same honour, although in my case as a Cold War reservist rather than as a regular in his. The member for Exmouth East asked a number of questions about the future of the Royal Marines, now that the government has flogged off most of our amphibious shipping, and asked for some confirmation about timings on the MSSS class, and what happens to the Royal Marines now in their amphibious role. Perhaps the Minister could provide the House with some reassurance. And if it is true that the Royal Marines, at least in the short term, are going to lose their amphibious role, can I ask him, were the Parachute Regiment consulted on that decision? Also, the member for South Antrim. I see the Hansard must record that the Security Minister is chuckling at this point. Yes, I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I see the Security Minister chuckling away. I'd also like confirmation that as part of the big three that the RAF regiment were also consulted on that decision as well.
I think the RF regiment have had other things in their mind lately. Could I congratulate the member for South Antrim for raising the important issue of Northern Ireland? And that takes me on to where I would like to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hope when the Minister replies he can answer some of my questions about what will happen to our Northern Ireland veterans. Again, for the avoidance of doubt, I think I know where his heart lies on this. And I can't recall whether or not the Security Minister served in Northern Ireland. He's nodding that I know he certainly served with great distinction in Afghanistan. So he too will understand this. We have to believe on these benches that in the privacy of discussions between government departments, they are doing the right thing. And perhaps the Minister can give some assurance to those 300,000 veterans who served the Lock Banner, those who are still with us, that they will remove the sword of Damocles that hangs over them and allow those people who served our country so bravely and with such distinction in incredibly difficult circumstances to sleep safely in their beds as they deserve.
I call the Minister, Minister Luke Holland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank all members for their contributions to this debate. It was a good one. I'll refer very briefly, if I can, in closing to a number of the issues that have been raised. First, Madam Deputy Speaker, I detect strong support for our armed forces on all sides of the House, so I hope there won't be a division very shortly, and that is good to see. I think this debate has shown actually the merit in holding the annual order on the floor of the House, but I suspect I will need to have a word with the Leader of the House and the whips before I commit to any future ones of those, because that is definitely outside my swim lane. Can I thank the member for Logan Valley in particular for talking about cadets? It is absolutely right that we invest more in cadets, and that is why the Strategic Defence Review set out our ambition to increase the size of our cadet force by 30%. A really strong investment in the future of our young people, providing opportunities not just to get lifetimes of skills, increased confidence and opportunities, but also to provide a pathway for young people to serve in our armed forces to really realise the benefits. And having seen the cadets on parade on Plymouth Hoe for Armed Forces Day at the weekend, I know there's strong support for them in every part of the country, but I'm grateful for her in particular for raising that. And I think the line that I noticed down, young people find meaning through service, and I couldn't agree more, so I'm grateful for that contribution. In relation to the Shadow Minister who asked me a number of questions, we have to renew the Armed Forces Act every 5 years. That will be renewed in the proper way. We're looking at what is necessary to update that legislation, especially as it would be coming after the publication of the Strategic Defence Review. He will be familiar that the Strategic Defence Review made the case for a Defence Readiness Bill as part of that, and we are looking across all those details, and I can reassure him that as part of the commitment that we have shown, indeed with the wide consultation that we've undertaken with the Armed Forces Commissioner Bill, that we will continue that in that spirit for future legislation. In relation to that, he may have missed it, but just before Prime Minister's questions today, it was Northern Ireland questions, and I believe the Northern Ireland Secretary at the dispatch box raised a number of the issues, or replied to some questions on the number of issues he spoke about, so I might refer him to those remarks, because as he will know, if only because I say this every time he asks me a question on it, these are matters for the Northern Ireland Office, but clearly Defence has strong equities and views on these matters as well. Go on.
I was watching Northern Ireland questions. From memory, the Northern Ireland Secretary said they would address this through primary legislation, but he gave no indication of any kind as to what happens to the outstanding remedial order. So if they can't answer that today, perhaps the Minister or the Northern Ireland Office could write to us and tell us where we stand.
As he will know, because I have had a similar conversation in a variety of different formats in recent weeks, as a matter for the Northern Ireland Office, the policy intention is to repeal and, importantly, replace the Unlawful Legacy Act. It's been found to be unlawful. It doesn't enjoy community support. It does need to be repealed and replaced, and any government that was elected in July would have to do that. Happy to.
I'm very grateful to him for allowing me to intervene again. I just want to say to him this point about not enjoying community support. When we were having these debates in great detail, the highly divided communities would always stand up and say how this was unacceptable and how that was unacceptable, and then quietly they would come up to us, their representative, and say, for goodness sake, go on doing what you're doing. So you may have some legal, the Minister may have some legal problems to overcome, but let him not be fooled by what is said in public about what really needs to be done.
Minister.
I thank him for his contribution, and indeed it is a matter that my colleagues in the Northern Ireland Office follow closely on this one, as they're the lead department with responsibility for the repealing and replacing of the Legacy Act, and I'm certain that he will continue making suggestions in that way. It's not for me to make announcements on the Northern Ireland Office behalf, but I am certain they will have listened to the Right Honourable Gentleman and what he has had to say in relation to this. I'm also grateful for the remarks from the member for Huntingdon, who I believe I told him just before this, I look forward to seeing him on the front bench in a shadow defence role very soon. I have to say, as he knows, I'm a big fan of what he has to say, and I do like the way that he brings his military expertise and a certain good defence nerdery, which as a defence nerd on this side I appreciate very much so, in relation to that. But perhaps I would just say politely to him that the experience that I have seen from engaging with our allies on NATO's eastern flank, from Finland, the Baltic states, and all the way down through passing Belarus and others, is that the nations there value the relationship with the United Kingdom even more in over the recent past year. We have strong relations with the JEF nations of Northern Europe, and we continue to have deeper relations with our Baltic friends, including enhancing the forward land force that we have in Estonia, and our cooperation and support for Latvia and Lithuania at this time. So I don't recognise the concern, but he's right to raise it, if only to allow me to put that on the record, that we have strong support from those nations, and indeed we strongly support them in wanting to be sovereign and free from Russian aggression. I would politely say to him that Sir David Attenborough does provide a really important presence in the Antarctic region, and he will know, if he hasn't yet discovered polar region nerdery, can I recommend that to him, because the presence that both HMS Protector, our ice ship, and also the Sir David Attenborough provide there is not only really important presence, support for our Arctic missions and Antarctic missions, but also help us honour our obligations under the Antarctic Treaty, which is a really important part of the rules-based framework for the protection of the Antarctic, which is really important. Happy to.
Well, I thank the Minister for giving way. On that point about the Arctic and HMS Protector, what plans do we have to procure an actual icebreaker in order to increase our footprint in that region?
Minister.
Oh, I knew he was tempted to go into polar nerdery, and so I'll be very happy speaking to him about some of those aspects. Clearly, when it comes to some of the provisions of our ships and capabilities in there, it's not just an MOD matter, it's one that we share, in particular with our Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office colleagues, but I'm happy picking that up with him, certainly. I'm not certain he's right on everything he said on drones, but nonetheless, he is certainly right when he says drone warfare has fundamentally changed how warfare is conducted. And when it comes to defence spending, I'm very proud that we have a plan to return to 2.5% of defence, a figure not met since 2010. And we do need to spend more on defence because we live in more dangerous times. The member for Harlow spoke about the sacrifice that armed forces families make, and he's exactly right to do so. It's something that we should not forget. Indeed, that is the reason why in the Armed Forces Commissioner Bill we deliberately extend the powers of the Commissioner to have a requirement to engage with the family members of armed forces of our people who serve, which is really important. And I'm grateful for the member for Epsom Ewell for her contributions. Can I say to her that we do indeed have a government that honours the service of our armed armed forces every day. I'm very proud to serve within it. But she's also right to raise the issue of LGBT veterans. She will know that the prioritisation that we've decided as ministers is that the initial payments, as we stand up the system to make payments, should be directed at those people who are over 80 or facing a terminal condition. We have completed that work. That was the right prioritisation in the first instance, so justice can be done with those folks who may not see many more days. We're now standing up that wider system so we can process that wider set of payments that we've committed to do, and we'll continue to do so. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, just in relation to the questions from the member for Exeter and Exmouth East, the Future Commando Force strategy that was published under the last government did indeed move away from full commando assault to small raiding parties. That was the excellent policy of the last government. Because of that, I'll be happy speaking to him about it. We have a strong commitment to the amphibious role of the Royal Marines. We have a commitment to MRSS that was in the Strategic Defence Review. Be very happy speaking to him further on this as an MP who has a Royal Marine base in my constituency, as indeed he has in his. I'm going to have to conclude, I'm afraid, in terms of time, but I'm very happy meeting him to discuss this further. But I can reassure him that the Royal Marines has a very bright, strong future in our armed forces. Go on then.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think this raises a more fundamental question. Just like the release of the Strategic Defence Review to trade bodies, to the press beforehand, we're reading about this in the press, but not having the opportunity to discuss this in Parliament. So I welcome the offer to have a conversation about it with the Minister, but why can't we have the conversation in the Chamber now? Thank you.
Well, if I can refer him to all the debates I called on the future of the Royal Marines under the last government to make the case that the Royal Marines had a bright future when I was indeed sat on opposition benches. We have a strong commitment to the future of the Royal Marines. We have a strong commitment to amphibiosity. He will know the changes that his government introduced in terms of the future Commando Force strategy. And indeed, if you look at the lessons from Ukraine, indeed the Royal Marines were actually well ahead of the learnings that we now see from there. Happy discussing it with him further. I'm sure he'll want to table a Westminster Hall debate so we can discuss this even more, but I can reassure him and indeed the House that the future of the Royal Marines is safe and secure. We have a strong commitment to amphibiosity. We need to make sure that all our fighting forces adapt to the changed environment in which they operate, and certainly as someone who represents Stonehouse Barracks, the spiritual home of the Royal Marines, it's something that I feel personally about. Don't recognise the concerns he raised, but I'm very glad on a cross-party basis there's strong support for armed forces and indeed for this continuation of order. Thank you very much.
The question is, as on the order papers, may that opinion say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll give the ministers a few moments to shuffle over before we start on the next item of business. Motion number 4 on prevention and suppression of terrorism. Minister to move. Minister Dan Jarvis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the Terrorism Act 2000 Prescribed Organisations Amendment Order of 2025, which was laid before the House on the 30th of June, be approved. I'm grateful to the House for its consideration of this draft order, which will see 3 distinct groups prescribed. They are Maniacs Murder Cult, Palestine Action and the Russian Imperial Movement. I'm going to make a bit of progress. I think it is not unreasonable. The prescription of these 3 organisations will reaffirm the UK's zero-tolerance approach to terrorism, regardless of its form or underlying ideology. Now, first, Madam Deputy Speaker, it may be helpful if I set out some background to the prescription power. To prescribe an organisation, the Home Secretary must reasonably believe that it is concerned in terrorism. This means that the organisation commits or participates in terrorism, it prepares for terrorism, it promotes or encourages terrorism, or it is otherwise concerned in terrorism. Some 80 terrorist organisations are currently prescribed under the Terrorism Act of 2000. Prescription is, rightly, ideologically neutral. It judges an organisation on its actions and the actions it is willing to deploy in pursuit of its cause. The UK's definition of terrorism was established in law a quarter of a century ago, and it has stood the test of time and extensive scrutiny since. I'll make a little bit of progress and then I will give way. It has three limbs. 1, the use or threat of action must reach a certain level of seriousness, such as serious violence or serious damage to property. 2, the use or threat must be designed to influence a government or intimidate the public or a section of the public. And 3, the use or threat must be made for the purpose of advancing a political, religious, racial or ideological cause. Successive independent reviewers of terrorism legislation have upheld the UK's terrorism definition as effective and fit for purpose, even as the threat from terrorism has evolved. I'll give way in just a moment. Madam Deputy Speaker, prescription is one of the most powerful counter-terrorism tools available to government. Any decision to prescribe is taken with great care and following rigorous consideration, as noted by Jonathan Hall KC in his report on the operation of the Terrorism Acts of 2022. I will give way to the right honourable gentleman.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Minister for giving way, and I'm grateful to him for that. I think the question that many of us want to put to him is, why has he linked these three organisations together? He clearly has made a judgment on each of the three organisations independently of each other. And I think it would be fair, and I'm sure many outside would think it would be fair, if we were taking individual votes on the three. Because many of us are very concerned about the issue facing Palestine action, and that is the issue that we wish to address in the debate here today.
Mr Dan Jarvis.
I can say to the right honourable gentleman that I will come on and explain with real clarity precisely why we have proceeded in the way that we have. But I suspect that he has a long memory, and he will recall, I'm sure, that when he's voted against prescribing a number of organisations previously, including Al-Qaeda in 2001, that particular motion was bundled along with 20 other militant organisations. So there is clear precedent for doing this. And I can say to him, the reason that we seek to do it is to demonstrate that we don't attach any kind of ideological prism with which to seek to make a judgment. The Home Secretary will take a view based on a legal threshold, and that is the basis on which we have proceeded. I'll give way to the honourable member.
First of all, can I thank the Minister for bringing this forward, and Minister, my party will be supporting government and putting this, and if it does come to a vote, as some I think might indicate they wish to do, we'll support government and Labour, because security, coming from Northern Ireland, we understand what it means to have security and what's important to have. Government and ministers and the police and the army and MI5 and MI6 all have a responsibility. Minister, this question I want to ask, in relation to the membership of those organisations, will it be the intention of the Minister to is there a list of Palestine Action, for instance? Is there a list of those who may be members? I don't know where they are. There might even be some in this House, perhaps. But if there is, perhaps maybe we'll understand, and will they be subject to the rulings of prescription as well? Thank you.
Look, I'm grateful to him for his intervention, and I know that he speaks with great authority on these matters, born out of his extensive experience of dealing with these matters in Northern Ireland. Can I just say to him that if he's just a little bit patient, and if the House allows me to make a bit of progress, then I will explain and respond to the point that he's raised and the point that other honourable members are seeking to raise. So if the House will allow, I will now turn to the specific measures before the House today, taking each of the proposed additions to the list of prescribed organisations in order. Madam Deputy Speaker, first, the Maniacs Murder Cult, also known as MMC. MMC is an insidious, white supremacist, neo-Nazi organisation that operates online and across borders. It aims to encourage individuals to engage in acts of violence against people that it perceives as antisocial. including homeless people, drug addicts and migrants, all to further its own ideology and degrade human society through violence. The government assesses that MMC commits, prepares for and promotes and encourages acts of terrorism. MMC members and leaders have claimed a number of violent attacks globally that were committed in pursuit of the group's aims. MMC supplies instructional material that could increase the capability or motivation of an aspiring attacker, including a guide which provides information on how to fatally attack someone with a knife and use a vehicle as a weapon. Members and non-members share MMC's material and other online content, including videos of violent attacks to encourage further violence in support of its ideology. On the 22nd of May, a 21-year-old Georgian national, considered to be one of MMC's leaders, known as Commander Butcher, was extradited to the United States and is set to stand trial in New York for soliciting hate crimes and acts of mass violence. As set out in the indictment, he is alleged to have recruited individuals online to promote MMC's ideologies by committing acts of murder, arson, bombing and mass poisoning in New York, targeted specifically at members of ethnic minority groups, homeless people and Jewish school children. As this case illustrates, MMC has a truly transnational audience, including the UK. It does not matter where the leaders of this network are based if they are capable of inspiring acts of violence and terror in any country. Vulnerable individuals, such as minors, are particularly exposed to the horrific material MMC publishes and distributes online. This government will not stand by and allow the terrorist threat and wider societal harms caused by the MMC to persist. Prescribing MMC is key to help deter and divert individuals from engaging with MMC's violent content and sends a clear signal to social media companies to remove MMC's material from their platforms. The threat posed by MMC must be taken extremely seriously, whether they are inspiring acts of violence against our people or influencing young people to commit those acts. We will not hesitate to take action against groups like these to keep our country safe.
Yeah.
I will give way, yeah.
The Minister for giving way, and I agree with him that it clearly meets the threshold very significantly. But I'm bound to ask the question: when did the actions of MMC first come to the attention of the government, and why has it left it so long to bring forward this proposal, and why has it simply left it until the point when it's politically convenient to bring it forward?
I'm sorry that the honourable member has chosen to make that final point. There is no political convenience in what we are seeking to do today. What we are seeking to do today is ensure the security of our country. And if he's just a little bit patient, let me further make that case to him and to the House. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn now to Palestine Action. The public attention it has garnered should not be confused with legitimacy, and nor should a group formed 5 years ago be conflated with the legitimate campaign for Palestinian rights and statehood, which has existed in our country and in this House for more than 5 decades. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me be clear. The prescription of Palestine Action does not seek to ban protest that supports Palestine. There are many ways in which people can continue to lawfully express their support for Palestine without being a member or a supporter of Palestine Action. I will give way, yes.
Thank the Minister for giving way. The Minister will be aware that the High Court has granted Palestine Action permission for a legal challenge. Rather than the Home Secretary, who's not here today, rushing it through Parliament, shouldn't this be delayed until the judicial process has concluded?
Well, I can say to the honourable member, we're certainly not seeking to rush it through Parliament. These are matters that the Home Secretary and I have considered for some time. With regard to the point that she made about legal challenge, there is a clear route to legal challenge. Should an organisation be proscribed, it has the opportunity to pursue a legal route of challenge. That is entirely within the right of any organisation who are proscribed to do so, and that is a matter for them. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me make this point because I think it's an important one. Freedom of expression and assembly are cornerstones of our democracy. They are fundamental rights, and this government will always respect and protect them. We will always defend the right of the British people to engage in legitimate and peaceful protest and to stand up for the causes in which they believe. I will give way, yes.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Madam Deputy Speaker, I often show visitors the statue of Lord Falkland and the missing spur removed when a suffragette chained themselves to it. And I was here when protesters superglued their buttocks to the glass panel there, causing quite some scandal and damage. My point is, will the Minister confirm that criminal damage, no matter how creatively or indeed scandalously undertaken, will always be treated under criminal law and is not treated as terrorist acts?
Well, I am grateful to her for her intervention, and I know that she's given this matter very serious consideration, and it's an interesting point that she makes. And I will seek, as I progress, to evidence to her and to others why we've taken to choose this particular course of action with this particular group. And I hope when I've made my speech that she will understand the reasons why we are proceeding in the way that we are. Madam Deputy Speaker, I was just making the point about the importance of the right to protest. But essential as these rights are, they do not provide a blank cheque for this particular group to seriously damage property or subject members of the public to fear and violence. I will give way.
Diane Abbott.
On the question of Palestine action, the Minister will be aware that very many of us in this chamber think that Palestine action is in a different category from the other two organisations he's seeking to prescribe. And can I ask him, is he aware that several UN special rapporteurs, including those protecting human rights, say that they have contacted the UK government to say that acts of protest that damage property but are not intended to kill or injure people should not be treated as terrorism?
Well, I am grateful to the Mother of the House because I think she makes an important point. Before I respond to it, let me just say very politely and very gently, I hope, to her and to others, if the actions of the particular group that we are considering at the moment had been conducted by an organisation who held different ideological motives, my strong sense is that she and some of her colleagues would be strongly recommending that the government moved to prescribe them. I have to say that is, I'm afraid, the conclusion that I have arrived at. Now, she specifically mentioned the point about the United Nations. We did, as a government, receive a letter from the UN Special Procedures mandate holders. This was at the end of 2024, and the UK government provided a full response to this, which has been published. But I would just sort of gently say to her that ultimately, matters relating to our national security and ensuring that we keep the public safe are very much matters for this country and not for other organisations. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank you.
Minister, can I just put on record that this heavy-handed approach threatens basic freedoms and sets a dangerous precedent for all political dissent in the UK? Does he acknowledge that?
Minister.
I don't acknowledge that, and I don't accept his characterisation of the decision that we have taken. And if you'll just listen to what I have to say in a moment, I hope that he will understand why we're progressing in the way that we are. Madam Deputy Speaker, the attack at Bryce Norton on the 20th of June has, quite understandably, provoked shock and anger in this House and across the country. But the reality is that this was just the latest episode in Palestine Action's long history of harmful activity. Palestine Action has orchestrated a nationwide campaign of property damage featuring attacks that have resulted in serious damage to property and crossed the threshold from direct criminal action into terrorism. And I hope that goes some way to responding to the point that my honourable friend made just a moment ago. Palestine Action members have used violence against people responding at the scene of attacks. For their roles in coordinated attacks, members of the organisation have been charged with serious offences, including violent disorder, grievous bodily harm with intent, and aggravated burglary, which is an offence involving a weapon.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I thank him for some of the things that he's been saying. I just wanted to kind of pick up on the fact that all that he's spoken about there could be dealt with under criminal law. And the other thing was, when my honourable friend mentioned about the suffragettes, I think we need to put into context a little bit of history here, that when the suffragettes carried out a campaign of window smashing, poster paint defacement, cutting telegraph and railway lines, targeted bombing and arson, specifically avoiding harming people, I think we have to understand that there is a long history in this country of direct action which pushes the boundaries of our democracy. It's very difficult for all of us, but actually they are still direct action. It's not terrorist action.
So I acknowledge his point about the history, and I think that that is entirely reasonable context for him and others to raise. But ultimately, this government has to respond to events that are taking place in the here and now. And this government has to take sometimes difficult decisions about what measures are required to make safe. And he's absolutely within his rights to seek to make comparisons about other groups. But as I will explain in just a moment, fundamentally, the Home Secretary has to take a view about whether a legal threat, if it is, she has to make a judgment about whether she's wishing to proceed. I'm going to have to make a bit of progress because I still have some way to go. I'm going to make some progress. So despite some of the rhetoric to the contrary, the group's own materials have stated that the organisation is not non-violent, which is echoed in the actions of its members who have committed atrocious attacks. Having carefully considered all the evidence, the Home Secretary has concluded that Palestine Action is concerned in terrorism and should be proscribed. Now, the House will understand that I am unable to comment on specific intelligence or go into details about incidents that are sub judice. However, I can provide a summary of the group's activities, and it is right that I make that position clear to the House. Since its inception in 2020, Palestine Action has orchestrated and enacted a campaign of direct criminal action against businesses and institutions, including key national infrastructure and defence firms that provide services and supplies to support Ukraine, NATO, our Five Eyes allies, and the UK defence industry. Over time, and most notably since the start of 2024, Palestine Action's activity has increased in frequency and severity. Its targets have broadened to include financial firms, charities, universities and government buildings. Its methods have become more aggressive, with its members demonstrating a willingness to use violence. I will give way, but I then do need to make some progress.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving me, because he's spoken about the history of some of this, and there is more recent history. The last government brought in the Public Order Act in order to deal with Extinction Rebellion. At that point, the Home Secretary, when she was on the shadow front bench, listed all the various crimes that could be dealt with. And she said then, the government are extending powers that we would normally make available just for serious violence and terrorism to peaceful protest. Police officers themselves have said that this is a serious restriction on a person's rights to protest and in reality is unworkable. She was right then, wasn't she? And she's wrong today.
And I'm going to make a bit of progress because I hope to answer some of the points that I'm about to explain to him specific incidences that have informed the decision that have happened recently. So I understand why he may not necessarily want to listen to that, but I would invite him to do so because it is very important context. I'm going to make some progress now. So some of Palestine Action's own materials state, we are not non-violent and we have specific targets. The group has a footprint in all 45 policing regions in the UK and has pledged to escalate its campaign. Madam Deputy Speaker, this disgraceful pattern of activity cannot be allowed to continue. Now, in applying the legislative framework, the government assesses that Palestine Action commits acts of terrorism. In several attacks, Palestine Action has committed acts of serious damage to property with the aim of progressing its political cause. I'm not going to give way because I need to get these important points down on the record. With the aim of progressing its political cause and intimidating and influencing the public and the government. These include attacks at Thales in Glasgow 2022 and last year at Instow Precision in Kent and Elbit Systems UK in Bristol. In such attacks, Palestine Action members have forced entry onto premises armed with a variety of weapons and damaged or demolished property, causing millions of pounds worth of criminal damage. As the House has heard, Palestine Action members have used violence against people responding at the scene. Now, during Palestine Action's attack against the Thales defence factory in Glasgow in 2022, the group caused over £1 million worth of damage, including parts that are essential to our submarines. Palestine Action caused panic amongst staff who feared for their safety as pyrotechnics and smoke bombs were thrown in the area where they were evacuating. The sheriff, when passing custodial sentences for the perpetrators, said, and I quote, "Throwing pyrotechnics into areas where people are being evacuated could hardly be described as being non-violent." The government also assess that Palestine Action prepares for terrorism. The organisation has provided practical advice to assist its members with conducting significant levels of property damage at targets right across the UK. For example, Palestine Action released an underground manual which encourages its members to create small groups or cells and provides guidance about how to conduct activity against private companies and government buildings. It explains how to operate covertly to evade arrest and provides a link to a website also created by Palestine Action, which contains a map of target locations across the UK. And the government assesses that Palestine Action promotes and encourages terrorism. This includes the glorification of its attacks involving serious property damage on social media. Palestine Action's attacks are not victimless crimes. Employees have experienced physical violence, intimidation, and harassment. They have been prevented from entering their place of work. We would not tolerate this activity from organisations motivated by Islamist or extreme right-wing ideology, and we cannot tolerate it from Palestine Action. Now, by implementing this measure, we will remove Palestine Action's veil of legitimacy, tackle its financial support, and degrade its efforts to recruit and radicalise people into committing terrorist activity in its name. But we must be under no illusion. Palestine Action is not a legitimate protest group. People engaged in lawful protest don't need weapons. People engaged in lawful protest do not throw smoke bombs and fire pyrotechnics around innocent members of the public. And people engaged in lawful protest do not cause millions of pounds of damage to national security infrastructure, including submarines and defence equipment for NATO. Prescribing Palestine Action will not impinge on people's right to protest. Those who wish lawfully to protest or express support for Palestine have always been able to and can continue to do so. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am conscious of time, and that is why I want to turn very briefly to the Russian Imperial Movement, or RIM. RIM is a white supremacist, ethno-nationalist organisation that seeks to create a new Russian imperial state. The methods RIM use to try to achieve those aims threaten UK, Euro-Atlantic and wider international security and prosperity. RIM conducts combat activity via its paramilitary unit, the Russian Imperial Legion, and has actively fought alongside Russian forces and other pro-Russian right-wing extremist groups in the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict. In doing so, the government assesses that it has committed or participated in acts of terrorism. RIM also prepares for terrorism. It manages a paramilitary training programme known as Partisan, which increases the capabilities of attendees to conduct terrorist attacks. By prescribing RIM, the UK will reinforce our steadfast support of Ukraine in its resistance to Russian aggression and our commitment to counter future threats from extreme right-wing terrorism in the UK and Europe. Madam Deputy Speaker, almost 2 years ago, it was my task, on behalf of what was then His Majesty's opposition, to strongly support the action taken to proscribe the Wagner Group, an organisation which rightly stood condemned for its acts of indiscriminate violence and terror in Ukraine and elsewhere. And I hope that the whole House will be as united as it was on that occasion in endorsing the action today taken against the Russian imperial movement. Madam Deputy Speaker, to conclude, the first duty of government is to keep our country safe. When our collective security and our values are threatened, we will not hesitate to act. Today's prescriptions will send a clear and unambiguous message that this Parliament stands against terrorism, however and wherever it manifests itself. Only in applying the UK's counter-terrorism framework without bias can we maintain confidence in it. I therefore urge members to support these prescriptions, and I commend the order to the House.
The question is as on the order paper. Before I call the Shadow Minister, colleagues will have noted that on the order paper, this debate is only 90 minutes long, has to conclude at 5:27, which means that backbenchers will be on a speaking limit of 4 minutes to begin with, and only a few colleagues will get in as the debate has to conclude at 5:27. I call the Shadow Minister, Harriet Potter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Minister for his statement and for bringing this important and very necessary measure to the House. And I also thank him for the briefing I was provided with earlier today. And let us be very clear what these measures are and are not about. Do we support free speech? Yes. Do we support the right to protest? Yes. Do we support the freedom of expression? Yes. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, these very freedoms that make our democracy is exactly the freedoms that these groups are considering and putting at risk, and why this is needed today. The groups we are discussing, Palestine Action, Maniacs Murder Cult and Russian Imperial Movement, have nothing whatsoever to do with legitimate protest. They would not be facing proscription today if peacefully, respectfully or legally. And so, as so many groups and organisations across the country do and must continue to be able to do freely. These groups have chosen a different path entirely, and for that, this action is rightly being taken against them. Madam Deputy Speaker, we must be clear-eyed about the broader threat landscape we face. Yes, of course.
I appreciate the Shadow Minister for giving way, but does she agree with me that the only acceptable form of protest is polite protest? That's not protest, that's permission.
RAF planes on the ground.
The right to protest is a hugely important part of our democracy. We support the right to protest. We support the right to free speech. We do not support the right to criminal damage, to intimidation, to threats to the public. And that is exactly what these groups are doing, and that is why they're being prescribed, quite rightly, today.
Very good.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said, we must be clear-eyed about the broader threat landscape that we face. Terrorism remains one of the most serious threats to our national security. Whether it comes from international networks, from those radicalised online, from extremist groups operating on our soil, the threat is real, it is evolving, and it must demand our constant vigilance. Our security services work tirelessly, day and night, to keep us safe. They have disrupted countless plots that the public will never know about. But we cannot be complacent. The nature of terrorism has changed, from sophisticated networks to lone actors, with physical attacks against cyber networks, from foreign battlefields to our own communities, and our response must evolve accordingly. We should reflect on what terrorism is, as defined by the Terrorism Act 2000. It is a use or threat of action designed to influence a government or intimidate the public or a section of the public, where the use of threat action is designed to advance political, religious, racial or ideological causes. The full list of actions are detailed in the Terrorism Act, but includes serious violence against a person, actions that endanger life, health and safety, and/or action that seriously damages property. Prescription is not a step that is taken lightly, but it is a strong and necessary tool that previous, as well as now the current government, have taken and should use to protect the public and to ensure that our police and security services have fuller access to the resources they need to keep the public and our institutions and our way of life safe. No one can hear the steps that the Minister set out in the actions of Palestine Action, MMR and RAM, and consider these to be the actions of peaceful, legitimate protest groups. Yes.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. Will she accept that there is a distinction in intent when you look at Palestine Action vis-à-vis the other two organisations? There is no intention with the Palestinian Authority to cause intentional injury to people. And for that, there is already criminal matters that can be dealt with at criminal courts.
I thank the member for that, but if you're using pyrotechnics against people who are escaping an attack by your organisation, that is an intent. If you're intending to damage RAF property and MOD property by sabotaging RAF jets at Brize Norton, that is intent. So they are also showing intent, as well as these other organisations are. Madam Deputy Speaker, these groups do not share our values. They do not respect our country, they do not care about our way of life, and they show no regard for the safety of our citizens. We on our benches are proud that the actions have been taken by the previous Conservative governments to strengthen our counter-terrorism framework. We gave our police and security services the powers they need to confront the evolving threats, and we welcome and support the Home Secretary now making use of these same powers today. As the Minister said, prescription is a vital tool and a strong deterrent, but it is only part, yet a very important part, of what we need to do to keep our country safe. On its own, it is not enough. It must be followed with enforcement, and we will, of course, be watching closely to ensure that the police have the resources and backing they need from the Labour government to ensure that they can do just that. Madam Deputy Speaker, as both the Minister and I have said, the first job of any government is to keep their citizens safe, and we as the official opposition will always support the government in that aim. The activities of these organisations have clearly met a threshold for prescription under the Terrorism Act. So, to conclude, we on this side of the House are very happy to support the government in their aims today.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to speak specifically about Palestine Action. I think it's most regrettable that the government has brought one order banning 3 organisations when it knows that there is a political disagreement on this. This is no way to bring terror legislation. I want to be clear and to put on the record that I would be supporting this order today if it only referred to the organisations Maniacs, Murder Cults and the Russian Imperial Movement. Leading legal and human rights organisations, Amnesty International and Liberty, have condemned the potential prescription of Palestine Action. Liberty has said that targeting a protest group with terrorism powers is a shocking escalation of the government's crackdown on protest. This move would be a huge step change in how counter-terror laws are applied. Amnesty International UK has said that we're deeply concerned at the use of counter-terrorism powers to target protest groups. They certainly shouldn't be used to ban them. They have both urged the Home Secretary to rethink before bringing this to Parliament. Yesterday, several United Nations special rapporteurs, including those for protecting human rights while countering terrorism and for promoting freedom of expression, said they had contacted the UK government to say that acts of protest that damage property but not intended to kill or injure people should not be treated as terrorism. Likewise, former Labour Justice Minister Lord Charlie Faulkner has stated that the sort of demonstration seen at military base by Palestine Action would not justify prescription as a terrorist organisation. Today, however, we are not voting on whether people agree with Palestine Action's tactics. We are not voting on whether people think their aim is right or wrong. We are voting on whether the actions they have taken against property, not against people, should lead to them being treated as terrorists, when what they have done can be prosecuted under criminal damage, and indeed there is a long history of protest activity, including acts of trespass, criminal damage, sabotage and more. Indeed, The Home Secretary's recent statements on this repeatedly refers to criminal damage and the live court cases showing that there is already legal provision to deal with Palestine action. There are a variety of potential consequences if this prescription against Palestine action is passed today. Supporting or joining Palestine action could carry up to 14 years in prison. It risks criminalising thousands of volunteers and supporters. Thousands have supported or volunteered with Palestine action, including students, nurses, retirees and professionals. Many have never engaged in direct action, but risk being criminalised. Today I met with Amnesty International and they offered a number of frightening examples of how this could be used to place our constituents at risk of prosecution under Section 12 of the Terrorism Act and could face a maximum sentence of 14 years if Palestine action are prescribed. Amnesty International's examples: a person who tweets, "I oppose the war crimes in Gaza and I do think Palestine action have a point," could easily fall foul of this provision. A person who says to another person, "I don't support all the methods of Palestine action, but I really do think protest is important and I respect the personal sacrifices Palestine action are willing to make, risking arrest to challenge war crimes." An individual with a placard that reads "Palestine action are peaceful, they should be de-prescribed." This could affect our constituents who have never been a member of Palestine action, who have never committed direct action, who would never commit direct action, and speeches they make or comments they make in community meetings could be trawled, and these people could end up facing legal proceedings resulting in a prison sentence of up to 14 years. That concerns us all. People out there view terrorism as meaning heinous acts such as shooting people, blowing people up, assassinating people, and acts of violence. I would urge colleagues to consider the consequences to their constituents of prescribing Palestine action alongside these other groups.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson Lisa Smart.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm also very grateful to the Minister for his time discussing this issue with me. As has already been mentioned, there are 3 organisations listed today and the order before us is unamendable. Taking each of the 3 organisations in turn, the Russian Imperial Movement is an ultranationalist and white supremacist militant organisation operating from inside Russia. The group has already been prescribed by both the United States and Canada, and even the Russian government itself has blacklisted many of the group's publications and activities. The rationale and justification for prescription is clear, and we are content to support it. The maniac murder cult is similarly destructive, driven by a belief that society must be violently destabilised so that a new neo-Nazi or white supremacist order can rise from its ashes. They promote random acts of violence, including murder, assaults and bombings, as a deliberate tactic to instill fear and chaos. The rationale and justification for prescription is clear, and we are content to support it. But the questions for many today relate to Palestine action. On the 20th of June, as has been widely reported in the press, 2 members of Palestine Action gained unauthorised access to RAF Brize Norton, the UK's largest airbase in Oxfordshire, circumventing perimeter security under cover of darkness. Once inside, they targeted 2 aircraft. Incidents involving members of Palestine Action also include attacks at sites operated by Elbit Systems in Bristol in 2024 and again this year, as well as at Thales UK facility in Glasgow in 2022. And I note the Minister's comments about cases currently going through the courts. No matter how strongly any of us feel about the appalling humanitarian crisis in Gaza, and many of us across this House and across this country feel very strongly indeed, this does not justify attacks on military bases in Britain. Those responsible must face the full force of the law. There is no doubt about that. But that's already the law, and that's not what is in front of MPs today. The question here is not about whether the people were committing crimes or not, but whether someone who even expresses support for them should face up to 14 years in jail. The bar for which groups should be prescribed as terrorist organisations is rightly set very high. Transparency around why these decisions are made is crucial for maintaining the public's trust in our counter-terrorism framework. So I've been listening carefully, both to experts raising their concerns, including from the UN, as mentioned previously by the Mother of the House, but also what the Minister has said and the Home Secretary's words about her reasons for making this decision based on damage to property, notwithstanding the Minister's comments about the use of violence. Prescribing an organisation solely on the grounds of serious damage to property would be, I believe, unprecedented. To date, and I'd welcome the Minister correcting me if I've got this wrong, no organisation has been prescribed in the UK exclusively for property damage, as was in the Home Secretary's words on the government website. While there may be compelling legal arguments that the actions of Palestine Action have met the legal definition of terrorism in terms of criminal damage, serious criminal damage, the decision to prescribe is ultimately up to the Home Secretary's discretion. There are still questions as to whether that discretion is proportionate in this case, given the level of threat posed to the general public, and I'd welcome more details from the Minister on why he believes this is a proportionate response, as I remain to be convinced. Currently, the maximum custodial term for certain offences relating to membership or expressing support for a prescribed terrorist organisation is 14 years. Yet, in instances such as this, where actions, though criminal and damaging, may not pose the same imminent threat to life, a blanket application of such severe penalties risks being disproportionate. The Home Secretary rightly has substantial powers to take action to keep our country safe, but it is also right and entirely proper that we scrutinise the use of these powers and press the government to ensure any use of them is wholly proportionate.
Sultana.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 21 years ago, a human rights barrister stood in court and defended an activist who broke into RAF Fairford, trying to disable a bomber to prevent war crimes in Iraq. That case became a landmark in lawful, non-violent direct action against an illegal war. That barrister is now our Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, KC. He argued that it was not terrorism but conscience. Fast forward to 20th of June 2025. Two Palestine Action activists enter RAF Bryce Norton and sprayed red paint, not fire, on aircraft linked to surveillance flights over Gaza. Instead of prosecuting them for criminal damage, which is what normally is done, the Home Secretary is using the Terrorism Act to prescribe them as a terrorist group. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an unprecedented and dangerous overreach of the state. Never before in Britain has it been a crime to simply support a group. This order lumps a non-violent network of students, nurses, teachers, firefighters and peace campaigners, ordinary people, my constituents and yours, with neo-Nazi militias and mass casualty cults. Palestine Action's real crime, we have to be clear, is shutting down Elbit system sites that arm the Israeli military. Its true offence is being audacious enough to expose the blood-soaked ties between this government and the genocidal Israeli apartheid state and its war machine. So let us be clear, to equate a spray can of paint with a suicide bomb isn't just absurd, it is grotesque. It is a deliberate distortion of the law to chill dissent, criminalise solidarity and suppress the truth. Amnesty International, Liberty, over 266 senior lawyers, UN special rapporteurs have all opposed these draconian measures. Even at this late stage, the order should be withdrawn. Under this order, anyone expressing moral support for a prescribed group could face 14 years in prison. That includes wearing a badge, wearing a t-shirt, sharing a post or calling for proscription, and journalists have no exemption too. There is no legal protection for reporting favourably, even factually, about Palestine Action, and by this weekend millions of people, including many of our constituents, could be placed under these sweeping restrictions. And let us not forget what is actually happening in Gaza, where the real crimes are being ignored. Hospitals bombed, children starved, tens of thousands of people killed. Palestinian children now suffer more amputations per capita than anywhere else on earth. Israel on trial for genocide at the ICJ. Israeli Prime Minister with this ICC arrest warrant, and the government's response to criminalise solidarity, to continue exporting lethal F-35 jets that are decimating Gaza. And we have to also understand the history of this country and what built our democracy, the tradition of civil disobedience, from the suffragettes without whom I wouldn't have the vote, let alone the privilege of being here as an MP. Even those who oppose Palestine Action's tactics must recognise the vast gulf between criminal damage and terrorism. If this order passes, what's next? Climate protesters, striking workers, feminists in the street? Already we've seen a wider crackdown on our civil liberties. Musicians censored, journalists arrested, demonstrating, including MPs sitting here, harassed. And now this government wants to use anti-terror laws to make peaceful protest itself a crime. If our democratic institutions functioned as they should, none of this would be necessary. So to conclude, if this prescription passes, as it will, we have to understand that no campaign will be safe tomorrow. We also have to recognise that this will go down as a dark day in our country's history and one that will be remembered. People will ask, which side were you on? And I stand with the millions of people that oppose genocide, because I am one of them. I oppose the blood-soaked hands of this government trying to silence us. So I say this loudly and proudly on Wednesday the 2nd of July, 2025, we are all Palestine.
Order!
No, we're not.
No, we're not. Sir Ian Douglas-Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst listening to this, and I, in a way, I do have concerns about the last of the three organisations, just generally about the application of the criminal law, and there may be another way, but I support the government's position on that as it does. But then it cast into light, while I had listened to this, the organisation that sits there that we have taken no action in terms of prescribing is the IRGC. And in the debates about all the elements that are going on in here, this sits like the elephant in the room. Why are we not prescribing the IRGC? Why have we resisted doing that? Now, that would have a huge impact on terrorism or aspects of terrorism at all. I mean, if you look at it very carefully, they export deliberately the Islamic Revolution. They use proxies. Right. They've been sponsoring terrorism, as demonstrated without dispute all over the world. They support Hamas and Hezbollah and have been hugely supplying them with weapons, and whether on which side of the argument or whatever one lies, the fact is there wouldn't have been this issue and this terrible killing going on there had that not been the case at the time. So they're very heavily involved in that. They're sanctioned, but they're not prescribed, and sanctioning doesn't give you enough powers to deal with their proxies and those that work for them. And it is in fact the present government that in opposition campaigned to prescribe them. I remember quite happily working with various members of the opposition front bench at the time to ensure that they were prescribed. And they say, and the Foreign Office says this endlessly, that, oh, well, we'd lose all the possibility to make diplomatic relations and to get through to Iran. Well, you know, how's that going? How's that gone over the last year? It's not at all. You can't really reason with these characters. And it's interesting because the global terrorist attacks have a huge number of them rooted in IRGC money and training, higher levels of activity in the UK, and it's the propaganda in the UK trying to build arrangements within the UK in plain view at times, even on links like Face and Time and all the rest of it, where they can actually be tracked, but they do it openly because nothing can be done to them at all. And of course they support Hillsborough, who is also prescribed. So you keep running this chain around and around, you come back to the IRGC. I would think that today should be the debate. That should be the decision. That should be here on the floor of the House. The IRGC should be prescribed because they are at the root of all terrorism that exists here and in the Middle East. And I think if we don't do that, then it begs the question, what are we doing here with the other three organisations?
Clive Lewis.
Caught me off guard there. Can I firstly associate myself with the comments of the front bench for Lib Dems? I thought they made some very, very good comments, and I'd like to associate myself with them. Secondly, I agree with the prescription of the two far-right fascist organisations, and I think they should be prescribed. But can we as a House accept there are those of us here today who have a different take on today's prescription for Palestine action? We don't have to agree with the behaviour or actions of Palestine action to make the case here today that this prescription is wrong. I'd also like to ask the honourable members to acknowledge the fact that many of us here today who take a different view on this issue are a part of this democracy just as much of those who agree with the prescription. It's just that our take on the delicacy of our democracy and what this prescription does and how it undermines our democracy, in our opinion, happen to differ from other people. I know members on the opposite benches have repeatedly said that when it comes to ULEZ cameras and low emission zone cameras, they've actually said that they understand and empathise with those constituents who have smashed and vandalised them. So direct action is something it's not just of the left, it's something that everyone in our democracy can partake in. So this is a judgment call on how we best protect our democracy, and an acknowledgement that not all threats are external or violent. Some threats are based on the decisions that we here ourselves take in this place. Sometimes we may take decisions which fundamentally undermine our own democracy. Now, I have no doubt that some of us will be called terrorist sympathisers by some who disagree with our position, but that would be wrong. When you look around the world and watch as democracy and the rule of law is being systematically smashed, corporations, the wealthy, have increasing power and wealth to influence our democracy. Look over at the Atlantic, at the United States. Our democracies are delicate. Our democracies are precious. And the decisions that we take here determine whether those democracies will survive as we go into the future. I look around the world. I look around this country. I look at the party, the authoritarian right party, that is 10 points ahead in the polls. And I worry about the future of our democracy. That means that this government, our government, has to make decisions that take that into account. That take into account that we may not be in government one day. It may be the authoritarian right, and they will take this further and faster and deeper than we ever have. So we should be putting in fire guards now, protecting our democracy. This doesn't do that. And I will conclude by saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, I understand what terrorism is. I was in London on the 7th of July in 2007, and I watched my community, this city, attacked by real terrorists. And at that point, rightly or wrongly, I decided I was going to Afghanistan to fight the terrorists. And I went because I love this country and I love our democracy and I want to see it protected. I think today's prescription order against Palestine action undermines that. And I wish my government wouldn't do it. Thank you very much.
Pete Wishart.
Deputy Speaker, as we've heard, the issues around the prescription of Palestine action has thrown up a number of legitimate concerns, and there's no doubt it will have an impact on our right to protest or on civil liberties that we have enjoyed for decades. And where it's absolutely and utterly right to condemn and prosecute criminal activity, especially those that threaten our national security, surely this must be done within the framework of existing legislation as it always has been. And this order looks nothing other than a direct response to Palestine action being able to infiltrate an RAF base and causing damage to a defence aircraft. The decision to prescribe an organisation is ultimately a matter for the government, and it's up to the Home Secretary to decide who goes onto that list. It's based on intelligence that the government holds. But I don't think the Minister has convinced many of us today that this has met the thresholds for this prescription, and we need to hear more about their concerns about this particular group. But before reaching for that power, the government must take into account whether it is proportionate, justified and in the national interest to prescribe such an organisation. Terrorism legislation, as we know, hands extremely broad powers to the state, and as such it must always be treated with the highest degree of caution and restraint. Now, we live in a society where groups and organisations have the democratic right to campaign and express their views on particular issues in a democratic, respectful and lawful manner. It is important that the right to lawful protest is not affected by the Home Secretary's decision today, and it's extremely concerning that this decision could lead to these powers being extended to other campaigning organisations. And it's inexplicable that Palestine Action has been linked to groups such as the Maniacs murder cult and the Russian imperial movement, groups unknown to this House until this order was on the order paper today, but groups that, with a cursory glance at their activities, could of course be prescribed. For Palestine Action to be included alongside these groups is at best a cynical and calculated move by the government in order to ensure that this order gets through today. People all over the UK, including many of my constituents, rightly feel very strongly about the appalling crimes being committed against innocent civilians in Gaza on a daily basis. Many of these people have been taking part in weekly protests to make their voices heard, to show solidarity with the Palestinian people. These people are now concerned that they might be caught up in this prescription. And I'm also concerned that many young people who are sharing social media posts from Palestine actions could now be considered as glorifying what will soon be a prescribed group. We need clarity on what actions would result in people being charged under this terrorism legislation. For example, does wearing a Palestine Action badge handed out at a demonstration or a rally mean that they could be charged with terrorism? Organisations, as we've heard, like Amnesty International and even the United Nations have expressed their concern about this prescription regarding the UK's broad definition of terrorism. This week, Madam Deputy Speaker, an Israeli strike in Gaza seafront cafe killed at least 20 Palestinians. This is what we should be discussing today and every day until a permanent ceasefire is reached and all the hostages are released. The government must act in the national interest. That is what they've got to do. And they've got to keep us safe from all of these different challenges that's presented to them. But we need clear reassurance about the wider impact of what is being proposed today.
John Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Home Secretary's decisive action on Palestine Action, Maniacs Murdercal and the Russian imperial movement today. 20 months on from the horrific terror attacks of the 7th of October, the suffering of innocent people in Gaza, in Israel and beyond has rightly been the subject of much international campaigning. Money has been raised to support charities getting aid into Gaza. The Hostages and Missing Families Forum has worked tirelessly to keep the plight of the 50 remaining hostages on the world's agenda, and hundreds of thousands of people have contacted their MPs, signed petitions and made their voices heard. This is all genuine activism, importantly within the bounds of the law. Palestine Action is something different. Over 5 years, it has conducted a campaign of violence, intimidation and criminal damage. In one attack on a business in Bristol, 2 police officers were attacked with a sledgehammer. The officers also then found not only sledgehammers, but whips, axes and other homemade weapons. Palestine Action have attacked a business in my constituency in High Peak, intimidating the workers there. Last month at RAF Bryce Norton, military planes were vandalised and £30 million of damage done. Such attacks undermine our national security, our armed forces, and can never be justified. I applaud the Home Secretary for responding in the strongest possible terms. But Palestine Action also has a track record of attacks against this country's Jewish community. In May this year, a building housing Jewish-owned businesses in North Manchester was vandalised with red paint and graffiti reading Happy Nakba Day. Later that month, a Jewish-owned business in Stamford Hill was attacked by the organisation with windows broken, red paint graffiti and damage done to the building's mezuzah. In the latter case, Palestine Action's claims that the business was linked to the Israel Defence Companies proved baseless. This campaign of anti-Semitic harassment reveals the logical conclusion of their extremism, and the important difference between all of the other groups that has been mentioned in this House is that this group targets a specific group within our country of a specific ethnic and religious minority. This extremism does not help with single Palestinian. Smashing windows will not free Palestine. It undermines the hard work of so many people who support the Palestinian cause and towards a peaceful future. And it leads to an environment where British Jews feel unsafe and harassed, something that should never be tolerated. Legitimate protest is a fundamental democratic freedom, but Palestinian Action abandoned that legitimate action a long time ago. I welcome the government's swift action today in ensuring that this organisation can no longer pose a threat to our security, to our businesses and to the Jewish community.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank
Madam Deputy Speaker, as the debate opened today, I intervened on the Minister and I'm grateful to him for giving way. I just need an explanation, and I hope we'll get one, as to why groups are always put together in these orders and not dealt with separately and individually, because clearly there are different orders of concern here. Yeah. And I want solely to speak about the issue surrounding Palestine action. We live in a democratic society, and we have to also understand where our rights have come from. The member who's just spoken from High Peak represents the place where, in 1932, the mass trespass took place, led by Benny Rothman, a Jewish activist in the Communist Party at that time, who was demanding rights of access to the countryside. He was roundly condemned by all of the mass media and the government of the day. He was put on trial, he was put in prison, and he was eventually released from prison after mass protests in his support. Without Benny Rothman and those others, that access to the countryside simply would not have happened at that time. And you look at all the other people that over decades of our history have stood up for free speech and for democracy, going back to the Chartists, going back to the suffragettes, those that campaigned to end apartheid in South Africa. And interestingly, during all of the anti-apartheid years, the British government, whilst it did condemn the ANC and did indeed believe for a while that Nelson Mandela was a terrorist, never banned the ANC in Britain, because the advice they got was it was important that there be a place that people could express that voice of hope of the end of apartheid. The women that went to Greenham Common to protest about the deployment of nuclear weapons there were also never labelled as terrorists. Yes, they were charged under criminal trespass, as indeed many, many others have been, and indeed those that undertake direct action are very well aware of the risks they take. But it crosses an enormous threshold to suddenly announce that Palestine Action, speaking out against the horrors of what is happening in Gaza, where hundreds are mown down every day by the Israeli Defence Force simply for queuing for food when they're desperately hungry and their children are starving. Surely we should be looking at the issue that Palestine Action are concerned about, and the supply of weapons from this country to Israel, which has made all this possible. If this order goes through today, it will have a chilling effect on protests. And I quote a letter that was sent to the Home Secretary on the 28th of June. Direct action is a long-standing and respected part of British political history, from the suffragettes chaining themselves to railings, to striking miners, to anti-apartheid campaigners, occupying institutions and disrupting trade, civil disobedience and direct action that have always been a necessary forces for progress and justice. And that letter comes from, I won't give away now, that letter comes from Bibi Khan, the chair of North London Council of Mosques, and Mohammed Ad-Din from the Newer Muslim Forum on behalf of the London Councils of Mosques, who are concerned about the chilling effect that this piece of legislation, if agreed today, will have on the rights to protest as a whole. The last point I'd make, and I hope the Minister, if he gets a chance, will be able to reply on this. Legal action is being taken. There is a case coming up in the High Court this Friday, a judicial review of this case. Can we have it be clear this will not be put into force until all legal avenues have been exhausted, and there won't be some temporary imposition of this later to be withdrawn if there is successful legal action? I think we need to know that all democratic avenues have been fully explored in this process.
Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today's push to prescribe Palestine Action, a non-violent direct action group as a terrorist organisation, is a disastrous turning point of historic proportions. It risks undermining existing prosecution cases against activities by Palestine Action and activists, and is legally dubious. Human and civil rights organisations, lawyers and UN experts have all spoken out against the misuse of terrorism laws, calling this move unjustified and a warning of a chilling effect on a protest and advocacy generally, especially in relation to the defence of human rights and international law in Palestine. We have already seen the chilling effect on protest. Palestine Solidarity Campaign have been prevented from protesting outside Parliament this evening, and police have placed restrictions on the demo and pushed it further down Whitehall. For hundreds of years, protests outside Parliament have gone ahead. Limiting dissent in this way should concern us all, and we've seen that in the last couple of weeks in terms of the assistant dying bill, abortion and the anti-welfare cut. The question members of this House must ask ourselves today is whether non-violent political groups should ever be designated as a terror threat. If Palestine action is prescribed this week by the weekend, no, I'm not giving way. Anyone wearing Brandon T-shirts or bag could face terrorism charge. Amnesty International have flagged that Palestine action is prescribed this week. Even meeting with their lawyers to discuss intervening in judicial review proceedings could see them fall foul of counter-terrorism legislation. These are all examples of potential grounds for prosecution under counter-terrorism laws if Palestine action is prescribed, which could come from constituents who are not members of the organisation and never engaged in direct action. The scope, what we're talking about, is insanely broad. Is the government really going to demand that we vote to criminalise our constituents in this way? Prescribing Palestine action today would set a dangerous precedent for the future government misuse of counter-terror laws. It would be the first group prescribed mainly for serious damage to property and the first prescribed direct action group. Prescription is neither necessary nor proportionate. We already have sufficient criminal legislation that always dealt with where necessary, and the Home Secretary has provided no impact assessment and, quote, no or no significant impact on the private, voluntary or public sectors foreseen. But we have received no reassurances around how the proportionality test has been applied or whether unintended impacts on the wider pro-Palestine movement were considered by the Home Office and Prescription Review Group. Indeed, we have heard from civil rights groups that there have been allegedly meetings with representatives from the Israeli government and arms companies such as Elbit, but none with human rights groups. Whether members of this House debating and voting on this SI today agree with the methods of the arms of Palestine action, we should all be able to agree that lumping Palestine action together with the other two obscure groups to ensure that it is prescribed is a disgraceful manipulation of parliamentary procedure. Search and Hansard, neither of the two groups have been mentioned. They are so obscure. This manoeuvre is nakedly transparent and shows that the government knows just how shaky prescription is. Today, they come for Palestine action. If this passes today, who and what will be next? And I look forward to the Minister answering our concerns raised in this debate today, particularly regarding grouping those three organisations together. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Ellie Chowns. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me start by putting on record that I know at least two people who have previously participated in Palestine action protests. But that's not why I am speaking today. This is about fundamental principles. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a chilling moment for British democracy. Let's be clear about what is happening here. A political protest group is being silenced. And isn't it hugely ironic that this is being done today when this morning hundreds of women MPs, including the Home Secretary herself, celebrated in Westminster Hall the 97th anniversary of equal votes for women, a victory won by the suffragettes, themselves a direct action protest group. I have three key points I would like to make today. First, it's a clear overreach to conflate direct action with terrorism. Second, this will have a chilling effect on the democratic rights to free speech and protest. And third, it is utterly cynical of the government to wrap up proscription of Palestine action with proscription of two other clearly terrorist groups. The Terrorism Act 2000 makes it clear that strict proportionality and necessity tests must be met before prescribing any group. But this decision on Palestine action is not necessary or proportionate. As Amnesty International and others have made clear, there is ample criminal law capable of responding to a direct action protest network like Palestine action. They may have engaged in criminal damage, their supporters may break into air bases, they may have been charged with offences like violent disorder and aggravated burglary. They may have carried out actions that I absolutely do not condone. Indeed, I condemn physical attacks against properties in Stamford Hill that understandably may have stirred up genuine fear. And personally, I find the words spoken by one of their co-founders at a rally in the aftermath of the October 7th Hamas attacks absolutely horrific, but that does not make Palestine action terrorist. That bar is and should be extremely high. It is commonly understood internationally to involve the use or threat against violence against civilians to instil fear, whereas the stated aim of Palestine action is to prevent
war crimes, to prevent crime against humanity, to prevent genocide. And it's not just the members and supporters of Palestine Action who are being silenced. By association, this proscription represents a grave risk to the free speech and protest rights of millions of members of the public who are rightly concerned that a genocide is happening in Gaza on this government's watch. Millions of people in this country are active, whether online or in their communities, in campaigning to end the UK's complicity in that genocide. And there's a clear risk that proscribing Palestine Action could criminalise people, for example, for sharing a social media post with potential imprisonment of up to 14 years. This interferes with the fundamental rights of members of the public to protest the government's policies and is clearly disproportionate when compared with the actions of the group. I am also deeply concerned by the Home Office's utterly cynical decision to wrap up the proscription of Palestine Action with two other groups who undeniably do meet the terrorism test. This has clearly been done in order to make it extremely difficult for MPs to vote against the motion. I want it on record. I and my Green Party colleagues absolutely oppose the proscription of Palestine Action, and we will oppose any similar attacks on the civil disobedience which is such a proud part of UK history. And if you compare the charges against Palestine Action with those of maniacs, murder cult and the Russian imperial movement, paramilitary training camps, guides on how to fatally attack somebody, supremacists, neo-Nazis organising in support for Satanism, those are clearly terrorist acts, whereas prescribing Palestine Action appears to be a purely political move, unworthy of a democracy supposedly committed to human rights. No wonder there is significant opposition to this move across Parliament, including from a former Lord Chancellor and Justice Secretary, Lord Falconer. And it is a massive distraction from the continuing horrors in Gaza. That's what Palestine Action want to bring to an end, as do many in this room.
Order. Nadia Whitome.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to start by making clear to members that the order we're voting on is not about whether or not we are supportive of Palestine Action's political positions or protest methods. To vote against this motion, you do not have to agree with them at all, and you can still support holding them criminally liable for their actions, because the question is about whether they should be prescribed as a terrorist group, placed alongside the likes of Al-Qaeda, the Islamic State, and National Action. It's fitting, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this debate is taking place on the 97th anniversary of women winning the vote on equal terms with men, thanks in no small part to the suffragettes. The suffragettes carried out direct action far more extreme than anything those in Palestine Action have done, yet today their role in changing history for the better is commemorated. Whatever you think of their actions, Palestine Action are part of a similar tradition, with the target this time being to stop the genocide in Gaza. It is unprecedented for a government to ban a civil disobedience protest group in the way that it is attempting to do so today. But what's not unprecedented is protesters breaking into military bases. This has never before resulted in prescription. Prescribing Palestine Action would be a draconian overreach. It would threaten the fundamental right to peaceful protest. It would set a dangerous precedent that could be used in future to further silence dissent, while diminishing what the Terrorism Act is meant to prevent. UN... Yes, I will.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. As the MP for Newbury, we have Greenham Common, which now is very peaceful, but before had cruise missiles. And Greenham Common peace women actually broke into the base. They attacked jets with hammers, and they were prosecuted under criminal law. They were held to account, but I believe, do you agree with me, that potentially under this government, even Greenham peace women would have been considered a terrorist organisation?
I thank him for his intervention, and I agree entirely. Madam Deputy Speaker, UN experts are urging us not to do this. They state they are concerned at the unjustified labelling of a political protest movement as terrorist. Hundreds of lawyers have written to the Home Secretary warning that prescribing Palestine Action would conflate protest and terrorism. Amnesty International and Liberty have both expressed deep concerns. We've seen a senior civil servant briefing disquiet among Home Office staff about this decision, calling it absurd. It's important to remember that this prescription would not just affect members of Palestine Action, but anyone who supports them. Donating to a fundraiser or posting positively about the group on social media would mean committing a crime. We risk criminalising huge numbers of our own constituents. I regret that we're being denied the opportunity to vote separately on the prescription of Palestine Action and the other two organisations, which are neo-Nazi organisations, and whose prescription I would wholeheartedly support. But grouping together these organisations that so clearly do not belong in the same category demonstrates again why we cannot allow this prescription to go ahead. I therefore have no choice but to vote against it today.
Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I must say I never thought the day would arise when I, as a non-lawyer, would be advising a government of lawyers that they need to be really sure of the legal basis for what they're doing. As I said in an intervention on this subject on the 23rd of June, it would do the country and the government no favours if they were to lose in court a challenge to the process of prescription. Because whereas the secret sabotage of planes would certainly have been an act of terrorism leading to prescription, the fact is that this was a performative act that these people announced they had done. So the question I want to put to the government is, are they going to at least adopt a belt and braces policy when it comes to the prosecution of the people who did that terribly irresponsible and wrong-headed act of sabotaging those planes? Will they prosecute them as well on the basis that they have done criminal damage, that they have done something which is to attack the forces of the Crown and which therefore borders on sedition? Because otherwise, I fear that by using the wrong aspects of the law to pursue some people who did some very bad things indeed, the government will end up actually scoring an own goal when these people walk free with a court triumph under their belt. I am not convinced that the policy that the government has adopted on this matter, though justified in terms of the unacceptable behaviour of the perpetrators, is nevertheless going to stand up in court when there are plenty of other legal methods that could be used to deal with this form of extremism. And extremism it is, but it does not, in my opinion, pass the threshold to be classified in the legal sense as terrorism. Now, it may be the case that if I'd been able to accept the offer of the Minister, which I understand he made to have a word with me on Privy Council terms before this debate, and I thank him for that offer, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to take it up, it may be that he would have been able to tell me things about this group that would have then convinced me that it crossed that threshold. But if he's not able to tell these things in public, and there may be very good reasons why he isn't, then I suspect he won't be able to tell it to the courts either. So I say to the government, nobody, I think, will accuse me of being soft on anti-militarist extremist groups, but I say to the government with the best will in the world, make sure you adopt a legal belt and braces policy when it comes to prosecuting this group, and don't rely just on this prescription, because I fear I see trouble ahead from my learned friends.
Imran Hussain.
Madam Deputy Speaker, let me also place on record my full support for the prescription of maniacs, murder cult and the Russian imperial movement. These are vile, murderous, fascist cults. Their place on the prescribed list is justified and necessary. But it's precisely because we must take terrorism seriously that we must also draw clear lines. To put Palestine Action, a direct action protest group, in the same category as these murderous extremist organisations erodes the credibility of our legal framework and risks undermining civil rights. Prescription must be used judicially. Conflating protest with terror is a dangerous step that undermines the very freedoms our counter-terrorism laws are meant to protect. Now, where there is criminal activity, there is adequate legal provision within the criminal law to deal with that. What we are being asked to do is prescribe them under the Terrorism Act to treat civil dissent, whether or not we agree or disagree with that civil dissent, as extremism. That is a concerning shift,
and we risk crossing a line. Hundreds of lawyers, including KCs and human rights advocates, have warned that this is not a hallmark of democracy. We've heard earlier today that United Nations Special Rapporteurs have expressed serious concern about this measure. What we haven't heard, actually, is the huge implication that this will have on some of our communities. The risk of being criminalised simply for showing support for Palestine. Under this prescription, people could face prosecution for something as simple as wearing a badge, sharing a post online, or attending a peaceful protest. Now, do we really, the question for this House is, do we really want to become a society where non-violently expressing solidarity or even speaking out could be interpreted as terrorism? This will only further fuel fear and repression. Local anti-racist groups could suddenly find themselves under suspicion. Communities, whole communities, could be cast as suspect, not for what they do, but for what they stand for. And there's numerous examples. I don't have the time today. My honourable friend, the member for Leeds East, as always, eloquently set out a number of examples that should send shivers, frankly, down the backs of everybody's spine in this place. This is not the way forward. A non-violent protest, what our democracy is meant to protect, now risks being labelled as terror. The legal basis for this prescription is unsound. The democratic consequences are severe and the moral cost is frankly unacceptable. Let me be clear, it will disproportionately target campaigners and minority communities, and it will set a precedent that reaches far beyond this one group. Today, it's Palestine Action. Tomorrow, it could be climate activists. We are standing on a slippery slope. Prescribing a protest group is not strength. Madam Deputy Speaker, I urge this House to defend our hard-won rights to civil liberties, because to conflate protests with terrorism is not democracy, and therefore I will not support, and I want to put that on the record, any prescription of Palestine Action.
Well said.
I can squeeze in one more speaker if they're tight. Shaukat Adam.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I came to this country as a child. This country nurtured me, educated me and embraced me, and I love this country for so many reasons. But there are two reasons I love this country for more than anything else, I suspect. One is its sense of fairness, and the second is its sense of ability to be free, to be able to express how you feel democratically. That is why today I speak specifically about Palestine Action when I say that if we proscribe this organisation under the Terrorism Act, we will, for the first time in this nation's history, outlaw a domestic protest group as a terrorist organisation. Britain has a proud, though often hard-fought tradition of civil resistance. We remember the reverence of the suffragettes who are branded as criminals for smashing windows but are now celebrated as heroes of justice. We remember the civil rights movement where protests occupied streets and broke unjust laws to dismantle segregation. And we remember the global campaign against apartheid, ministers in this House where people of conscience defied authorities, trespassed and disrupted in the name of ending a brutal system. The very freedom we hold dear today, votes for women, racial equality and the end of apartheid, were not born out from men and women in suits in this establishment, but by people out there. And it is that tradition we are about to disrupt today. This decision, rushed through Parliament in a matter of days, bundled with unrelated foreign neo-Nazi groups and debated for mere minutes, is a reckless abuse of process. It denies Parliament the gravity of deliberation this issue so badly demands. The prescription has already been condemned by a vast range of people, from Sally Rooney to Lord Faulkner, and this is going to continue. Because what is even worse, this statutory instrument risks criminalising anyone who supports, sympathises with, or even publicly praises Palestine Action's aims. It opens the door to the prosecution of journalists, filmmakers, campaigners and politicians for doing nothing more than expressing solidarity. This is Orwellian dystopia on steroids. Let us also ask ourselves honestly, if we set this precedent today, who will be next? History will judge us harshly on those who choose silence in moments of moral testing. I urge my colleagues, do not allow this dangerous step to go unchallenged. Do not allow a Home Secretary, in a moment of political expediency, to permanently expand the reach of its anti-terror laws into the heart of a domestic protest. And do not let this House be the one that shrank the boundaries of freedom of expression. We owe it to those who fought so hard for our freedoms, who dared to dissent, who refused to be silent, and let us summon their courages now. Vote against this proscription, protect our democratic tradition, protect our right to protest.
I now come to the Minister, Minister Dan Jarvis.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to all of those who contributed to this debate. The prescription of these three organisations affirms the UK's zero-tolerance approach to terrorism. To be clear, these prescriptions would not affect anyone's legitimate and lawful right to protest, whether that's about Palestine, Gaza, or anything else. The government has to take action when Palestine Action has orchestrated a nationwide campaign of property damage featuring attacks that have resulted in serious damage, attacks that have resulted in serious damage to property and crossed the legal threshold. I'm not going to give way.
Will the Minister give way? I think it's clear the Minister at this point is not wishing to give way. He does have until 5:27, so let's see how this progresses. Minister.
These are attacks that have resulted in serious damage to property and have crossed the legal threshold from direct criminal action into terrorism. They have used violence against people responding at the scenes of attacks. Members have been charged with a series of serious offences, including violent disorder, grievous bodily harm with intent, and aggravated burglary, which is an offence involving a weapon. So this order would degrade their harmful activity. It will also reduce the threat, particularly to vulnerable individuals, from MMC's violent content, and it will reinforce our support for Ukraine and commitment to countering extreme right-wing terrorism in Europe. Madam Deputy Speaker.
Mr. McGovern, this is a very... I'm on my feet. This is a very tight debate that has to conclude at 5:20. The Minister has time. He may wish to take your intervention shortly. Is your point of order really relevant right now?
Let me explain. I want to know if this order goes through and I go out there to the demonstration that's mobilising at the moment to say I'm opposed to this, will I be prosecuted?
Not a point of order. The Minister may wish to respond. He has a few minutes to do so, but that's not a point of order. Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm happy to respond directly to the Right Honourable Gentleman's point of order. The process involving prescription action requires this House to agree it. Should it do so later this evening, it then goes to the other place and it will be for them to agree it or not. It will then be for the Home Secretary or for myself to sign an order, and the order would then become law at midnight on the night that it had been signed. I'm not going to give way to the Right Honourable Gentleman. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful for the House...
Minister, continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't think the Right Honourable Gentleman listened to what I said. I just explained to him the process that is in place. I am grateful to all of those who've considered this matter. It is a necessary and proportionate step to protect the public and defend our values. That is, after all, the first duty of the state, and under this government, nothing will matter more. And with that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend this order to the House.
The question is, this is not a time for a point of order. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, Are we ready? The question is, as on the order paper, as made that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Jen Kitchen and Christian Wakeford, and the tellers for the noes are Bell Rivera Addy and Ayub Khan. order, order.
The ayes to the right, 385. The noes to the left, 26.
The ayes to the right were 385, the noes to the left, 26. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. Point of order, Carla Denyer.
As Madam Deputy Speaker knows, every single person who just voted no wanted to vote yes to the prescription of the maniacs, murder cult and the Russian imperial movement, but were prevented from doing so by the cynical way that the government lumped together these two clearly terrorist organisations with Palestine Action, which we could not support. Can the Speaker please advise me and those other MPs who just voted no if there is any way in future that prescription orders for unrelated organisations can be voted on separately so that each MP can apply their own critical assessment of whether each group has met the tests of proportionality and necessity required for a terrorist prescription.
Well said. Thank the honourable lady for having given notice of her point of order. The Chair does not have the power to separate out decisions on the contents of a statutory instrument. In making her point of order, she has put her points and her concerns on the record. Point of order, Zara Sultana.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. During the previous debate on the prescription of Palestine Action, the member for High Peak, who I have notified, spoke without declaring that he is chair of Labour Friends of Israel and has accepted hospitality and overseas trips funded by pro-Israel lobby organisations. The House was discussing a non-violent direct action group that directly challenges the Israeli state, which is on trial for genocide against the Palestinian people. Can you advise me, Madam Deputy Speaker, on what mechanisms are available so the British public are truly aware of what interests are being represented on this floor?
I thank the honourable lady for her point of order and indeed for having given advance notice of it. The procedure for raising a complaint of this sort is by writing to the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards, and it is not a matter for the Chair. Motion number 5 on agriculture. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 6 on subsidy control. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Speaking long before I was born, G.K. Chesterton said, big business is now an organised army. It is, some would say, militarism, but without military virtues. Heaven knows what he would say if he was alive now, as global corporations have such influence on all our lives. Yet it's the small and medium-sized businesses in my Lincolnshire constituency and in constituencies across this country that make up the backbone of our economy. But they also provide the particularities that colour and shape the places that each of us call home. It's those small and medium-sized businesses that reinvest in the communities of which they are part, which provide opportunities for local people. We all know them from our daily experience as customers of businesses, but we all know them too through the representations they make to us as members of Parliament. And today I speak in the interest of those small businesses, those entrepreneurs, those people who devote so much of their time and skill and energy for the common good, for the national interest and the common good drive all that I do in this place. Indeed, small and medium-sized businesses employing up to 250 people make up about 99% of the businesses. But just think of the influence, of the effect of the other 1%. When SMEs are accused of wrongdoing, breaking the law even, they often have little in the way of resources to defend themselves and sit at the mercy of powerful regulators as well as the caprice of giant competitors. In contrast, the big multinational companies, which have come to dominate too much of our economy, have armies of compliance officers, lawyers, spin doctors to bat away legitimate concerns. The fear that we have, or that many of us in this chamber do, of two-tier justice is paralleled by a certainty about a two-tier economy. Faceless, heartless multinational firms often have little in the way of roots here, with many tech firms using such rootlessness to justify decisions to pay little, if any, tax. Corporate behemoths have grown ever larger, ever more dominant in their sectors, ever more detached from their customers, and ever more determined to bend rules and evade justice. We've seen profiteering, for example, of major supermarkets in recent years, who give their suppliers, primary producers, like the farmers and growers in my constituency, very often a raw deal. We've seen them distort the food chain and yet take advantage of the disruption brought by the pandemic and the war in the Ukraine. Indeed, the pandemic exacerbated the power of greedy globalists. Unite, the trade union, has highlighted the following research of 17,000 big firms, average profit margins have soared by 30% compared with the pre-pandemic period. In 2022, the profits of the 350 largest companies in Britain increased by around 89% compared to pre-pandemic levels. Contrast that, if you will, Madam Deputy Speaker, with the plight of smaller businesses, with ever greater costs and ever more unfair competition from their giant competitors. But if the claims of the globalists, do you remember them? The sort of people who addicted to modernity and to change, if the claims of those enthusiastic globalists that the world will be a better place for their activities were true, who has really benefited? In an economy where standards of living are falling, where productivity has stalled, and where the state grows ever bigger in the face of rising worklessness, the only beneficiaries of globalisation, it seems to me, have been a few people at the top of those corporate businesses. It's not monopolies that we need, it's a multiplicity of businesses. Start-up firms, local firms, firms that innovate, that engage in new activities in the economy rather than cement existing practices. Let's give those kind of businesses what they need. They need greater freedom, whilst the big corporate monoliths need to be regulated so they don't exploit the marketplace which they dominate. Think for a moment of the banks. Now, I have a vision of banking. I hope you might too, Madam Deputy Speaker, rooted in a sort of dad's army approach. You know, a Captain Mannering figure, committed to his community, in close touch with his customers, caring about the business which he ran. Silly and that wasn't so. That wasn't just. That wasn't just a fiction in my younger years. I well remember going to a bank as a young man and asking if I could borrow £500 to buy an old car. I was a student at the time. The manager, a bit like Captain Mannering in character, invited me in, gave me a glass of sherry, and interrogated me for half an hour, and eventually said, yes, I think we can probably lend you the £500. Imagine that scene now. At best, you'd have an online connection with someone remotely situated.
You wouldn't
Possibly
get a car
even...
for 500 quid, though, John.
I think the Honourable Member for Chingford and Woodford Green was referring to the £500 that he still owes me from the days when I used to work for him. But the point is that nowadays the connection between customers and suppliers has become at best detached and at worst remote. Now you'd have some, as I say, conversation with some remotely situated person who had known nothing about you or your circumstances and probably care.
Give away.
And probably care less.
Give away?
I will happily give way. Is it about the £500?
Yeah. without interest. Can I just say to my honourable friend, I agree with him, and I also agree something else, which is people don't realise that the really big multinationals, these global businesses, like, for example, Amazon, they don't really make their profits on what they sell you. What they do is they hold your data, and that's what they really sell subsequently, where they make their money and their profit. Your data derives you no income at all, and they make a lot of money on the back of that. And so trying to break that process down and to make things more local, you have to start at what we've been all complicit with, is the idea of getting something for nothing. It's not for nothing, it costs.
Well, my right-hand friend, as ever, makes an apposite comment, because the trading of data by big businesses has become a business in itself in the way that he's set out. We need, in contrast, firms to practice responsibility, not to parrot slogans and virtue signal. They concentrate power and wealth with little regard for the community in which they sit or even the country in which they're situated. I give way to my old friend.
Can I commend the Honourable Gentleman for South Holland and the Deepings? Right honourable member is a friend of us all in this chamber. We all love him because of the wisdom he brings to this chamber. The right honourable member is a good friend of Northern Ireland as well, and I say this because he will be very pleased when he hears about what we're doing in Northern Ireland, the better regulation strategy, which requires departments to undertake and publish a regulatory impact assessment when considering new policy proposals or amendments to existing policy which may impact on businesses, and carry out a micro business test to assess the impact on businesses of fewer than 5 employees. But does the right honourable member, understanding what we're doing in Northern Ireland, not agree that with increased regulation must come increased cooperation to secure better business which benefits us all? The very thing that the right honourable gentleman is trying to achieve.
Well, again, as ever, the honourable gentleman makes an apposite and worthy contribution to our considerations. And I simply say this to the Minister. Government has a lot of power in all kinds of ways. It certainly has the power to regulate the kind of unfair practices that I've begun to set out, but it also has a power as a customer. And government procurement has never, under successive governments, been used as well as it might be to support British businesses, and particularly British small businesses. My challenge to the Minister is, let's look at that again. Let's look at how government, as a huge customer of all kinds of businesses, can support small and medium-sized firms. Decades of non-intervention, driven by the mistaken belief in the triumph of liberal economics, resulted in extraordinary numbers of foreign takeovers of British firms. It's also a matter of who owns these corporate giants, and overseas companies owing our critical national infrastructure. Now, the government recently approved the Vodafone 3 merger. 3 is owned by a Hong Kong-based conglomerate. I wonder how closely the Competitions and Markets Authority looked into the owners and leadership of 3's parent company, the CK Group. I wonder if that group, and perhaps the Minister can inform us tonight, has ties with the Chinese state. This merger mustn't become yet another corporate bonanza for shareholders at the expense of our national interest and the common good. Mr. Speaker, I sought this debate in particular following a meeting with a constituent of mine who was previous a Vodafone franchisee, along with others from across the country who I met. And I want to say to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am mindful of a legal case in which those franchisees of Vodafone are involved, and I have taken advice and amended my speech heavily as a result of that advice from the Table Office. But I do think it's important to set some of the context in the broad terms that I've described, that relates to the behaviour of large companies that adopt the franchise model. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the honourable member for giving way and I congratulate him on securing this debate. Madam Deputy Speaker, can I refer to my register of interest, in particular trade union membership? I wonder if he shares my view that the merger between Vodafone and Three will have real consequences in terms of pricing for customers, but also job losses here in Britain.
That is certainly the risk. And I think mergers more generally need to be looked at closely. It's why we have the Competition and Markets Authority and why these things are indeed considered in the terms I described. More recently, of course, as my right honourable friend from New Forest will know, as a former member of the ISC, which I remain a member of, government introduced other legislation in respect of security and large businesses and mergers and all of similar related matters, because it's important to gauge the national interest in all kinds of ways when one considers business activity. But I'll say no more about that because it will be digressing from my main theme, although I can see an eagerness to intervene. I give way to my neighbour.
I'm most grateful to the right honourable gentleman for giving way, indeed, and he makes a powerful case about the differences between small businesses, entrepreneurs, franchisees and the big corporates. Does he accept my concern that franchisees suffer the risk of essentially corporate bullying from the mega companies, the likes potentially of Vodafone, and they don't have any form of regulatory umbrella comfort, and that entities like the British Franchise Association may sound effective, but are actually toothless in the face of such corporate bullying?
As ever, because I've worked closely on this subject with the right honourable gentleman, he and I are on the same page. He's absolutely right that franchising can be used as a method to exaggerate the power of the business at the heart of the franchise and to weaken the position of franchisees. And my assertion is that is common and is particular in the case of Vodafone.
Can I just...
I've got two more. I'm going to take the honourable gentleman and then
I'll be brief.
That's why I run in the front.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way and I congratulate him for securing this very important adjournment debate. Like him, I've met Vodafone franchisees both in my constituency, particularly the Chesley Street franchise holder, former franchise holder, who I met again today. I'm grateful to him for setting out the legal advice that he's received about the ongoing case. So I will be careful about what I say, other than to say I think there are major corporates that treat their franchisees very badly, that sign them up on one set of terms, one rate card, and then change the goalposts. And then when people dissent and complain about that, they find their franchises withdrawn and they lose their investment when they have put a great deal into that corporate giant. And I think that this is a matter that in the near future, is going to require some ministerial attention. But I thank the right honourable gentleman very much for bringing this to the House's attention.
Wait for my right honourable friend.
I don't mean to detain you very long, but I actually very much supported the union's position on this. I thought this was wrong at the time. And when you look at an organisation like CK, without straying into the issues of the bids, this organisation from China has links now and control over UK power networks, Northumbrian Water, Wales and West Utilities, Evershot Rail. It's intriguing, the network that they have, but hugely around the power networks and the communications networks. All of those are now falling into the hands of conglomerates that have nothing to do with the UK, but government from a different country. And this is the big problem that we face. It's not that you don't like big businesses, but it's just that so often now these big businesses operate from outside of our legal empowerment.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend who takes a great interest in these matters, and it's precisely why I posed the earlier question to the Minister about how closely he and others had looked at that merger. I say no more than that about it, but but it does seem to me to be a legitimate question to ask. Were those things considered in this particular case, and how are they generally considered? For if my right honourable friend is right, that there are threats that result from this, under existing legislation and regulation, it's perfectly possible for government to become involved in these kind of commercial affairs. I will give way once more and then make a little more progress.
Madam Speaker, can I put on record that I omitted the use of right honourable in my earlier intervention, so can I correct that? But also the right honourable gentleman for Chingford made a very important point in terms of bigger businesses operating outside of the UK, perhaps in some cases abusing their position. Can I also, on a lighter note, encourage him to join a trade union? I'd be happy to supply him with a membership form.
Well, I'm again grateful to the honourable gentleman. It seems to me there is a mood across the House tonight that more must be done. And this Minister, an experienced member of this House, will have gathered that mood could easily, from this small beginnings, become a crescendo, which might endanger the very safety of his office and the government as a whole. So let's hope this is the beginning of a journey, both for the government and the Minister, towards a regime that counters the very things that have been described by members from across the House. Now, I will, because I'm a long-standing friend of the right honourable gentleman, I will certainly give way to him, and then I must make progress.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful to him. The right honourable gentleman is doing the House a favour in his work tonight. I should first declare an interest in that I have a close relative who works for the CMA, and I don't wish to comment on competition and mergers, more to ask him perhaps to work with me to support the government's work. I believe ministers are shortly to do some further work to offer greater support to small businesses, both in terms of opening up government procurement, but other matters as well. And I certainly, in my own constituency, like him, am a very keen supporter of small business, and my own small business competition has provided a great deal of recognition for businesses, whether they're repairing small musical instruments through to local florists, to people providing other services, and indeed many other forms of small business. So I do want to commend the broad thrust of his work tonight, although I don't want to comment on the CMA.
Thank you. I'm very grateful for the honourable gentleman's support. Now, during the pandemic, Madam Speaker, the UK government introduced a business rates relief package, which allowed businesses with commercial leases to claim relief on their business rates. That was designed to help firms with physical stores compensate for lost footfall during lockdowns, and it was an essential lifeline to those smaller businesses. This was automatically applied to businesses through local councils. From the 11th of March 2020 to June 21, the relief was at 100%, with no cash cap, and ratepayers with more than one property were entitled to relief for each eligible property. Franchisees were eligible to receive this relief, and it would have been automatically applied to stores operated by companies like Vodafone and others, and not through the franchise programme. It's worth noting that some corporations that benefit from that scheme, such as Tesco, although I hold no candle for Tesco generally, by the way, have since returned the money to the government. Now, the question is whether Vodafone, how Vodafone used that money. Did it achieve its original purpose? And I'd be interested in the Minister's answer to that question. Or was it redirected in some way that was out of tune with the government's intention and the proper purpose? It's worth noting, as I say, that this wasn't only available to Vodafone, but to all those organisations that had franchises. And I wonder how other organisations handled this matter and how that compares with the circumstances surrounding Vodafone. The important thing to recall, to remember, to consider as we debate these matters, the franchisees are small business owners with families. It was important to them. Business rate relief was therefore of huge significance and made a meaningful difference to people, as was intended by the Right Honourable Member for Richmond Northallerton, who was Chancellor at the time. The government's stated purpose for the COVID-19 business rate relief was to assist small businesses to carry on training at a financially difficult time where profits in bricks and mortar was much reduced. Yet the question is, was that the reality? The fact that the government later introduced caps on the relief indicates that it was intended to help small businesses, those to whom £100,000 makes a great difference, not to subsidise large globalist corporations with hundreds of stores and access to other types of relief. So I wonder what assessment the Minister has made of how this kind of funding was used during the COVID pandemic. Too often, franchisees' payments by those who franchise them are cut drastically and with little or no explanation. Contracts are often terminated with just a few days' notice, with stores repossessed with little notice, often without valid reasons for doing so, leaving debts and loans to be repaid with no income. Franchisees claim that they face fines, clawbacks, grossly disproportionate to errors in question, in some cases errors that led to fines were results of failures in major corporation systems, yet the financial burden is often unfairly placed on franchisees. And communications raising serious concerns, though made, are often unanswered, and pressing issues ignored for long periods of time, leaving franchisees without support or resolution to their problems. Moreover, it's emerged that in the case of Vodafone, whistleblowers have warned of a series of senior Vodafone executives that scores of its franchise store owners face financial ruin. So I'd like to ask the Minister what steps the government is taking to regulate corporate businesses' relationship with their franchisees. We're not speaking, as I said, of powerful businesses with deep legal departments and balance sheets to absorb losses. Ordinary people, mothers, fathers, sons, daughters, who saw an opportunity when they became a franchisee to build a meaningful business of their own under the banner of a global household name, to make a difference to their family, but also to their community, to the towns in which they're situated. People with their savings, their homes, and their reputations on the line, because they believe that a franchise agreement with a company like Vodafone, but there are others too, would be safe and secure. As I said, the Competition and Markets Authority last month confirmed the merger of Vodafone and Three. So can the Minister confirm the matter of the problems with franchisees were discussed ahead of that merger being approved? Indeed, more broadly, can such a merger really be said to benefit the British public, given its forecast to cost 1,600 UK jobs? And evidence from overseas shows that countries with fewer mobile phone operators tend to charge higher prices to consumers. Can the Minister confirm what steps the government is taking to investigate allocations of inappropriate use of government relief during the COVID pandemic? Specifically, in relation to businesses and franchisees, will the Minister confirm that all allegations of misappropriation of government relief schemes intended for franchisees should be investigated as part of the inquiry into COVID by the COVID Commissioner? For those franchisees facing financial distress, will the Minister urge banks to show leniency and support? And will he commit to looking afresh at the lack of enforceable regulations governing franchisor conduct? A key lesson, Madam Deputy Speaker, from the Post Office scandal is we must not allow the sophisticated power of a corporate body or the impression created by an impressive balance sheet to persuade us to ignore the voices of less powerful individuals who speak out. Many franchisees have given up stable jobs. Some have taken out personal loans. Some remortgaged their homes. Yet they train staff, open stores, serve customers, and they're told by the big business that they're partners. But when the going gets rough, when the Commission cuts come with little warning, when franchisees' performance plummets due to decisions beyond their control, and when stores are repossessed without adequate notice, they're left out on their own, high and dry. No lifeline, no dialogue, just silence for the corporations they once trusted. I can't believe that this minister doesn't feel as I do about corporate malpractice, about greedy, soulless, heartless firms who act irresponsibly and hide behind the high wall of their substance. Government has a duty not only to promote entrepreneurship and business, but to protect entrepreneurs and ensure businesses do not take unfair advantage of their staff. We must call time on the era of corporate giants using legal structures not as a framework for partnership, but as a shield for avoidance, for avoiding their responsibility and their decency. Brands that trade on a reputation and public trust must be held accountable for the actions they take, which cause real harm. We must move away from globalist, faceless corporate model, which has enriched a few, and towards a different kind of economic order, where we shorten supply lines, when we encourage small and medium-sized businesses, where we understand that economics must serve a civil purpose. I call it fraternal economics, where community and economic activity are bound together in a common cause. We can build that kind of economic future, but it requires government to know when to step forward, to support business, and to when to step back, not to suffocate entrepreneurship. That is a future that's within our grasp, but it will require this government, perhaps any government, to think afresh about the power balance between large, faceless businesses and those smaller entrepreneurs, those ordinary people, people like most of us, I guess, who simply want to get on and do the best for their family and their community. I know which side I'm on. I'm on the side of those people because I know they make so much difference in my constituency and across the whole of our kingdom. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister Gareth Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the usual way, I thank the Right Honourable Member for South Holland and the Deepings for tabling this debate. Having crossed swords with him when our positions were reversed, I approached this debate with a particular degree of wariness, not least because he has assembled a very distinguished and cross-party group of members to participate in this debate. And as well as his own contribution, we heard from the Right Honourable Gentleman for Chingford, we've heard from my Honourable Friend for Stockport, the Honourable Gentleman for Boston, my Honourable Friend for Durham, and my other Honourable Friend here today from Reading as well. Each of them making important points. I do very much agree with, in particular, with some of the opening remarks that the Right Honourable Gentleman made about small and medium-sized businesses being very much the backbone of our communities, important and fundamental to the strength of each one of our constituencies. And we as a government are determined to do much more to support our SMEs going forward. It's why we will publish a strategy to support SMEs shortly, a point I think my Honourable Friend for Reading alluded to. The Honourable Gentleman was absolutely right, Right Honourable Gentleman was absolutely right in saying that we should do more as a country to celebrate our entrepreneurs and to champion their interests. They are brave, they are risk takers, they create wealth, and they make all our communities better and richer. And we are determined as a government to encourage more people to come forward as entrepreneurs, to take the risks to succeed and to grow businesses in our country. It's why we have already taken a number of measures to support SMEs, establishing a business growth service inspired by the US Small Business Administration,
the Secretary of State for Business and Trade has already committed to do just that. That's why, too, we saw one of the outcomes of the spending review being a 2/3 increase in the capacity of the British Business Bank. The vast majority of that funding going to help tackle the considerable challenges that SMEs face in accessing the right forms of financial support too. And he raised, quite rightly, issues around procurement, access to public procurement for British SMEs. And I am very sympathetic to the need to open up public procurement for SMEs. Again, we will have more to say on that in the small business strategy when it is published shortly, and colleagues in the Cabinet Office are working very much in this space too. He also rightly raised, lastly, some of the legal issues that small and medium-sized businesses face in general terms too, and the difficulties many have when legal issues arise. Again, we will have more to say on that in the small business strategy shortly. He also, I thought, made, towards the end of his remarks, a powerful link to the appalling miscarriage of justice, the scandal of how the Post Office treated its sub-postmasters in the past. There are many, many lessons to learn from that scandal. Some of them I hope he will draw confidence from in terms of this government being determined to address them when he sees the green paper on the future of the Post Office that we are seeking to bring forward. And the whole House, I am sure, will appreciate the work that Sir Win Williams is doing as he draws his conclusions as to what went wrong in the scandal and what more we need to do to learn those lessons and to make sure nothing like that ever happens again. Keep waiting.
The way he's responding, there's a close parallel, really, between the way the Post Office is constructed, the business arrangement, the connection between the independent post offices and the centre, and some of the other remarks I made. Would he therefore ensure that his small business strategy includes specifically something on franchising? It is a really important part of getting right our approach to regulation around the relationship between those smaller businesses and corporate giants.
Well, he will forgive me, I have already given a flavour of some of what might be in the small business strategy. I will leave him to wait, if I may, a little longer before he sees the small business strategy in full. But I did want to come on to the substance of his concern in this debate. He rightly and understandably raised the experiences of a number of franchise operators who allege mistreatment and being badly let down by Vodafone during COVID. No one in this room will have failed to have been moved by their stories. I have read a number of those in terms of correspondence from colleagues across both sides of the House about those stories. There are, without question, some very serious allegations that are being levelled at Vodafone in this case. As he has alluded to, and as I'm sure he will understand, I am unable to comment on ongoing legal disputes. But I will, of course, respond on behalf of the government today as best I can, given the ongoing nature of the case. Until now, there has not been sustained concern about the quality or effectiveness of the self-regulation of franchises in general. However, I recognise that this particular case has raised concerns across the House, and I will track very carefully what happens in this case and the final outcome and conclusions that any court case might come to. As honourable members will no doubt be aware, franchising is growing in the UK, and it makes a big contribution to our economy, just over £19 billion annually, according to the latest British Franchise Association survey. The franchising industry is covered by the same general protections in law at the moment as other businesses, and I want to come on to some of those in a moment. But in addition, the franchising industry also effectively self-regulates itself through the British Franchise Association. There's a code of ethics and the Quality Franchise Association, which provides a code of conduct. On the whole, as the House, I will give way in just a second, on the whole, as the House will recognise, there are significant advantages of self-regulation in general, in terms of greater flexibility, responsiveness and lower costs. Let me give way to my friend.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for giving way. Is he aware that my understanding of the franchisees is that Vodafone left the BFA and walked out of the self-regulatory framework and code of conduct that they had?
Well, if he will forgive me, I'm not going to comment on these particular circumstances of Vodafone and its relationship with franchisees in general, or those franchisees, former franchisees that are bringing court action. But I note the comment that he has made. In terms of of course.
Can I thank the Minister for giving way? I have worked with him on a number of other issues in relation to his ministerial role, and he has always been helpful and proactive. Can I just ask him, as he's representing His Majesty's government, does he feel that there is a need to legislate on this particular issue, as the code of conduct is simply doesn't go far enough, but also as the Honourable Member for Durham has just said, there might be cases of larger corporations opting in and out as and when it suits them?
Well, as I alluded to earlier, I recognise that this case has raised concerns across the House about the quality and effectiveness of both the legislation that governs franchisees and indeed other businesses, and the specific arrangements around franchisees and their relationships. As I say, up to now, we have not had significant representations that that the quality of regulation of franchises in particular is not adequate. But I recognise, as I've said, the concerns across the House that this particular case has brought up, and as a result, I will track very carefully how the court case unfolds. I was noting the advantages that on occasion self-regulation brings. There is also a freedom in terms of contracting. What that means is that both individuals and businesses have the right to enter into agreements and to set their own terms, free from unnecessary government interference. That freedom at the moment allows franchise agreements to be tailored to individual needs. It allows people to set up shop more easily on the high street or elsewhere with the power of a big brand behind them. Self-regulation, again, on the whole, also allows the franchise industry to set standards and guidelines based on deep industry-specific expertise. It allows the industry to adapt more quickly to market changes too. And it's my understanding that it's the franchise agreements which are the main instruments governing the relationship between franchisors and franchisees. Those agreements normally cover key issues such as fees, territory rights, contract duration, and dispute resolution mechanisms. The government, of course, encourages anyone entering a business contract, such as a franchise, to seek independent legal advice before agreeing to the terms and conditions laid out in those agreements. Having talked a little bit about self-regulation and its benefits, I did allude to earlier that there are existing protections in law which cover all businesses, including franchises. So, for example, under the Misrepresentation Act 1967, anyone who has entered into a contract as a result of misrepresentation may be able to rescind the contract and claim damages. Misrepresentation is a false statement by one party to another, which induces that person to enter the contract. Ultimately, it would be for the courts to decide whether or not a misrepresentation had occurred and what the remedy would be. There are other forms of legislation too, like the Unfair Contract Terms Act, which may apply to business contracts. That references the application of reasonableness test, but that again is a matter for dedicated legal advice.
And he's absolutely right, of course. The contract law is well established and the business contracts are enforceable in the way that he sets out. But the problem with franchising is that it's a hierarchical relationship. And it's a hierarchical relationship which creates a kind of dependency. Because the franchisee is dependent on the larger business, there is an inbuilt advantage if that larger business is inclined to be permissive in the way they apply the terms of the contract, or indeed even to vary the terms of the contract. The parallel I made in my speech was with supermarkets and primary producers. The supermarkets have so much power, the primary producer is implicitly weakened in that commercial relationship.
Well, I thought the honourable gentleman made a very interesting speech with a series of interesting analogies, and I have noted those and the points that he has made. And as I've said, I will track this particular court case and its conclusions. And I always try to make myself available when honourable members and right honourable members want to discuss particular issues pertinent to my brief, and I leave that offer for the right honourable gentleman too as things unfold. I should stress again, Madam Deputy Speaker, that only the courts can really decide on the application of contractual terms, and it's absolutely right that affected businesses seek independent legal advice on the particular circumstances of their situation. As the Right Honourable Gentleman will be fully aware, legislation cannot prevent wrongdoing. It can deter and it can punish, but only after the event. It is important for companies, obviously, to conduct business fairly. We already have rules that encourage this, whether that's criminal offences of fraud, audit requirements, or prompt payment reporting, which is something that my department has begun to strengthen, and where we will again publish further proposals shortly. I'm sure the Right Honourable Gentleman will agree with me too that investors and the public expect and deserve access to truthful reporting from our most important businesses on their finances and related issues. This is critical for trust, and ultimately it's critical for economic growth. That is why, through the Audit and Corporate Governance Reform Bill, we are developing legislation to uphold standards and the independent scrutiny of companies' accounts, while ensuring real accountability for company directors. Section 172 of the Companies Act already requires company directors to frame regard in their decision-making to a wide range of stakeholder interests. That includes the impact of the company's operations on the wider community. It also requires directors to have regard to the desirability of the company maintaining a reputation for high standards of business conduct. This requirement applies to a company's business transactions, including treatment of franchisees. Large companies must report annually on how their directors have complied with these requirements. Taken together, the Section 17 duty helps to provide assurance that companies are run responsibly and that directors are mindful of the impact of their decision-making beyond the company and its shareholders. The Right Honourable Gentleman touched on the subject of additional regulation of franchises and the wider franchise model. As he will know, this government is dedicated to implementing an ambitious regulatory reform agenda. In March, we published our action plan for regulation outlining changes to streamline rules and regulations that support growth. And while that plan includes a clear commitment to cut regulatory administrative costs for businesses by 25%, it also includes a commitment to strengthen accountability for regulators. includes simplifying their duties to ensure the regulatory environment is focusing on growth, investment and, crucially, transparency. Our modern industrial strategy also includes an ambitious package of regulatory reforms that will support our growth-driving sectors and the wider economy. But as we stated at the industrial strategy's launch, that's not just the end of the journey, it's just the beginning. Where there are changes that we can make to increase the UK's economic resilience and channel support to the most productive parts of our economy, then we want to continue to work with members across this House to implement them. So in conclusion, let me take this opportunity to thank the Right Honourable Gentleman, but also to thank other honourable members who participated in this debate today. Franchise regulation is a complex and difficult issue, and this particular case has raised concerns, as I've said, across the House. I will, as I promised, I will continue to look closely at how this case develops and ultimately what conclusions are reached. And I am very happy to continue to have continued conversations about this case and its implications outside of the Chamber.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Order, order.